Y'all don't hear us. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen.
Hey, pack your bag, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind, we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave. Hey.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect, fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect, fly on.
You landed on the tarmac, fresh off the boat. Talking about y'all building nothing, man, you choking on the note. My ancestors the reason that this country even breathes. Picked the cotton, built the White House, planted the seed. Jim Crow laws, redlined the map, we was the target. You think that struggle's a costume, man, you can't mark it. We fought the wars, we bled the blood, we died for our future's chance. And you come here and give our legacy a side eye while throwing shade on the guard. While you benefit from doors we kick down with our last breath. Now you spit on the architects who stared down death. Disrespectful, that's disrespectful, ungrateful. A slap in the face, the only people who gave a fuck. So let me show your ungrateful ass to the right place.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our ground and we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect, just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect, just fly on.
Passport, the visa, the privilege to be here. Cause my grandma didn't march for y'all, so disappear from our land. You cosplaying our pain. Think it's a trend you can borrow, but you ain't inherit the ghosts of our sorrow. We the foundation, the bedrock, the soil, and the root. You not no branch on our tree, and unproductive people always cosplaying me.
Talking about we ain't do nothing, you lost your mind. We built this from nothing, time after time.
From the beginning to now, we been the backbone and muscle. Why you look down on the struggle and cause a whole tussle? That energy style was disgusting, it's whack. So let's make it clear, there's no turning back.
This land is paid for in full.
In blood, sweat, and tears, and dreams deferred.
You don't get to come into a house we built from the dirt and telling Black America y'all ain't worth nothing. That's a violation, facts.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
It's our soil on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
Show respect, this our ground, y'all just tenants on a leash.
Get the step.
Show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your business, I can just fly on.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your business, I can just fly on.
Yeah, fly little birdies.
Fly on back to where you came from.
This ain't for you. The cell is sacred.
We said what we said.
It's time
For y'all to go home. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far away from here. Bye bye little birds.
All viral.
Man, y'all make sure y'all share this video and make sure y'all subscribe to All Viral Access Media. You know the vibes.
They thought we forgot, but we
we never forget. This one's for the rules. We built this land from dust and tears, 400 years, and we still here. They write new rules, but they don't see every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds, they took the bloom. We lit the flame, they left the room. But we back now, no disguise. The spirits woke, we realize all we want is what we earn. That sweat and blood, yeah, that table turn. You can't buy culture, can't fake that fight. This is our day, this is our right. We FBAs. Say it loud, say it strong. We the heartbeat that's been here all along. Foundational Black Americans, stand tall. We ain't begging for nothing, we built that all. Born from pain and grace, you can see the truth written in our face. We the soul, the sound, to fight the flame. Foundational Black Americans, say our name. They love our rhythm, but they dodge our blues. Use our voice when it fits their news. They take our sound, but not our scars. We the backbone, we the stars. Now the veil is gone, the mask is clear. We see the game, we know it's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Rise up. We the ones that made this nation breathe. Our pain to the power, our roots are trees. We know worlds. It's rhythm and grace now, and now we're reclaiming our rightful place. Can't copy courage, can't steal pain. You can't inherit soul by changing names. Our story ain't done, it's the revival. We guard the gate, it's about survival. We FBA, say it proud, say it loud. The world dances on what we vow. Foundational Black Americans, still we stand, still we fight, still we demand. Every block, every song, we've been right here all along. The soul of a people strong and free. Foundational Black Americans. We the first, we the rule, we the fire. Still rising, still here. Foundational Black American. Mike Larry. Now this shit here, it's what see it is. We're not fighting your battles. We're not carrying your fear. We're not lending our history to people who erased us while we were here. Just cause you're born here, don't make you FBA. That makes you a citizen, learn the difference today. This is lineage, not a look you can wear. Not a costume you borrow when it benefits you there. You used our culture like an access card, backstage pass, a straight facade, but now the mirror's in your face. No disguise, and you're uncomfortable looking truth in the eyes. We didn't leave our land to beg for a chance. We stayed, we fought, we took every advance. That's the separation, that's the line you cross. We paid the price, you learned the cost. You waving your flag on our soil, but fighting not to go back home. Waving your flag on our soil, building comfort on a foundation you didn't own. We waving our flag, red, black, and gold. Stood our ground, never sold. You waving your flag on our soil, but scared to build what you claim you love. Our humor, our style, the way we move, the smoothness, the sound, the things we prove. Music we birth, language we shape, innovation forged under constant escape. Warrior spirit means stay and defend, not flee your land and rewrite the end. You call it success, but don't confuse the two. Ease came after what we went through. You abandoned your land and called it strategy. You wave that flag loud, but won't return to build your legacy. That contradiction tells the story for you. You waving your flag on our soil, we're fighting not to go back home. We waving ours where we were forged, every inch earned, every brick known. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We know who we are, and now we see who you are too. Just because y'all born here doesn't make you FBA at all. It makes you an American citizen. It's biologically impossible to be us because it's a lineage, not some damn costume you can just put on to look cool. You immigrants and immigrant Americans has used our culture as an access card, a backstage pass to our culture. Now y'all have to look in the mirror. Our sense of humor, the aesthetics, mannerisms, the style of dress, the smoothness, the creativity, our genres of music, innovativeness, our slang, our warrior spirit by staying on our homeland and fighting and not fleeing to somebody else's land to beg for a better life and shit on the very people who fought to have us there. That's who we are. And we know who the hell y'all are waving your flag on our soil and fighting to make sure y'all don't go back.
You can't leech off our culture anymore. Beat it!
Mike Larry, man, you did it again. We really making history. Let's go.
Do you like that? Do you like that?
Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it loud, don't walk it back. Do you like that?
Do you like that?
You grew up mimicking us, now y'all switch it up. Turn the carbon copy, y'all ain't black, what the fuck? It's funny y'all connecting to our culture like it's Wi-Fi. Surfing on our waves of our culture, no more agua. Stealing my culture for all these years. Look how time flies, all these colonizers in disguise. Hate y'all still, hate us outside. Study doctor, vampires, the blood of our guilt. They copy the flavor, sip the juice. Love the results, hate the truth. Who? Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound. How you like that? Do you like that? Democratic shields, talking points, the road they fill. Fish and chips, agent on the mic, judging FBAs, but ain't you half white? Talking like you one of us, we need a proof face. The agent type, the prune face. Like 50 and Jim, it's a cold game. Throwing stones, cause we built our own lane. I'm joking, kinda, but I mean, smile calm, pressure intact. Y'all proud where y'all from. Where they flag, beat they drum. But when it's us, tone switch fast. Same pride, but it's too much. FBA pride, lineage solid. You can't put this on, can't try it on. Built here, stayed and fought, that's the difference. That's the card. Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it clear, don't twist the facts. Do you like that? Yeah. Do you like that? Do you like that? Point made. No edit. No care.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this.
Greetings, Black family, greetings, and thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Shane Crowman, and we should be joined here shortly with our other host, Lady Che. She has the internet back on at her place, so she should definitely be on her way. And then We should be joined here shortly also with Shabaka Sankori, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. Also, I'm the co-executive producer and co-host of. Join us Wednesday for a special edition of Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. And on this season 6, episode 11, part 3 of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics. The first topic is Don Lemonade. Don Lemonade fights for the Me First. Don Lemon in Georgia, Ford arrested and charged with conspiracy and attempt to injure during church service. Republican candidate says Don Lemon is lucky he was not lynched for ransacking church. Ooh. FBAs aren't coming to the rescue against ICE. Hispanics ask where are Black people at now? We're on vacation. Sorry it took you, 7 years to get the memo? February 1st, Donald Trump, aka the dump as a human shit. And I want to make that perfectly clear. Cuts funding the sanctuary cities and states. Full breakdown. Then we got why Olivia Dean thanked immigrants and Shaboozey falsely claimed that immigrants built this country. Terrence Crawford goes off on Teofimo, Lopez for dissing Black people and being whooped. Then jailed Black man freed after detective hides key evidence. And last but certainly not least, we got our Unhoused neighbor news, our illegal migrant news, and our local Denver/Aurora news. So those are the topics, and we are based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado. We give the news from a frontline and Black first perspective. We are a part of the New Blacc Media and also signal boosters of the New Blacc Media. We have been around for 6 seasons now and counting, and we have several platforms that are a part of the Frontline campaign. Frontline Black News is the first one we started back in 2020, 2021. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced is based on the 50th anniversary of the founding of the original Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. Started on Blog Talk Radio back in 2016 and have been around for 11 seasons now. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced covers the Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. It is also part of the Frontline campaign and has recently, within the last 2 to 3 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. Please make sure you like to share the broadcast, family. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Frontline Black News, Frontline Black News 2, the backup channel. Make sure y'all sub up to that. My personal page, Jesse Parrish, aka H-Hand Kruma. That's the page where we stream all the city council and community events and whatever I feel like streaming for that day on my personal page. And then we got the RBA, the Revolutionary Agenda, Lady Chase channel. Make sure y'all sub up to that. Our cousin out the Bay Area, Jay Militant channel link is also in the description. It's Cracking TV with Jay Militant. My brother Kukizi out the Mile High usually does our intro track for the Frontline Black News. His link to his channel is in the description. Breeze Omega, our brother out of Virginia now by way of New York and in Strong Island, Hempstead. His link to his channel is also in the description. The Church of Black Power, brother out of Watts, California, who's now in Houston, Texas. His link is also in the description. And we got Black Truth United, our young brother who came up with the B1 Rolodex. This is a modern day green book for FBA and B1 businesses. And the links to submit a business and to the Rolodex are also in the description. Please sign the petition for reparations. The Change.org petition, that's also in the description. Require Paul Bird song, the fake ass, fake slob and fake Panther to cease representing the Black Panther Party. Sign the petition. And then we got support Lady Chase GoFundMe. That link is also in the description. And we got copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, education, scholarship, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism and white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything else you think you understand will only confuse you in all 9 areas of human activity, which is economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. And some say health and nutrition. And all 9 are 10 areas of human activity or people activity. And that was by Nelly Fuller Jr., who transitioned exactly a year ago, yesterday, at the age of 94, 95. He would have been 96 this year in October. ProduceJustice.com. And when you're a black person or captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court. Also by Mr. Nelly Fuller Jr., ProduceJustice.com. And last but certainly not least, we got racism, white supremacy is conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And that's by the great Dr. Francis Chris Wilson, who transitioned exactly 10 years ago to the month. At the age of 80, and shout out to Tariq Nasheed, our brother out of Los Angeles, California, our FBA brother out of Los Angeles, California, who paid for her funeral, along with several others. So those are the topics. Make sure you hit that like, subscribe button. All right, I see you in here, twin. Thanks for coming through. Appreciate you promoting the channel. Share that like and subscribe. And yes, this is a tether-free zone. And thank you for the mention of honorable. Much appreciated. Yeah, welcome to the Frontline Black News. All right, so I'm gonna hop right into it. So good, Professor Black Truth. Actually, yeah, Professor Black Truth's gonna give us an update on Don Lemonade fights for the Me First Amendment.
This is the moment of truth.
Former CNN anchor turned independent journalist Don Lemon appeared in federal court this afternoon to face charges related to a live streaming report he did at a protest during a church service in St. Paul, Minnesota. Here's what he told reporters afterwards.
Last night, the DOJ sent a team of federal agents to arrest me in the middle of the night for something that I've been doing for the last 30 years, and that is covering the news. The First Amendment of the Constitution protects that work for me and for countless of other journalists who do what I do. I stand with all of them, and I will not be silent. I look forward to my day in court.
A lot of morons on the white right have been saying, I'll bet Don Lemonade didn't expect this to happen. He. Hey, stupid. Not only was he expecting this, he was betting on it. This is not to say that Don Lemonade, of all people, is some sort of Machiavellian chess player. He's not. But it does mean that this is what he wanted. Don Lemon's looking for his second act. Actually, he's looking for a way to get back on TV, and he thinks this just might be his ticket. Now, whether or not he was a participant in that church protest or not is actually irrelevant. He was there for his own benefit regardless. Look at what he did as soon as the news broke, quote unquote. This was the thumbnail that he put on the video that he posted on his YouTube channel. He put these funny little captions on it, by the way. Big breaking news. Who the hell puts big breaking news on a legit news item, huh? And then he had the word breaking again on the exact same image because I guess he thought that people didn't see it the first time. And for good measure, he put the word breaking in the title. Somehow, I think that if it had been CNN or MSNBC who came up with a thumbnail for this story, they would have been a little more tactful than this. Not much for subtlety, that boy is. He's using this to make content, and he hopes to drive views. And I'm not saying that he shouldn't do that. That's the name of the game, especially for him. But what I'm saying is you need to understand that's what's going on here. Now, this next part is a little bit on the weeds, but some of the white media, especially on the white right, have been saying that Don Lemonade would never have tried that in a mosque. Now, that's stupid talking. Most of these mosques are run by foreigners. people who have every interest in making sure that immigration restrictions and background checks are relaxed as much as possible. After all, a large part of why ICE is in Minnesota to begin with is to try to round up as many Somalians as possible, and the Somalians are by and large Muslims. And the entire reason that people even went to that church that Don Lemonade was at is because the pastor there and some of the other people in his, I guess you call, hierarchy, they were working hand in hand with ICE. That's the reason why the protesters were there for this stunt. Now, can anyone see any mosque anywhere where there's going to be an imam running around trying to help ICE round up immigrants? So to say, well, Don Lemon, he would never try that at a mosque. Of course not, stupid. That's redundant. Obviously, he would never try that at a mosque because I can't think of any mosque who would ever be working with ICE. The real question, I think, though, is, would Don Lemon have ever tried that at a synagogue? It's a fair question because there's a lot of people in the white media right now who are giving commentary on this who happen to be Jewish. Jake Tapper is Jewish, and he's lauding Don Lemon, albeit modestly. But had Lemon gone to a synagogue with a rabbi who was working with ICE, do you think Jake Tapper would be saying this is a First Amendment threat? Of course not. Would people like Dana Bash, real name Dana Schwartz, be saying that? Would Barry Weiss and the rest of her crew over at the Ellison Broadcasting Station, CBS, be saying that? Maybe even Rachel Maddow, for all we know? Israel has killed God knows how many journalists, not arrested, but killed those journalists. Has Don Lemonade, the fearless independent journalist, ever gone to an Israeli embassy and confronted them? Or has he ever gone to any of these synagogues to confront them? How about gotten in the faces of these big Zionist donors? Then again, they're also the same ones who bankroll a lot of these media companies. Now, since Don Lemonade is an alleged black journalist, this provided one of the professional do-nothing organizations, the so-called National Association of Black Journalists, to get themselves some face time.
You're talking about somebody who is the VP of the Minneapolis chapter of the National Association of Black Journalists. She also was released here this evening in which she said documenting what is happening in our communities is not a crime. I think we also have sound from her daughter.
She is not a protester. She is not an activist. She is a mom working to provide for her children through the only way she knows how. Documenting and sharing stories of the community and truth of what's happening here every day in our state.
Whenever we hear about the National Association of Black Journalists, they're usually protesting about immigration or about voting rights, which means opening up the ballot to allow illegals to vote, or on LGBT issues, abortion, etc. The National Association of Black Journalists cares about every issue except for Black people. This is the reason why nobody takes these clowns seriously, nor should they. These guys are just basically some social club, usually trying to be based out of DC, because all of them are out there prostituting themselves for a job working for some national white media organ. That's what they're really there about. Self-interested. And because this fiasco is always about Negroes who depend on white power for their daily bread, you know we had to see the most worthless organization on earth with the most worthless membership on earth, the NAACP, make an appearance. And of course, they gotta pretend as if they speak for us.
And Georgia had the courage to record it. And now she's arrested. Where is our constitutional rights? We are under attack, and you all better wake up before it's too late to wake up. It's not a joke. It's not a drill. When journalists are getting arrested, you all better be afraid.
And yes, I was also wondering how big this woman's mouth is, too. Like a shark. Well, that's the NAACP for you. Every time you sit down, they start acting up. This is the same NAACP, by the way, who openly attacked reparations in San Francisco. And you haven't seen any branch of the NAACP campaigning for that, or telling those guys in San Francisco to sit down and shut up. They weren't doing that at all. That's how you know this is a policy that the NAACP is endorsing, attacking reparations. So they're not screaming and yelling and showing their tonsils to the world for reparations, or for an anti-Black hate crime law, or for legislation to stop the medical genocide that Black Americans are subjected to. But when it comes to protecting illegal aliens, all of a sudden here they come with the cape on. This is the official bootlick brigade for the white media. This is about nothing but clout chasing for all of them, which means it's actually about nothing. So they're doing all of this extra for illegal aliens. You had journalists getting arrested and assaulted by police during the BLM protest. Where was the NABJ then? They're talking as if we have some sort of stake in this when we don't. This is how you know we're dealing with some tethers here. This is starting to smell like the last stand of the tethers. They have to try to find a way to still push the lie that they speak for us, and that they're going to tell everybody what it is that we care about. And if they can't find a way, then they'll just make one up. When has this professional do-nothing organization ever gotten this uptight for Black people? I'll wait. When has the white media ever given these clowns a platform like this will probably be a more appropriate question. They know the game and they love to play it. But Don Lemonade, he's a Black man, allegedly. Has he ever gone to the home or to the office of a member of Congress and gotten in their face and demanded to know why they refuse to support anything like an anti-Black lynching law? Or has he ever cornered a congressperson on Capitol Hill and done some ambush journalism on behalf of Black people? When has he ever done anything like this where Black people are concerned? And this is how you know, no matter what the white media may be saying, whether it's the white left or the white right, it's all controlled opposition. It's still the same game of two sock puppets who are on the hands of the same master. That's how it works. White supremacy believes in taking both sides of the conversation. Thank you, Neely Fuller. Because you see, white supremacy has never been about anti-immigrant anything. It is always about one thing and one thing only: anti-Black racism. Full stop. If you're not discussing that, then you're just wasting time. If you're not fighting anti-Black racism, if you're not putting the politicians, the business people, and the clergy on the hot seat about that, then you're just wasting time. You're not going to be hearing much about this case because the white media, including the white left, doesn't want to talk about Don Lemon anyway. They're only pretending to because, as far as they're concerned, it's trending for the moment. They're not going to be giving this one the day-by-day, play-by-play coverage. They're not going to treat this like Michael Jackson or any other Black person who they were using as a high-profile scapegoat. Don Lemon is not some champion of the First Amendment. He's just another white media shill trying to promote himself within that same white media sphere. Just like Mark Lamont Schill, during the height of the BLM protests, he chose to go to the UN and give a statement for the Palestinians, as if Black Americans aren't being killed with impunity while the world just watches. See, these Black bootlicks, they know the rules of the game. You have to give token criticism where harming Black people is concerned, but if you expect the white media to put you on, you better show that you care about literally anything else more than you do Black people. You can care about immigrants, LGBT issues, abortion, sexual harassment, saving the whales, just so long as you solidly establish that you care about some other issue a hell of a lot more than you do anything dealing with Black people. And you do that, and the white media will let you stay on the cable TV circuit. Maybe. Don Lemon's attempting to lend the good offices, the impeccable moral heft of the foundational Black American struggle to illegal aliens. And everyone sees it. He'll be used as a mascot for a hot minute. They don't have the likes of John Lewis to put on the cape for him anymore, so this is the best they can do. The First Amendment, however, is not sacred in this country, certainly not to us. We've had all of our rights trampled on from day one, and we continue to see that none of the Constitution ever applies where we're concerned. When we bring a suit against someone, we're always told that we just don't have any grounds. Whenever someone brings a suit against us, no matter how flimsy or blatantly false it is, we're told that it's valid. The survivors of the Tulsa Race Massacre were told that they didn't have a case because too much time had passed. Now, as we all know, there's no statute of limitations on murder, and the damage done was undeniable. But as far as these white authorities are concerned, the Constitution cannot be allowed to apply to us because that's what the struggle has been from day one. From the 13th Amendment forward, we've been trying to force the Constitution to apply to us and to do so consistently. That has been the struggle. Complaining about how your constitutional rights have been infringed upon, that's a luxury that white people have, but we don't. And that's why silly Negroes who say we, when talking about this incident, are just stupid as hell. We don't control this nation's policies, and we damn sure don't benefit from them. So there's no we here, not when it comes to talking about this country and what it does. And I consider it to be particularly amusing when you got these brain-dead morons saying, well, this case matters because we have to decide what kind of country we want to be. Well, I don't know how to break it to them, but this country already decided that a long time ago. The only people who refuse to face those facts are those who either know it and wish that they didn't, or the ones who wish that you don't know it. But either way, they're ignorant or malignant. You can decide which. Don Lemon's case is no more relevant to Black people than another Black man who loves to lay up with white folks, Byron Allen. Remember that clown? You had A-dunts, those dummies who were signal boosting his nuisance suit against Comcast or AT&T or whichever white media company he was suing that week because they refused to broadcast his stuff. We were told by those guys that our freedom as Black people hung in the balance on his lawsuit. Why, if he didn't win his case, then it was back to the cotton fields for us. Well, that case ended the same way that all of Byron Allen's suits end, with a settlement that has some white corporation making some sort of deal with him where he benefits, but we didn't get anything from that, and we weren't going to. The only reason you see some white people in the white media trembling over Don Lemonade's current travails is because he is, or was, part of their profession, which is mass media mind control. And they just want to make sure that if the orange man is going to start locking up people calling themselves journalists, they want to make certain that it stops at Don Lemon and that other light-skinned woman who also got charged. They're fine with people getting locked up just long as that ain't them. They don't want that to become habit-forming. Those white folks at CNN and MSNBC and elsewhere, they know that had he been white, this wouldn't have happened, and they want to keep it that way. Now, CNN and others, they like to say that Don Lemon is our colleague. Yeah, former colleague, they say. And on top of that, all of the agenda-setting white media make sure to mention, oh, by the way, he got fired from CNN. They throw that in there regardless, to the point that you almost think that's what this is about. It just goes to show, as far as these guys are concerned, this is not about protecting Don Lemonade. It's about protecting themselves. And even while they're pretending to be sticking up for him, pretending as if they're just so concerned about this, they also make sure to throw some dirt on him. Oh, by the way, you guys know he got himself canned for making sexist remarks, right? So, I mean, he's not really one of us. But the thing is, he kind of sort of worked at our place for a little while. And, we're just doing this based on principle, not really based on him. I really can't get too worked up about it at all, not even to get angry about it, because it was obvious from the start that Don Lemon was hoping for this. I told you about this. He wanted this stunt to force him into the news cycle, and Trump's done exactly that. The chances of Lemonade actually being convicted are about the same as Letitia James at this point. Trump's DOJ has always been the gang who can't shoot straight. But the point of this morning's briefing is to remind you, don't buy into the hype. These are games played by people who have nothing to do with us, and far as I'm concerned, they're welcome to it. Don Lemon has always been self-interested, and when this case predictably falls apart, he'll try to position himself as some champion of the First Amendment. And in a perverted kind of way, Don Lemon is exactly what the white media and the white political class think the First Amendment is about. Freedom of speech, meaning free to make speeches, preferably for a fee, which is also what they mean when they say free speech isn't free. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Suleiman Alaji, Miss Ridgway, Walter Wilborn, Morris Bodden, and Elisa Boutte. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
That's right, Professor. That's right. All right, greetings, Shabaka, from the Mile High Income and Illegal Migrant Flooded City.
Okay, greetings from Sand City. We're trying to get hooked up here. Everybody's out here with Come On 7-Eleven and all that.
Yeah. Okay, Shabaka. Well, I just finished with the first topic, and that was about Don Lemonade. Okay. And basically how we not coming to his rescue, and he pretty much hold his own nuts because he's sitting up here trying to clout chase.
Yep.
The legal immigration of all things.
And we're not dealing with that. They got to go hold their own balls.
Right. So Don Lemonade is facing up to a year in prison.
Mm-hmm. You'll love it.
What he did, he said he was just a broadcaster and a journalist, which he was for a number of years on CNN. Then he got the boot after giving Rami Salami that work. And then the white woman, he told her she was too old to run for office.
How old was the broad, man?
50. He said she was past her prime.
Yeah, well, he fucked up on that one royally, man. So that's on him.
That's the one that got on the can.
Yeah.
16 years with CNN, Caucasian Nazi Network. It's about the Cartoon News Network.
Right.
He went on the road now. He's trying to pretend like he's an activist for illegal immigration.
Damn. Not saying a damn thing for his people like you and I did.
Exactly, Shabaka. So that's why we're not coming to his rescue at all. And he can hold his own NUTs.
You can't do it. You see, because see, this is, as you point out, this is new Blacc Media, and it's getting strong. It's getting strong.
Yes.
Yeah, you see. And so we just got to keep it up, man, because, you know, we on the runway. We'll get our lift off, you know?
Yeah, we getting that, Shaboozey.
I don't understand any of this because
it's fast approaching. All right, so more on Don Lemonade. Not only was he arrested, but George Fort was also.
Oh, really?
In conspiracy and attempt to injure during church service.
Them is felonies. Okay, I got to step off for 1 second to get more secure. Be right back. Okay.
Uncle Phil gonna give us an update on that.
Bonus. We don't take money from none of these people because they show off all the time. And I'm like, nope, I don't. Nope. We're going to just work with the people, and the people going to support us. And that's the way we're going to run this thing, right? People support. All right. Outside of that, let me go ahead and get started. I know your time is precious, and I don't want to take too much more of your time, right? All right. So let me start off with Don Lemon. Let me start off with him first. So I want y'all to look at the videos of what Don was doing, okay? And you be the judge if Don should have got some charges, right? Let's look at what Don actually was doing. All right. So let's go and get Don on the screen here. Let's just check what Don was actually doing.
Into Minneapolis a little bit ago, and did some reconnaissance on the ground, speaking to an organization there that's gearing up for resistance and protest. I've been pleasantly surprised to see the community coming together. Diverse community. If you see this, when we first pulled up, we're like, wait a minute, which operation are we at?
Now he said there's a diverse community. I want to make sure you point that out. Diverse, okay, but the rest aren't diverse.
And as it turns out, because we're like, well, this is kind of MAGA coded, right? So the American flag or whatever, but these are resistance protesters. They're planning an operation that we're going to follow them on. I can't tell you exactly what they're doing, but it's called Operation Pull Up. And it's Teofimo Armstrong, and she has been doing this since George Floyd.
Teofimo is one of the people that got charged too.
Dante Wright and others, where they surprise people, catch them off guard, and hold them to account. And so that's what we're doing here. And then after we do this operation, you'll see it live. And these operations are surprise operations. Again, can't tell you where.
How do you feel about this?
I don't necessarily agree with everything that's going on in the Twin Cities right now, but I don't think it's good to fight fire with fire. I think it's good to speak up. I think it's good to protest, but I think it's better to do it in a peaceful way.
You don't think this is peaceful?
It's trespassing. How would you feel if I went to your house and I started yelling?
I think these people would go inside of anybody's house.
This is a house of God. In a house, people don't yell at each other.
There's a lot of yelling in my house growing up. We still loved each other.
It doesn't necessarily mean yelling is the answer, right?
No, but I think it's the way you work things out is that you talk to each other, you disagree. I think maybe if the pastor would try to calm things down and say, let's all talk.
I think that's good to talk. I think protesting on the streets is fine, but I think there's a difference between that and then going into someone's property and then yelling.
Would you be okay with your pastor talking to them?
Yeah, I think conversations will be great. I think we need more communication. I don't necessarily agree with what's going on with the ICE raids and stuff, but I also don't think fire with fire is the answer.
What do you think of this?
I'm a harmless Christian here that wants to praise the Lord with my son, and now I got to go home. I'm sorry that you guys are so angry.
I'm just chronicling. I'm not with the group.
What do I have to say?
Can you understand why they're angry?
I don't understand any of this because I'm a simple man. I'm a simple man who loves the Lord and is a good father. This is what we look forward to, is coming, being with our family and praising Jesus. And that's not something that we have to run away from. So this is kind of a bad day for us. But, we're going to heaven. So that's the best news we got.
Do you understand that some of these folks feel voiceless?
I don't understand because right now I'm so upset right now. I don't really have I'm thirsty and I can't think very clearly. So what I want to do is just say, we love you. My son and I love you guys. And
I'm a journalist. They're activists.
The simplest thing we can say is that we love you guys.
What do you mean, you guys?
Well, whoever's here in this house.
Okay.
We don't distinguish between Christian and non-Christian. We love everyone. We want everyone to come to heaven.
Yeah.
That's the main thing. We want folks to go to heaven. And if we need to talk about these things, then this isn't the time for that, really.
But don't you think until we go to heaven, or if you believe in that there should be some sort of peace here on earth, and that people should have agency, and we shouldn't be beating people up off the street, and we should be abiding by the Constitution?
I think that's just a little bit loaded for me right now. What you're doing.
Why so?
Well, I don't want to interview right now. I don't want to interview. I just want to tell you guys I love you. I don't need to interview right now because I want to be with my son. It's Sunday. It's time for rest and for renewal. I would like to answer your question. I just can't right now.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
All right. So, well, I those videos with Don Lemon, okay? Don Lemon didn't do anything that I would say, oh, man, Don Lemon was in there just really, okay. The only thing I would say Don Lemon maybe shouldn't have did was to go inside that particular church, especially during a service. He was saying, well, I was just doing journalism. I was covering it, right? But it just was not a good look. If anything, like what he did outside the church, like if the protesters go in there, that's them. But let the people come out and you interview on what's going on. If they want to record cell phone cam, let them do it. But don't you go in there and do it. Some things you got to be careful with. All right, cool. So Don got charged. Fine. Not fine he got charged, but he got charged. There's a lot of black people saying, well, why was he up there in the middle of them anyway? There's a lot of black people saying, you know, we already know what's going on with those protests up there. We stand in the house. We're not involved with it. You know, if he want to make commentary, he can do it from his home or whatever. He don't have to be in the middle of it like anybody else is making commentary. The local news is showing footage. People are posting things on, TikTok, wherever else they posted footage. And he could, look at it and analyze it. He can talk to experts. He can do all kinds of things. That way he's not actually physically involved. Because how many times have we talked about this? Is that when you go out in certain environments, especially when you don't have the backing and protection of black people, you're on your own. And that's how they easily attack you, because you're on your own. I know that fine line, and I'm just doing my job, but sometimes you got to think, is doing my job worth the problem? Now, Don got money. I mean, he got money to fight, and because he got cashed out pretty good when he got fired from CNN. He got cashed out. They had to pay him his whole contract, and his contract was nice. So he got a bag when he left. But still, y'all have to think. You don't want to be too many places where the black community is not in mass numbers to support you. That's just a protection mechanism. I see some people calling certain ones sellouts and all that. I'm not even getting into that conversation. Only conversation I'm getting into is when you don't have the backing of the community and you don't have us in mass numbers, look what happens. You know, this administration is looking for any little thing to put target on black people back. You know this, and you don't move accordingly. You think the rest of the community is in the house just because? No, we know that's the play. We know it. We know that's all they think of is anti-black racism, and you gave them a lane. Now, the first time they wanted to charge them, the federal judge said, no, I'm not going to do that. But then they went and found a judge, or whatever, grand jury that would do it. Now, you know the thing in America, they say you can indict a ham sandwich. You know that. Now, the second person, Miss Georgia Fort, she's a journalist as well. I didn't know she was up there in Minneapolis. Didn't know that. But she's up there, and she had got charged, and she recorded when the feds showed up at her house, right? Let's go ahead and play what she had to say, because we're going to get into this conversation tonight. Hold on. Let me go to Miss Georgia here.
You guys, I wanted to alert the public that agents are at my door right now. They're saying that they were able to go before a grand jury sometime, I guess, in the last 24 hours, and that they have a warrant for my arrest. I've talked to my attorney, and I'm being advised to go with them, I guess, down to Whipple. And my children are here. They're impacted by this. This is all stemming from the fact that I filmed a protest as a member of the media we are supposed to have our constitutional right of the freedom to film, to be a member of the press. I don't feel like I have my First Amendment right as a member of the press, because now federal agents are at my door arresting me for filming the church protest a few weeks ago. Again, I don't have a long time here, you guys, but I wanted you to know, for me, agents are at my door right now. My attorney has spoken with them. I did send a relative outside to talk to them. They're showing some type of documentation, apparently, that they got an indictment from a grand jury. I knew that I was on a defendant's list. I did not publish it because it was under seal. And so we've done everything that we can to try and abide by, the advice of our attorneys. But right now, you guys, I wanted you to know I'm going to have to hop off here and surrender to agents as a member of the press. I filmed the church protest a few weeks ago, and now I'm being arrested for that. It's hard to understand how we have a constitution, constitutional rights, when you can just be arrested for being a member of the press. We've seen all these violations. All right, you guys, I gotta go. They're knocking.
Yep, she's coming right now.
Give me 1 second. All right, guys.
You want
to? This is video independent Minneapolis journalist Georgia Fort streamed on her YouTube channel earlier this month as protesters entered City's church in St. Paul. The protesters said they did it because one of the church's pastors, David Easterwood, is also the field director of the local ICE office. But Fort said she was not participating in the protest, but rather covering it as a journalist. Regardless, she and national journalist Don Lemon face the same charges as the 3 protesters arrested last week and 2 additional protesters arrested today. The Department of Justice accusing them of conspiring to interfere with the free exercise of religion.
Agents are at my door right now. They're saying that they were able to go before a grand jury.
A grand jury indicted the 4 new defendants after a federal magistrate and federal judge refused to sign a criminal complaint for them last week, citing a lack of probable cause that they committed a crime. The arrest of the journalists sparked protests in Minneapolis throughout the day.
Journalism is under attack.
And after their initial court appearance, the judge ordered all the defendants to be released while their case is pending.
Amplifying the truth, documenting what is happening in our community is not a crime. And the questions that were asked a few weeks ago on a Sunday morning by concerned community members, those questions still need to be answered. And as a journalist, I am committed to continuing to follow the story until their questions are answered.
All right, so that's Miss Georgia Fort, that's going through that as well. But let me say this: if Miss Georgia hears this, or even Don Lemon, himself, if he may hear this, hello Don, what's up, bro? Look, check this out. Y'all have to understand, you're not dealing with a regular administration, okay? He has Stephen Miller and a bunch of other people around him that's worse than he is. Because Stephen Miller is way, way off the chain. Trump is actually not as bad as Stephen Miller is. Beyond which, Stephen Miller is the main one. He's the super villain out the whole story. People put Trump name on there because he's the president, but no, it's Stephen Miller. And that guy, he would say he would love the country to be 100 million just white people. That's his mindset. That's what he wants. But that's not going to happen. But anything they can do to target black people, they're going to do it. That's why people say it in our community, stay out of that. Stay out the way. This is not our fight. I understand journalism. Listen, I do a form of journalism. And I can talk about what's going on in Minnesota all day long right here from Houston. I don't have to go up there in the middle of that mess. I don't have to do a thing at all. Now, Don, you got a little bread. If you want to get the story, the smart way to do it, I'm just giving you some pointers, Don. The smart way to do it is to hire a white journalist, because they're not going to go at him or her like they would go at you. That when you got money, you can do things like that. So if you really want that story, Don, pay a white journalist to do it. I guarantee you, Don, if they had went in there, the white one, they wouldn't even be paying attention. But now, since it's you, oh yes, they coming with some charges. You remember they had a protest not too long ago, I think in Philadelphia, and some black women came out for that protest. I think it was during the No Kings protest, and immediately they went after those black women. All them white folks doing what they doing, but they went immediately to the black women. And when we all saw this, say, oh, that's the play. They want us to come out there, and the moment we do come out there, they're trying to put charges on us. So it even further say, stay out the mess. A lot of black people say this is not our fight. Why? Because why are we going to protest ICE for? Well, like, we're not going to protest and defend criminality. It's criminality if you in this country or any country pass your visa time. You made an agreement when you sign that visa to say, okay, I'm cool with coming to the country for 90 days, 180 days, whatever many days it is. And you said that by the end of this, I'm going to go back to my home country. When you stay in this country and don't go back to your home country, now you're breaking the law. Because a lot of people came in legally. Not everybody came in illegally, but they overstayed their visa, and that's why they're still here. So you're breaking a law by staying here. So what fight do we have with that? We as Black Americans can't relate to no visas. Now, of course, we all have traveled, or at least, those who have traveled internationally when you needed a visa. And you sign up, you put all your name down, wherever. They find out how long you're going to be here. You tell them, hey, I'm going to be here from this time to this time. Some countries want to know where you're staying, what hotel you're staying at, and they want to know your flight information. They want to know the flight number. They want to check all that to make sure you're leaving to even get a visa in certain countries. Why? Because you need to go back. That's bottom line. You can't. Now, if you want to stay, then you go through the process to stay. Okay? So what do we have as Black Americans with that issue? We have nothing to do with that issue. So when people say it's not our fight, that's an easy way to talk about it. But if you really get technical, what are we fighting for? Defending visa overstays? What are we fighting for? People that just came across the border and said they had an asylum claim and they really didn't? Like, is that what we're fighting for? What are we actually fighting for? Well, ICE tactics are brutal and this and that and the third, and the tactics of the local police department been brutal. The tactics of the county sheriff has been brutal. The tactics of the state police have been brutal on us as Black Americans. Where y'all at on that? That's more of an issue for us. But what we supposed, like, we cannot go fight about visa overstays and people that crossed over into our country said they needed asylum, but they really don't need asylum. We can't fight for people that have a deportation order and fight the federal government because we want them to stay in this country, breaking a law that we can't get away with breaking the law. They put the weight of the law on Black Americans. So that's why I'm saying, like, all you other groups too, why don't you come out there to protest what? See, that's why y'all protests don't go nowhere. You're protesting the wrong thing. There's no moral, what's the word I'm looking for? There's no moral grounding in what you're doing. Well, yeah, it's bad what ICE is doing. They deporting people. Some of the tactics they're using is not right. I agree. But the grounding of any kind of protest that makes it sustained is you defending against, are you fighting against injustice? George Floyd, the evidence was this man's life was taken and it didn't have to be. This man's constitutional rights were literally taken away from him, his human rights on film. That's why people came out and say, oh, hell no. Now they said, well, they killed some protesters or whatever the case may be. And they're protesting for people to stay in the country. They overstayed their visa. They're protesting for people to stay in the country that came over once again and said they had an asylum claim, and they really didn't. They didn't need asylum because that was a way to game the system to get access into the United States of America. Because once you cross the border and Border Patrol process you, they release you, and then you go into the interior of the United States and you never show up to court. And yes, you got a deportation order after that, but you stayed doing whatever you're doing. So how are we supposed to be protesting that? On top of dealing with the racism that we're going to encounter when we get there. It doesn't make sense for us to get involved. When black people say something, listen, y'all, listen. Just listen. There's many issues in the black community that everybody can be covering. And once again, if that stuff in Minnesota, you want to do it, listen, because Don moving like he's still on CNN, but see, CNN wouldn't let Don go in that church. I promise that much. See, that's the difference. When you're independent, you're just doing things on your own. When you're with the corporation, they're like, oh, whoa, 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 whoa. How many times have you seen a mainstream media camera crew just storm a church during a church service? You've never seen that. You've seen them outside of church making news reports. You've seen them interviewing people when they come out of places, but they never storm. You can't even go storm a restaurant like talking about. But religious institutions are protected, period. It don't matter if the guy that was the pastor is the head of ICE. You catch him outside. Once he come out and he get in the area of what you call a public area, because the whole area of where that church is at is considered private property, except on the sidewalks and stuff like that, right? Because you were technically trespassing. On top of that, I mean, you gotta think. But my thing is, if you're gonna go to jail for fighting for us. That's the only thing I'm saying. Now, if I'm wrong, y'all tell me I'm wrong. But I don't think they shouldn't be going to jail. Well, one day they didn't, like I said, going into the church thing, they shouldn't have did that. I would say that. But they all can report on it, but you don't have to be in the midst of it.
Right.
That's all. And once again, Don should know better than anybody. He say he been a journalist for 30 years. He should know better than that.
Better.
But I think Don's mindset was, I'm about to get a scoop that nobody else got. So let me go on and go in here with him, get this scoop, interview people, or whatever. Don wasn't leading anything. Don wasn't part of we all know this. But I just believe Don thought, I'm gonna go in and get a scoop over everybody. And hey, man, they're gonna be saying, hey, man, look what Don Lemon's doing. So, but y'all have to understand, this administration is not like even Trump first term. Yes, like y'all didn't realize what this man was saying before he got in, that he wanted revenge and he wanted his get back on a whole lot of people. I know you. I mean, I told y'all that man, he's gonna do that, and as soon as he got in office, he started doing it. Why y'all think that man is like he ain't playing when he say a lot of things? Clearly, you're gonna have to stay in the house, or at least avoid some of those issues. Let them folks fight them battles. If them folks want to go out there and they want to fight for people to stay over their visas, and they want to fight for people that came over and said they need asylum but really didn't, if they want to fight for that, let them do it.
Yeah.
This is why black people say this is not our issue. This is not our fight.
Exactly. We got too much other shit to do on our
So you say he got a scoop. All right, he's in the handcuffs to match. Yeah. That's kind of what I think a lot of his thing is he wanted a scoop, and he wanted a story nobody else have. And that's fine doing that, but you got to understand the parameters, especially when they on your bumper. If you're on their bumper, then you got to definitely move accordingly.
Right.
And Don should have some sort of lawyer he could talk to. And I'm not talking about the lawyer he got now for his case, but like say, hey, just refresh me on, certain laws. Like, can I go in these buildings? If he would even ask the lawyer before that, you know what I'm saying? And he wouldn't have went in, he'd have been fine. He said, look, I'll just get people when they come out.
pretty much.
So we'll see what happens with Don. Somebody said something in here. You say you minding your business, huh? Yeah, I get it. But let me address something real quick before I get back to what I was saying. So somebody was saying, a few people were saying here, oh man, why my wrench? I don't have my wrench anymore. Well, you don't really need a wrench in a members only chat. You don't need it because the people that's not here is not trolling. So what is the need? There's no need for it. That's how I look at it. It's just no need. And another thing is it's just not a need. I'm gonna leave it at that. It's just not a need. Y'all got, when y'all chatting in there, trust me, that's the only reason we do it, is because that's the people that's actually going to contribute. They're not going to troll. And I'm not saying people that's going to troll that maybe not doing the membership. I'm not saying that, but it still leaves it too open to trolling. And we're just not for the trolling. That's it.
Exactly.
Now, get back to Don and them. So for y'all, got the other two people on there was two black men journalists that got arrested as well and got charged as well.
Right.
But when Black America say stay in the house, when Black America say this is not our fight, this is not our issue, stay out of it, that's what we mean. Stay out of it.
Exactly.
Leave it alone. What do you get out of that?
Nothing.
You're not going to get anything out of it.
Over there on Boucher Street.
That you can't do at your crib?
I was just in that motherfucker long enough to get
like what you can do all the reporting you want from your crib. If you want to go out there, you can. But there's in certain ways, I wouldn't go out there in the middle of ice right now. They'd be like, "Oh, Negro, let's get him."
Right.
That's how they are. It don't matter.
Salute, kid.
That's why we created
what up?
A resurrection of the mental dead.
Going in on Dawn Lemonade and these other shills that got rounded up.
Yeah, they only went down.
Yeah,
they went down there on Boucher Street, man. Got booked, man, and then get processed out. Take about 20.
Hey, man, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about I don't know how I feel about Don Lemonade in that situation. Like when on one hand I'm like, hey, that's what you get, you stupid idiot. And then on the next hand, I'm like, wait a minute, man. How come he the only one they jammed up?
Right. They jammed up a couple of them with him.
Yeah, 3 others that got jammed up, another brother.
And that tells me that was local news reporters in LA, because you got the news reporters at the national level.
This is a Minneapolis.
He wanted that to happen. He wanted that to happen so he could get some kind of credibility and think he like, oh look, I'm from the streets now. I'm thugged out.
Yeah, motherfuckers out there, floss.
Yeah, he got ran off the block in Ferguson.
Yeah,
that's good because remember he said all that negative stuff about black people.
Yeah. And then y'all
talking about
the lady
they need to stop
him he was a coon. You remember that?
Stop all that littering.
He said in the background, "You're a coon, Don. You're a coon." So Don had her up there the next day, and she called his ass a coon again.
Yeah, remember he couldn't smell the injustice; he just smelled the weed.
Exactly.
Right. And all these black people in my neighborhood in Harlem, they need to stop throwing trash on the ground and pulling up their pants. That's what
shit is that?
Man. You got on TV to say that?
That's that resurrection of the mental dead.
Yeah. That's a motherfucker who's in need of resurrection of the mental dead.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Big time.
I'm on mute. All right. I'm going to go on mute.
All right. Okay.
You're a reporter, they're going to do that to you. So why even go out there? It doesn't make sense. Oh, we got to report the news. We the press. We got freedom. Well, clearly, this administration don't respect the Constitution. Clearly.
They don't even know.
They're showing that out every day. So once again, you got to move accordingly.
Yep. And once again, they shut down the goddamn.
You got people like Letitia James, like, she's like, I'm going to fight him and this and that and the third. it's like, okay, if you got a bag, you shouldn't even be here. You shouldn't even be in America dealing with that. You should like, man, I'm out. If I come back, I'll come back after he get out of office, but I ain't gonna be here. Some of the stuff y'all don't even have to deal with y'all with money. The thing is, Don lives in New York.
Right.
He lives in New York. So he flew away from New York over to Minnesota for that. And then Don was over there covering the Grammys, right? He was covering the Grammys. And that's after all that, that's when they went and picked him up in L.A.
Pretty much.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
Damn, I hate to see
Don
him on
Lemon
the
was
LA
hard-headed.
County yard.
There's a lot. Well, hard-headed people learn the hard way. Just keeping it 100 with you. Hard-headed people always going to learn the hard way. When black people tell you don't do something, don't do it. When we tell you to do something, you do it. Don't be, as some people saying, the crash test dummy. Don't be that.
Right.
Don't be made an example out of. Don't do that. Let them white folk go cover those protests. Let them do it.
Right.
Let them go cover it storming in the church. Let them do it. It just don't make sense to me. All the issues we got in the black community that we could be talking about and covering. Now I get it. Georgia stays over there. So I guess it's something that's in her city or whatever. I get it. But Don way in New York. What is he even doing out there?
Damn.
No, Don was not a convict. He was just charged. You know what I'm saying? But all of them that was charged, all of them got to leave with no bond. They all were released. So clearly, what they charged with wasn't that bad. If you got released, nobody got held.
No, that's
not to say that those charges are light, because anything fed, you don't want that problem. But see, sometimes it's not even about getting the conviction. Sometimes it's dragging you through the mud so you can waste a lot of your money. Because you remember your girl Kamala Harris talked about that. She said she would charge people and go and put them through the ringer for about a good 6 months, and then she said she'll drop the case. She said she would do that when she was in California. That is a strategy they do to just drain you of your resources.
They do that all over the country.
You're gonna spend a lot of money trying to fight any kind of criminal case.
Pretty much.
Pretty much all the cases. Most cases
where it's
is
gonna
like
spend with lawyers and all of that. Because I heard that criminal cases in the feds start off at $1 million. You know what I'm saying? Well, Don got it. But I don't know if Georgia got it like that. Don't know. Or the other two gentlemen, I don't know. I don't know nobody's finances. But clearly, they knew that they couldn't get an indictment from the judge, so they went around them. They tried that mess with Letitia James, and her stuff got thrown. Her and James Comey stuff got thrown out. It's like I say, it's not that they're not going to try.
His is getting thrown out too.
Oh Lord, did you just say put Don Lemon in the cell with Diddy? Oh God, why you want to put Don in the cell with Diddy? Why? What is that supposed to do? Was Don supposed to do interviews with him in jail? Like what are y'all implying about putting Don in the same cell with P. Diddy?
Is that gonna get us reparations to put them two together?
Hold on, what you say? Oh, you say Don doing too much? You say he probably still angry from finding Willis. Of course he listen, he trying to circle back and get her too. And Alvin Bragg, he gonna try to get him too. This dude's on a revenge tour. Like it's like, I mean, you see it. He's messing with everybody. Global leaders. He's messing with everybody. Why people don't get that? Stay in your house.
Right.
Or suffer the consequences. That's really what it is. Stay out of them people business. It's so much y'all can cover all over America that has to do with us. It's a lot you can cover. It's a lot of stories that's not being covered. Cover those. If you especially you got resources to. Cover them. We would cover more things if we had the resources. You know, as they come in and we're doing different things. But yeah, I would like to do that too, but I wouldn't want to be out there. I'd rather hire somebody to do that. I don't want to do that. let you get the story out there. Seeing you and the camera person, y'all get the story. Shoot, just bring it back. That's what the Don should have. You know, that's what he should be doing anyway. He shouldn't be out there in the field. Why y'all keep talking about Don, Lemon, and Diddy? Why y'all keep saying about? What did you say? Don would be very happy to be in a cell with Diddy. Now, why would Don be happy? Don don't want to be in no jail cell. I don't think nobody in there right mind. Diddy don't even want to be there. Diddy want to go home. And Diddy's black. He don't like black dudes. You know, I mean, shoot, Diddy gonna be coming home not too long. You know, I know he's not gonna be there his whole term. I already know that. You say this what happens when you're not in tune with the grassroots and a new black renaissance. Well, yeah, it's called just not reading the room. That's all. If a lot of the Democrat shields are reading the room, then clearly he knows a lot of Democrat shields. He knows a lot of them. And if they are not getting involved, you don't see the NAACP in mass numbers getting involved in Minnesota. You don't see the Urban League. You don't see the National Action Network with Al Sharpton in the middle of that mess. If you don't see them in the middle, then why would the rest of us show up? That's the people that love to be in front of the camera and be talking about issues. Think about it. The Urban League, the NAACP in large numbers, and Al Sharpton's National Action Network are nowhere to be found around that. Why? Because there's no angle to defend it. There's no angle. LGB ain't on it either. You should be out here. I'm not going to be out here defending overstay visas and gaming the system with asylum claims. Then when you get over here, some of you, not all, you're anti-black racist. You're sitting up here plotting to get black Americans out of jobs so you can bring in your cousin, your uncle, and anybody else that come in. Why would we say something to ICE at that point when people are like that? I'm just saying, it's not like a lot of you came and it was just our friends. A lot of you looked at us as the enemy and competition. So if ICE is clearing the board, well, black men, definitely a lot of black men can get jobs. Black men, and women too, but black men definitely need jobs. But black men have more responsibility to take care of the family. And when ICE get a lot of these other men out, these are jobs that's open for black men to go get, and a lot of black men are getting these jobs. There are black men that have made videos thanking Trump because it opened up a job for them. Because them immigrant men ran off the site. So say we can get caught by ICE. Because I definitely remember, definitely in Port Arthur, when the only people you had to deal with was white people. That's it. Just black and white. Then later down the line, that's when everybody and their mama start coming to this country. And then the immigrants replaced, the black Americans and even a lot of white Americans. Why? Not because they were better, because the corporations could pay them, least money. And at the same time, I hate to say I understand it, but I actually do. Payroll is your biggest bill that you have outside of what you do with your taxes. Payroll. So you want jobs done, but you don't want to be broke on payroll. So you gonna want the payroll numbers to drop, and how they drop multiple ways. They get immigrants to come in, do the jobs for less money. That saves money on payroll, and they let you go. Another way they clear payroll is laying people off. You heard Amazon laid off 16,000 people. That's clearing payroll. Your accountants may say, hey, we need to cut payroll by 15% because of what's happening with sales, and you can't get in the red. So they're going this. And I've been part of that before. I've been let go because a payroll cut. So it's payroll. That's why they became so rich with slavery. You want to go back to slavery? We worked for free.
They cut out overtime too.
That's why they became so rich. I can become rich, extremely wealthy, if everybody you see work with me here and people you don't see work with me for free. Oh man, that's a lot of money. I don't have to pay no payroll or nothing. I can invest it back in the business and be mega rich.
Ain't no way in hell nobody working for
very
free.
Easily.
Get that shit out your mind.
That's how they got rich in the first place. Free labor. So these people.
That's what they want you to do at the rally.
Labor.
Yeah.
So the most cheapest way or cost-effective way for payroll, they're going to do it. That's why they're going to employ AI into more things. Why?
Exactly.
AI cuts payroll.
And
I'm
then
just telling y'all 100 about business.
AI.
AI is cutting payroll. They don't have to pay benefits.
Mm-hmm.
When you have an employee, you know, like the money that come out your check, you see how many federal income taxes you're paying.
Right.
Well, you're only paying half of your taxes. Your employer is paying the other half of your taxes, if you didn't know that. So if he cuts you, he don't have to pay that big insurance premium.
Right.
He don't have to pay your taxes.
Right.
It's a lot of things he don't have to pay when they replace you with artificial intelligence. I'm telling you, that's why they do it. That's why all these people are getting replaced. It's to cut payroll. You may say, that's not right. How they look at it, I want to make money and I don't want my business to go under. And payroll can take your business under if you do it wrong. You say slavery $1 billion a year. Yeah, let's say if it was $1 billion in that time. Would you imagine? Yeah, let's say collectively. That's why this country became so rich. And never let people forget that this country became rich through slavery, free labor. That's it. The slaves built their own homes. That's you know what I'm saying? The slaves built their own homes. They gave them material and say, hey, build your own slave quarters. They gave them clothes. You know, it wasn't the best clothes. They gave them clothes. And they stayed right there on the plantation to serve them 24/7. Yeah, that's why they became rich. And these people who have the same attitude back then has the same attitude today. This is why they want to target black people. But I hope y'all learn. What can we learn? Because, you know, it's like Mr. Farrakhan, don't laugh, learn. Because I'm not laughing at nobody. I'm watching and I'm learning. The lesson is when black people say do something collectively, you do it. When black people say stay away from certain things, you stay away. Because if you got to have the backing of the community. Notice people ain't just screaming and yelling and whatever about Don and them. They talking about it, but it's not like the community just outraged. There's no outrage because you shouldn't have been over there. Yes, they're the same as their ancestors. You 100% right. They're the same as their ancestors. Yes, you're right. So sometimes you got to sit down and listen. And that's the bottom line. But appreciate everybody joining us tonight. Greatly appreciate it. Make sure to click the subscribe button. Make sure to click the like button. And also, you know, y'all music fans, you know, they like Soraya. She got a new song today. Make sure you go check it out. It's a part 1, Love Alphabetically. You'll see why it's that. Part 1 of that song. And yeah, go ahead, check it out. Subscribe to the channel. Check out the music. You know, every week we dropping some new music with Soraya, and you know, that project is always very fun for me, to be honest with you. I like that project way more sometimes than this stuff, because this stuff sometimes is heavy. This stuff is taxing. I ain't gonna lie with you. Sometimes it gets taxing mentally, because it's like, yeah, it's like the same old. People don't listen. People still fighting each other. That's why I told you about the Asians. Asians don't get involved with none of it. Asians like, man, forget all that. I'm making my bag. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I'm trying to get my people to get away from some of this stuff. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, America is an interesting place. I still do enjoy doing what I'm doing. Don't get me wrong. But it's just sometimes I don't, it's a lot of times work. I ain't gonna lie. It's work to it. It's not just, I'm just having a bunch of great time. It's the truth, because I can do it like that, but it's not going to be the same. You know, you got to put effort into this. I'm letting y'all know. It's you think, oh, you just cut on a camera and just talk. No, it's not like what you think it is. There's way more to it behind the scenes than what a lot of you think. I'll tell you right now. But all right, y'all. All right.
All right, thank you, Uncle Phil. All right, Shabaka, what's your thoughts on Don Lemonade and the three others that got arrested? Journalists.
Don Lemon did that for a political stunt, you know.
It's hard to hear you. You sound really.
Come closer to the mic.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm on the Bluetooth. What about now?
Much better.
Okay. Yeah, so Don Lemon, man, he went out there, you know, to make a name for himself, grandstanding, because the only thing they did is process the motherfucker in and process them out. He wasn't in that motherfucker, man, no more than 5 hours.
Right. Mm-hmm. What's your thoughts, Keezy?
I think he's an idiot. He shouldn't have been there. He knew exactly what he was doing there. After he did it, he said, hey, oh no, even before he did it, he said, yeah, this is the kind of stuff that makes people uncomfortable, and that's just what it is. They just gonna have to be uncomfortable. So that's just saying that you basically, you know, I knew I was breaking the law, and I'm gonna do it anyway. And that's what, so I feel like he should get
that's
convicted.
what I call the grandstanding.
I feel like he should get convicted, but I don't think he will. I think he's gonna get off.
No, the only thing that motherfucker gonna do, man, he gonna go down there, man, on Temple Street to the goddamn LA County courts. Like I've seen so many motherfuckers. Judge is gonna throw that shit out.
Throw it out. I'm in agreement with that, and that's all I got. But what's wrong with this peanut head nigga on the right? Why does this nigga got lipstick on?
Damn.
Yeah.
That motherfucker do look like he got on lipstick.
This dude is a funny looking dude here. Let me knock it out. All right.
Damn, Rashay, you got a goddamn lipstick on. Oh my god.
Lemon is lucky he did not.
So, in addition, some Republican candidate said Don Lemon is lucky he was not lynched for.
Yeah, I saw that there, man, in the description. It was a Catholic priest that told him. A priest told him that.
Damn.
Oh yeah, hey, I don't know if y'all mentioned it, but I'm not going. I hate to say what I heard because I haven't verified this information. But someone was saying that the reason Don Lemon was there actually is because there is some fraudulent stuff going on at that church. That preacher allegedly was working with ICE.
Yeah.
Really?
So
I thought Los Angeles was a sanctuary city.
Yeah, but that preacher, that pastor is working together with ICE, getting people jammed up out of the church. So they came there to protest. And he was supposed to be supposedly documenting all that stuff, but none of that stuff came out. All the fact that he was there with them people, that overshadowed all that stuff.
Mm-hmm. That part.
Nobody even knows that. I don't know if have y'all heard that yet?
No, not until you just brought it up.
Yeah, that's why I mentioned it, because I never heard y'all say nothing about it. So yeah, apparently that pastor was doing fraudulent stuff. He's telling it, and that's supposed to be a sanctuary place. So that, you know, illegals can go there and pray and do that and whatnot. And they go in there to pray, and he's having ICE there to pick them up or turn these folks in. So that's backed up. And what's his name was exposing all of that. So, but it goes back to what you guys all just said, is the dumb idiot should have minded his own business. And so what if that's happening to them? That's their problem. That's not your job to go do it. I mean, you're a journalist, and you want to go stick your nose in it, well, then that's what you should get.
Pretty much.
That's what you get.
So now he getting threatened to get lynched.
Get lynched.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here we go. Put up full mask. Yeah. After news of journalist Don Lemon's arrest and indictment by the Trump administration,
Oh, so he's in federal court.
a gubernatorial candidate in the state of Florida, James Fishback, decided to make a racist comment regarding Mr. Lemon's predicament. In post, the candidate wrote, quote, Don Lemon is lucky he's not getting hanged in the public square for ransacking a church.
Yeah, they got Pico House there. That's a public square.
I put up the candidate.
That's a good spot for a lynching.
It's real interesting.
Which is about 5 blocks away from where he's at.
Republicans wanted to bring guns in churches, but we said no. Republicans are the ones who made churches on limits, not off limits, for law enforcement to run in and violate the rights of everybody, making it a staging ground. This is not the first time he's been racist online. Fishback, a hedge fund CEO, has tried to gain traction in the Florida gubernatorial Republican primary. So he has to out racist everybody. It's a rush to the bottom. In part by hurling a steady stream of racial slurs at his Black opponent, Representative Byron Donalds. He has called Donalds a slave who was auctioned off for $31 million to business interest. Byron still believes America's not a racist country. Responding to an ex-post that compared photos of Fishback and his partner with Donalds, with his wife, Erica, with whom he has 3 children. This hedge fund CEO intentionally misspelled the GOP lawmaker's name and accused him of wanting to turn the state into a ghetto. He said Byron wants to turn Floyd into a Section 8 ghetto. He wrote on that. Donald's a longtime defender and ally of Donald Trump, who has not defended Donald's. Jose, commanding lead over Fishback, who is running as an outsider with the Florida Phoenix, reporting the GOP lawmaker holds an overwhelming 76% to 6% gap among voters with Trump's endorsement factored in. He's leading with 76% because he's, his response is yes or no. All right, thoughts.
Yeah, this is kind of like the rot that I was talking about in the last segment, but at least in this case, the rot is presenting itself for us. It's bringing itself up to the surface so we don't have to dig for it. We don't have to look for it, and we can deal with it now that it's out here. This person is running for Congress. You know, they want to represent people within the state of Florida. They want to represent people in this country. And this is, we would like to believe it's not a racist country, but it seems to be. It's hard to contradict sometimes, right? I do wonder, though, about the long-term effects of Trumpism in this country, especially as it seems as though we're seeing the end of Trumpism. And I know that might sound a little bit optimistic, but if we at least consider that we've already been dealing with this saga for at least 10 years, Trump is in his second term as president, and the future seems uncertain for a lot of things. right now what we're seeing is something that we haven't seen for the last 10 years. And that is the first time, for the first time, we're really seeing a lot of Republicans and a lot of Trump voting Republicans see what's happening in this country and think, oh, this really isn't what I voted for, or this isn't what I thought was going to happen, or, oh, I didn't think he was going to do it this way. I'm not defending them. That's just what they're saying. I don't agree with them. I don't know why they didn't know these things, especially when we've been telling them the whole time. But this is the first time that we really are seeing them stop and take a step back and say, oh, you know what? I don't like what I'm seeing in this country. On top of that, we're also seeing that he's not doing a whole lot for them. So their bills aren't going down. Their grocery bills aren't going down. They're still unable to afford housing. Their job market is not getting better. It's getting significantly worse. We're still seeing plenty of layoffs. We're not getting jobs reports anymore. So things are demonstrably worse now than they have been in a long time. Trump's approval rating continues to go down. And with that, with the fall of Trump and Trumpism, I wonder if politicians like this one, like Fishback, are going to feel so bold in the future, if they're going to be okay being so blatantly racist. And I want to just make sure the younger viewers understand this. But before Trump was really a presidential candidate, like before 2015 or so, we didn't see this kind of blatant racism in our country, right? It just was not there. We didn't see it on social media because, well, we also didn't have as much social media back then as we do now, but it was not the norm for us to have any kind of politician or even a public figure speak this blatantly, this racistly in the public without any kind of repercussion, without any kind of fear of retribution, within the hopes of even getting elected to public office. This is not normal. And if you are younger, I need you to understand that this is not normal. And so for those of us who are a little bit older, it's still very shocking to see people speak this way about anybody, let alone even their colleagues in Washington. Byron Donalds, he does it to himself, I'll say, but it's a very strange state of things that we've been in. It's been kind of like what is the Twilight Zone for the last decade or so. So hopefully I'm ready to get out of it.
And to your point, 8 years of a black man being president named Barack Obama did not bring you this. Mm-hmm. It did not bring this kind of racism.
A tether.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is...
Tether. Go ahead, Keith.
Man, so basically, that stupid, funky Taco Tether there, basically, I'm going to translate what she said. What she really meant was, we don't like all of these people being honest. We don't like them saying this stuff and being like that.
Right.
We want them to say that on the low. They being too hot. They making the block hot. And we usually say that behind these niggas' back. We don't need to be saying that to their face. Y'all making it too hot. That's what she's saying. She wants to go back to covert racism instead of the overt racism. Because all of that stuff she was just saying.
Racism. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'd rather have that. Ain't everybody fighting? Everybody got to stand up and fight, or you just lay down.
Right.
Now with the covert racism, everybody just sleep, acting like there ain't no racism. So I like it like this. Everybody ain't no comfort for nobody.
Exactly. The motherfucker's telling you where he's staying. Telling you what the fuck he's about. I want you to deal with the cat, being honest, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and she's definitely wrong that there wasn't no racism before Trump got in office. She's absolutely totally false. It's stupid. It needs to be said.
You see, Reagan, when he was so goddamn cold, he allowed the damn crack epidemic to hit Los Angeles, bruh.
Yeah, sure did. All right, what's y'all closing thoughts on Don Lemonade?
Don Lemonade, man, he got booked, you know what I'm saying? He got, he's sitting at there probably, man, figuring on another strategy because what he's trying to do is get his, what do they call it? His notoriety back up.
Yeah, no.
Because, you know, guys in my head, what's it, 6 years, 3-4 years now?
Who's in the building?
Who's in the building?
Get stopped or get claps. Certified salute, cuz, off the STL.
No, okay. Free.
Yo.
How you be? How you be? How you be? Welcome. Line Blacc Media.
What's your thoughts on Dawn Lemonade? Black Joe? Can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm here.
What's up, Joe?
What's going on? My thoughts on that the stunt he did was successful. He got the notoriety that he wanted. The biggest problem is, like I've been saying since I've been chopping it up with you all, they plan on emotions and heartstrings. They want a black sacrifice out in the streets. This goes back to when I warned you all when the LGB came out last year. Did the march, nobody joined them. Then the immigrants came out, did the march, nobody joined them. So now it's this thing. So it's a psyop, if you ask me. It's a Black Swan event on the way.
Sir.
We had this same kind of thing before 9/11. We had this same kind of thing before COVID. So be aware.
Or get strapped or get clapped.
Agreed. Stay strapped or get clapped, most definitely.
Situational awareness.
And we always ready. We stay ready, so we're not having to get ready.
Right.
Facts.
Right. So moving along, why are we coming to their rescue? Why aren't we?
Man, because we got our in-house business to take care of. Say all these
I mean, we haven't been rescued yet.
Exactly.
It's not even that. It's not even that.
You're drowning. How
If
can
you
we
ask
stop
me-
drowning to help someone else to not drown?
See,
If
with
you're drowning, my bad.
with the youth, with the youth, I want to say the people from 18 to 40. The problem is we watched you all, the elders, try to build an alliance and push Pan-Africanism, and they denied you all. Me no black, me no black, me no black. You on your own. Back in the back during the civil rights push, that the Mexican leader said the Negro is on his own. He don't want to help us. We're dirty.
Right.
So now that this time has passed and the shoe is on the other foot versus insult, you're on your own. Handle your own wax. But like I keep on telling everyone that's mad about this situation, you got to understand Trump don't do many things by the law. Okay. This whole Venezuela thing was by the law. If Venezuela would have sent their civilians, we couldn't have went in there. But because he on record sent the Trinidad Agua, the homeless, and the degenerates, that broke the international law, which allowed us to go in there, man. It just is what it is. That's international law.
Yes, sir. You know.
Like Joe for that insight.
And then also too, I'm sorry. I'll go ahead, brother Che.
So Professor Black Truth warned us 11 months ago about this shit. So here we go. This is coming to rescue against ICE.
The moment of
did
truth.
You see my last
Trump administration is
It's on the topic list, Shabaki.
Yes, sir.
suing New York State over immigration enforcement right now. U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi made that announcement yesterday and had a warning for other states.
You don't comply with federal law, we will hold you accountable. We
And
did
they
it
need
to
to impeach
Illinois.
your ass,
Strike
lady. You
one.
dangerous.
Strike two is New York. And if you are a state not complying with federal law, you're next. Get ready.
Pam Bondi just sued Letitia James, Governor Hochul, and the head of the DMV in New York for ignoring a federal mandate. And that's what's going to happen. If you defy what is signed and executed and what the American people, frankly, voted for on November 5th, you will get sued. You are a state official, federal government. There's something called the chain of command. And that's exactly what I meant by it.
New York State Attorney
Giraffe
General
neck.
Letitia James says state laws protect all New Yorkers and that she is, quote, prepared to defend our laws just as I always have, end quote.
Here's a big question we've been getting for the last few weeks. Are we, as Black Americans, betraying our ancestors by not getting out there and protesting Trump's deportations? After all, we keep being told, wasn't the civil rights movement about, well, civil rights? The first response to that talking point is, first of all, citizens have rights. That's what the civil rights movement was about, citizens' rights. Foreigners only have privileges. And although even foreigners do have a certain amount of human rights, they're actually bare bones, and not one of those human rights is the right to just walk into some place and stay because you don't want to leave. Right. Now, this is something that needs to be talked about, why Black Americans are not getting out there and saying, oh, we're going to have some sort of alliance with all of these other groups. Because when Black Americans tried to make that alliance for the last 60 plus years, the other groups said they weren't interested. And this is the result. The Orange Man's announcing a huge, or he would say, huge, diplomatic breakthrough. Strange words coming from him. Well, is he talking about Ukraine or Gaza? No, he's talking about Panama. As CBS reported on Wednesday, that's Wednesday of last week, an American military flight deported Asian migrants who were in U.S. immigration custody to Panama, the first known deportation of its kind under the Trump administration. They included adults and families with children from Afghanistan, China, India, Iran, and Uzbekistan, according to documents. Another U.S. military flight to Panama planned for Thursday is expected to deport more Asian migrants, in addition to some African deportees. The documents show they include migrants from Cameroon. Now, I consider the part about Cameroonians to be particularly interesting because back during the first Trump administration, there were serious accusations and even lawsuits from Cameroonians who were rounded up and who claimed to have been tortured into signing consent to be deported. They claim that these alleged abuses happened in Mississippi, of all places, so I can totally believe that it happened. But my question is, if this is what was going on during the first Trump administration, why didn't we hear much about it? Because it wasn't the hallmark of his administration at that time. That's why. But it's very interesting. You have a whole lot of people who thought that they were in the good graces of white supremacy because they would either claim that they were some sort of hardworking migrants, and they would always compare themselves to us. They always wanted to go ahead and dump on us. Or you had people who tried to say that they were model minority, what have you. And white supremacy was looking and going, you know what? We're going to use these guys until we have no more use for them, and then they're going to. And of course, it doesn't stop there. From the South China Morning Post, an estimated 79% of undocumented residents in Los Angeles County are natives of Mexico and Central America. Asian immigrants make up the second largest group, constituting 16% of people in the county without legal authorization, according to the Migration Policy Institute. Across the U.S., Indians make up the third largest group of undocumented residents behind Mexicans and Salvadorians. So I guess this is the reason why that guy who got himself fired and rehired by Doge was sitting there talking about how all of these Indian immigrants need to be kicked out, that they all got to go. Yeah, you see, while a lot of folks, including Black folks, were not keeping a mental tally of who the largest group of illegal aliens is and the second and third these white supremacists have, they've always been keeping tabs on it. And the very people who they claimed that they were sticking by, I mean, you had garbage like Ed Blum and others taking photos with them. All the while they were thinking, as soon as we go ahead and get these little old court rulings filed, y'all are going to be put on those doggone planes out of here. Which is exactly what Black Americans for decades have been warning would happen. No matter how chummy these white supremacists pretended to be with these people in their little press conferences and their public meetings, it was all cap, it was all performance, and this is the reality. One Asian American advocate spokesman was quoted as saying that Asian immigrants who lack legal status tend to work often in industries where Asian American communities over generations have established a strong presence. Yeah, and don't think that these white supremacists don't know that. Whenever they decide that it's finally time to break one of their tools, first thing they look and see is, okay, they got a strong presence in these areas. All right, we're going to rip them out root and branch. We can go ahead and dissect them and dismantle them this way. Oh, they got a strong presence. Yeah, we're going to hit them where they think that they're strong. That's what they usually do. It's time to run the competition out because they had no permanent plans for them in the first place. This is exactly what Black Americans warned would eventually happen. Because you had other people who were sitting there thinking, oh, these white supremacists, they're cool with this. You know, they act as if they like us. They're so pleasant and such. But as I've always told you, family, white supremacy, they love a cruel prank, especially one that takes a long time to pay off. And the longer it takes, the sweeter it is for them. They savor that stuff. They savor it because they know that the payoff is going to be crushing. It's going to absolutely destroy them. And they get off on that kind of cruelty. They like the idea of having the mark sitting there thinking, oh, these people, they think that you're their buddy. They think that you're their friend. They're sitting there thinking to themselves that they're on the inside. They're thinking everything's hunky-dory. Meanwhile, they got these other people around them who every day look at them as like, man, when it's finally time to lower the boom on them, oh man, to see the look on their faces, all that glee, all of that joy and smiling that you see from all of these folks on the white right and others who are sitting there laughing about this. Yeah, this is white supremacist culture that you're seeing in the raw. They love this stuff. As far as they're concerned, this is everything they wanted it to be. That's not just them simply laughing because something's cruel. The cruelty is what gives them joy and such, but it's largely because this is an expression of personal philosophy on their part. They love cruel pranks. As far as they're concerned, this one's paying off in spades. They love it. And now you got all these other groups who are sitting there dumbfounded and confused going, but, you let us stay here for like 20 years or more. We thought that you liked us. And the white supremacists are looking at them, laughing in their faces and going, yeah, that's what makes it so hilarious. You actually believed it. That's what makes it so funny. The South China Morning Post continues, many undocumented Vietnamese work at nail salons, many Cambodians at donut shops, and many Indians in the hotel and motel industry. In Monterey Park, a common landing spot for Chinese migrants, employment agencies routinely connect workers with jobs in warehouses, restaurants, and marijuana farms with no
all that shit written in Chinese.
So basically, when it comes to all of these people coming here illegally or illegally, you got these so-called employment agencies, they got the hookup for them. Hey, you got no papers? No problem. Now, with stats like that clearly these white supremacists have been aware of from the very jump, that Indians would be the third largest group to be deported, I have to wonder, because we already know that Kamala Harris wouldn't say anything about this, but I wonder if Dinesh D'Souza will be cheerleading for these mass deportations of Indians when we start seeing large numbers of them being rounded up and shackled up and put on planes. Is he going to be cheerleading for that? Will Mindy Kaling's brother be cheesing with Ed Blum and celebrating this development as well? You already got these folks on the white right saying, well, that whole model minority thing, that was all just a myth. That was all just a con. Yeah, they're letting the masks slip. And that being the case, the folks who thought to themselves that they were going to be somehow circumventing white supremacy and somehow getting in good with the bad guys if they just use certain verbiage, they're going to be finding those words thrown in their faces. Look at what the story says. No work permit required. So you have employers who are hiring people and knowing that they're in the country illegally. Now, this is something else I've talked about for many years. You cannot really say that you're serious about stopping illegal immigration unless you also dismantle the economic infrastructure that's been built to support it, namely the unscrupulous landlords who rent to them, banks who allow them to have accounts and transmit money regardless of whether they're here illegally or not, but most of all, the criminal employers who make it a point to hire people knowing full well that they're in the country illegally. Unless these entities are made to suffer consequences for this behavior, the problem won't stop, because these entities are the main ones who incentivize illegal immigration, and they make it where these people know that there's a pre-existing group who's going to support them when they get here, even though these people know full well
that he's telling the truth about Monterey Park.
This is about money. But since the landlords, employers, and banks are not black, there's a hands-off policy regarding them, and these banks have been giving illegal aliens loans, big ones, for decades now. These same banks, however, illegally discriminate against Black Americans through illegal redlining and other illegal racist maneuvers, and yet those same banks give these undocumented migrants loans to buy homes, build their businesses, or otherwise pursue their financial goals. And the U.S. government knows this, and the U.S. government boldly protects this criminal practice. Now, how can I be so sure that the feds are aware of this? Because in 2023, during the Biden administration, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, you know, Elizabeth Warren's pet project, they put out a joint statement with the Justice Department threatening banks if they turn down people for loans just because they're in the country illegally. Quote, lenders should not deny people the opportunity to take out a loan to buy a home, build their businesses, or otherwise pursue their financial goals because of unlawful bias and without regard to their actual ability to repay, said Assistant Attorney General Kristen Clark of the Justice Department Civil Rights Division. This guidance reminds lenders that denying someone access to credit based solely on their actual or perceived immigrant status may violate federal law. I mean, look at all the qualifiers there. going out of their way. This is to remind you that if you're denying someone access to credit based on their actual or even perceived immigrant status, that may violate federal law. Now, what's that meant to do? That's meant to put a chilling effect on them. If you're looking and going, wait a minute here, this person's not even in the country legally, what are the chances that this person gets the money and they just skip town? Well, you can't consider that. You can't think about that. That shouldn't even matter. You better not think about it. You're violating federal law. Federal law for people who are not American citizens. So when you have people from foreign countries who come to the US and get loans easily and then use them to start their businesses, to buy homes, and then they tell Black people like you and me that we're lazy and that they just work harder than us. Remember, these same banks redline us and discriminate against us. And then when we routinely remind them of all the laws and policies and the rules that have been passed that give them their opportunities, they deny it outright and claim that they haven't benefited in any way. Why? Everything they have is the result of their own hard work, dent in industry, and it certainly wasn't the result of the dominant society giving them anything. Why? That's ridiculous. You see, this is why all of these groups have had no interest in any so-called alliance with us, because as they saw it, they were already in an alliance with white supremacy. And for a while, it seemed like they were right. So when they talk about how I came to this country with 2 pennies and I built a business, and if you haven't, it's because you're just lazy. You see, they always leave out the part about the easy loans that they were given and all the benefits that they received too that were baked in the cake, set aside for them simply because they were immigrants, and the hands-off policy that the U.S. government had regarding them. It's the same way that white society leaves out things like the Homestead Act and the countless veterans benefits that white GIs received after both world wars that Black GIs were categorically shut out of, and how the suburbs were built with Black taxpayer money, and then the government allowed racial covenants, redlining, and discriminatory housing pricing to freeze Black homeowners out of these places that our taxpayer dollars were used to build, and the tons of other white-skinned benefits that other people received that we didn't. And due to these massive billions of dollars that have been given, this has allowed these immigrant enclaves to not only become established, but also to thrive. This is what's allowed people to have such immediate upward mobility that Black Americans have been prohibited from having. And I'm sure you noticed that our friend Kristen Clark was the person who made this statement. She's also the child of immigrants, and here she was using the bully pulpit of the Justice Department's unlimited resources to threaten lending institutions and tell them, if you consider somebody's legal status in the country when giving them a loan, if you decide that you're not going to give them a loan because they're in the country illegally, well, we're coming after you. So in other words, you got to give money to them regardless if they're in the country legally or not. And even if the person, if you decide to overlook their illegal status, if they say, well, Kristen Clark, I didn't get that loan. Sure, I don't have any papers, and sure, I broke into the country, but I didn't get that loan I was looking for. You need to go ahead and sue that bank. Guess what? She'd be all over it. And if anyone were to point out, hey, the people who are claiming that they've been discriminated against because they're in the country illegally, they are in the country illegally. That's a crime in and of itself. And that's what's supposed to trigger a deportation. Their very presence is illegal because they didn't have any sort of paperwork, which means, of course, their presence is illegal. That's what undocumented means. They decide to use undocumented because they felt that illegal was a tad bit too direct. Oh, by the way, on a side note, Elon Musk, for his own personal reasons, is attacking the CFPB. Now, you have the left corner of the white media going into hysterics about him doing this, saying that this agency is vital to protecting American consumers. But by their own words, the CFPB has dedicated itself to helping people who are not Americans at all. Now, of course, this doesn't mean that we root for the racist little reprobate from South Africa. What it does mean, however, is that we recognize that, as Neely Fuller said, white supremacy believes in taking both sides of the conversation. So in many instances like this one, there isn't anyone to root for. So we won't. But what needs to be understood is that the success immigrants have had has been because the politicians have engineered it into the laws and the policies that they've passed, as well as how they carry out their own offices. Black Americans, on the other hand, have been categorically locked out, while people who are not in the country legally have been given ready access to all kinds of money and benefits, both from the government and from private business. And yet we're told by these exact same groups that they just work harder than we do, and that the reason that they can leapfrog Black people is because they have a superior culture, superior work ethic, etc. But of course, the government's own words say otherwise. Black Americans have not at all been lazy. We've been the hardest working group here. We've been categorically shut out of these opportunities that we made possible. Now, when it comes to protesting the immigration crackdown, there's been some modest protests, mostly in large cities, but it hasn't amounted to anything. Only a few hundred people at most attend, and this is in the big cities. And when you look at the crowds, you see practically no Black faces at all. What that means is a critical mass of Black people have gotten the memo. We, foundational Black Americans in particular, are not getting involved in this. The people who the orange man is targeting are the ones who told us for generations that we're lazy. And when you have people who are marking themselves as white on driver's licenses and job applications and on census forms, well, at that point, you don't get to claim racism is the reason this is happening. You see, that's what a lot of folks have been trying to do. They want to have it both ways. And that's what apparently Black Americans made possible. But by withdrawing, or at the very least saying, hey, leave us out of this, that eliminates their ability to claim that it's about race. And they were the ones who wanted to claim that they had transcended race and race wasn't a problem. Okay, keep that same energy now. You don't get to say that race is a problem now. Now, a lot of them, though, they're suddenly remembering, wait a minute, this country is racist. No, it's not. You guys claimed that you were the proof that America was not some racist country, that Black Americans were just making it up. Okay, well, in that case, then, since we were making it up, I'm sure you'll go ahead and stick to your story, right? I'm not trying to draft anyone onto my team. If people want to consider themselves to be whatever, then so be it. They believe propaganda like Amy Chua's book, The Triple Package, where she was trying to claim that Asians were superior to Black people based on culture, so be it. They believed clowns like Thomas Sowell and others who claimed that these other groups were accepted by white power and that those pesky FBAs were only complaining because they didn't want to work hard like these other groups do. Fine then. Keep that same energy. Stick to those talking points, because white power is not listening to any of that talk about superior culture or about hard work or Amy Chua's talking points about, well, these people have superior work ethic to Black folks. Man, these white supremacists don't care about that. White supremacy was not based on hard work, dent in industry. It was based on ruthlessness. It was based on thievery. It was based on lies. And for the people who are confused in all this, why is it that Black Americans have made it very clear they're not going to be putting on the cape for anybody? Well, just understand something. We're not going to be allowing anyone to use the civil rights movement to justify their agenda. The civil rights movement was very specific to a specific group of people. And to compare migrants, legal or otherwise, to Dr. King, the Freedom Riders, civil rights marchers, or anyone else is ludicrous. Dr. King and the civil rights movement, they were not migrants. They were not people from outside the U.S. They were people whose blood runs deeper than anyone else in this land. What's going on here has nothing to do with the civil rights movement, and we will not lend the good offices of our struggle to anyone else's agenda. We allowed too much of that already. The reason Black Americans are not getting involved is because we've always put on the cape for everybody else. We've always had some attention-seeking fools out there, usually tethers, claiming to speak for us, whenever other groups are sitting here fighting for their privileges and opportunities that they actually get. We always have some fool out there falsely saying that Black Americans side with the people who came to the U.S. illegal or otherwise, overstayed their visa, always trying to make us into the mascot for everybody else's agenda.
That part.
And the white media would make sure to put the camera in front of those very individuals. Well, now those same tethers are getting targeted too, which I guess explains why they're suddenly not so eager to get in front of the cameras. And if Black people don't stand up for these other groups, nobody else is going to. We always take the slings and arrows and daggers and knives that everybody else has thrown at them. We always try to play super Negro and save the day for everyone else, only for them to turn around and call us nigger afterwards. And that's the reason why Black folks have said we're not getting involved. We thought that we were proving ourselves to be good allies with everybody else, but in the end, it takes two to have an alliance, and nobody wanted to be in an alliance with us. That's just the reality. Everyone wanted to come to the U.S. to enjoy the world's most powerful economy that we built and made possible, and to enjoy the rights that we fought for and died for, and the laws and programs that we fought to get passed. And then when they felt they had a foot in the door, they sided with racists like Ed Blum and Chris Rufo and the Republican Party because they thought that they would form an alliance with the white supremacists. And their problem isn't that they see the error of their ways. That's not what's going on with these people who are having buyer's remorse. Their problem is that their brilliant strategy to get over at our expense didn't work. That's their regret. When Peter Liang murdered Akai Gurley, you had nationwide protests. You had Asians literally cross the country. Well, he just made a mistake. He certainly doesn't need to be charged. Now, why would any quote-unquote minority be out there cheerleading for the police to be able to kill somebody and not be punished? Why? Because as certain individuals like the Dinesh D'Souza's, the Amy Chua's, and the Michelle Malkins, all of them on the payrolls of these white conservative think tanks, they've been saying for the longest time that basically they had proven to themselves that they were basically more or less white adjacent. And as a result, they were demanding the same genetic immunity from law that the dominant society enjoys. This was supposed to be their entree into those kind of circles. As far as they're concerned, wait a minute, you're supposed to be making sure that we don't get punished for that. I mean, they only killed a black person. If you're going to be prosecuting Peter Liang for killing Akai Gurley in cold blood, well, if he's not being given an exemption from the law, then what does that say about the rest of us? And this is the reason that black people are not getting involved. What's happening is you got a bunch of people who are finding themselves being targeted by their former allies. That's what's happening here. People wanted to ally themselves with white power. Well, they need to go tell the Stephen Millers and Ed Blums and Chris Rufos and the other reprobates, hey, we're all on the same side, remember? Tell them that black people are lazy and dumb and beneath them and inferior culture. Repeat all the canned anti-black racist talking points that they've been saying for over a century now. All of that racism that they bring from their home countries, all of that anti-black bigotry that they bring here, go ahead and repeat that stuff. Surely that will stop ICE from coming and getting them. And surely that will cause all of these mouthpieces on the white right to finally stick up for them, right? Surely that will do it, right? Black Americans have been warning about this for the longest time. And now that that day is here, what do they expect us to say? The deportation laws need to be enforced. And if anybody wants to claim, well, haven't we heard that Trump intends to bring some South Africans here? Man, the South Africans, the white ones over there, they happen to be living off the fat of the land. Those people are still living as good as they ever did under apartheid. That's the reason why you don't see them in a hurry to get here. All that garbage about, oh, they're persecuting the white South Africans. Man, those people are the most pampered, comforted, wealthy, oppressed people on the planet. That's me being sarcastic. They're not oppressed at all. It's the same old whining that we always heard from the dominant society. Lies. Right. That's their stock and trade. So, by the way, even if they were making some sort of exception and saying, well, we're not going to be deporting white people, at least not en masse, we're not going to be. Well, the only thing I would say to the Asians and the Hispanics and the Africans and Caribbeans is, what did you expect? We told you that white power was not going to be applying the same leniency to you that it does to those that it classifies as white. We have been warning about this for decades. And people thought to themselves that as long as they dumped on black Americans, and even the people from Africa and Caribbean would do the same things, everybody thought to themselves, hey, we know what the rules of racism are. People have known about it ever since at least the 19th century. All of those immigrants coming to the U.S. from Europe, from Germany, and from Ireland and elsewhere, they knew exactly what the first rule was. If you want to prove to the dominant society that you want to be on the team, go ahead and show that you have total allegiance to the racial pecking order. And the bottom of that pecking order is foundational black Americans. Show that you're willing to dump on them. Show that you're willing to say that they're lazy and stupid and all the rest of it. Go ahead and repeat every anti-black talking point that you've had handed to you by white supremacy. If you do that, you'll be on the team. You'll be white supremacist adjacent. And this was the result. That's the reason why black folks are not putting on the cape. And I'm not sure why that bothers anyone. After all, black Americans are lazy. Black Americans are dumb. Black Americans don't want to work. Oh, black Americans are all criminals. Black Americans are all this, that, and the third, everything negative. And they teach that in their home countries. They start doing this stuff before they get to the U.S. This is what they say about black Americans in their home countries. When they have not met a black American and no black American ever did anything to them, we didn't do anything to these people. And yet they attack us and assail us nonstop. Okay, that being the case, if black Americans are so dumb and lazy and no work ethic and inferior culture and all criminals like that, you shouldn't mind black Americans sitting this one out, because after all, black Americans wouldn't have been much help anyway, right? Right? Everyone's trying to get us to get involved. They want us to lend our voices to this because everybody recognizes that there is no substitute for the moral legitimacy that foundational black Americans represent. When we step forward, everyone recognizes that we define who and what is the right side of the issue. For 500 years, we have been the fulcrum upon which history is turned. For half a millennium, we have been the ones who have been defining the right side of the issue. When it comes time to talk about the longest, the most sustained, and highest regarded freedom struggle in the history of humankind, they're talking about us. That's why everybody tries to compare themselves to us. And now people are shocked and confused because for the first time in decades, we've said, you know what? We're not going to have that anymore. Everybody needs to compare themselves to themselves. You had groups who cheered when we were being mistreated, and they also cheered when it was done in their home countries and said, oh, well, there's no racism here. You shouldn't be trying to compare what happens in America to our countries. Okay, fine, then. Don't compare what happens to America to yours either. In many cases, you had people who took part in that mistreatment. Well, we're not going that far. We're not going to be taking part in anybody's mistreatment. In this case, we won't be cheering on Musk, and we're not going to be throwing any ticker tape parades for ICE either necessarily. And if there's still anybody who insists that we need to stand up and step up for some sort of minority coalition and that we have some sort of obligation to support other groups in this case, the only thing I have to say to that is we are supporting them the exact same way they've always supported us. Good day and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Charles Hairston, James Brown, Black Truth United, Brian Walton, and Bobby Ross. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Yes, sir. All right. The professor there, ladies and gentlemen, he broke it down.
Yeah,
he broke it down on the economical factor. He broke it down on the cultural factor, because when he was talking about those Asians, man, like over there in Monterey Park, California, Arcadia, and what have you, they speak their own language. They have their own culture, just like what the Koreans do in Los Angeles. When they advertise their businesses, they don't put their signs in English. They put it in their own fucking language.
Yeah.
So quite naturally, of course, a motherfucker, you know, like them, oh yeah, I can go up here and see, you know, Mr., you know, such and such and all that. I mean, and these motherfuckers, people, get this here. They have doctor's offices over there, a whole lot of real estate officers and property management, financial businesses over there, and banks. You feel me? Everybody still with us?
Yeah.
That's wild.
Okay, now also too, if I may take a moment, Brother Che, I know this is last minute, it's hot off the press. I want to talk about Shakur Stevenson smashes Teofimo Lopez with a unanimous decision. Yeah.
That's on the topic list. So how's your...
I thought it's... Oh, my bad, man, because I thought I sent you a text on it, and I don't think I did. Okay. All right, so I'll say this here for another show.
It's on the topic list.
It is on the topic list?
Yes.
Oh, okay. And I just want to say is that, you know, Teofimo Lopez referred to black fighters as monkeys eating bananas.
Yeah.
So he looks at black fighters eating bananas, and Mr. Stevenson went in there and whooped his ass royally, put a knot upside his dome, closed his right eye. Then the motherfucker got up there and apologized. Oh, I'm sorry, black folks. I didn't mean to do it. You know, I didn't know the mental shit from the slavery that y'all go through and all that. I understand the way you feel. No, that brother went there and administered correction.
Yeah.
Like Ali used to do with them white hopes and Uncle Toms.
Yeah.
He whooped his motherfucking ass.
Good, Sharaka. Great news. All right.
Oh, yeah, that's great news. That's better than when the ponies lose, and better when the Raiders, for you, sink the ship in the desert.
Yep. Shipwrecks.
Yeah, there you go. And the point is, man, he didn't have to say all that shit. You know what I'm saying? Then another Latino fighter comes up to him telling the same bullshit, and Shakur said, put your name on a contract, motherfucker. I'll whoop your ass too. And he outboxed them scientifically, gentlemen. You got to see it. It's up on YouTube. It's free, you know? He boxed the shit out of him. Now I'm going to say this here, Brother Che. He brought memories back that I lived through of Muhammad Ali when he was fighting them white hopes and all that old shit. These motherfuckers sit up here and call us all kind of names thinking we monkeys and all that old shit. But yet, though, you other OTB motherfuckers want to go fuck black women. Fuck you motherfuckers.
And then that's all boxing is about anyway.
Oh, yes, sir. Muhammad Ali was a master at it because for some odd reason with boxing, man, you get a lot of political shit off in it, man. But they probably strategically do it that way to sell the tickets and to get the pay-per-views, you know? And it ain't nothing nice. Boxing ain't nothing nice when you see it up close.
Nah, it's really always been a racial thing, and that's really all boxing is about. Is there wouldn't be no boxing if it wasn't that these people they pay through the nose to see the nigga lose, and that's what they want to see. They want to see a nigga lose,
just like the Jack Johnson
and
fight.
the reason why it's an industry is because niggas don't lose often. You can't really beat us at all, and that's why there's an industry. If all white dudes just beat every black dude every time, nobody would pay to see boxing no more. You know, they only pay to see nigga lose.
Yeah. And then they always pay to see the black fighter lose. Now, don't get me wrong. You got some white fighters, Asian fighters out there, Mexican fighters. That's some cold motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? But Teofimo Lopez, because I was a fan to his, you know what I'm saying, gonna sit up there and say, yeah, he wants to beat on monkeys and give him some more bananas. Motherfucker, you deserve to get your ass whooped.
Well, remember, Ryan Garcia pulled that same shit too.
Right. And what happened with the Ryan Garcia case, you do know they reversed the decision through the Nevada State Athletic Commission, Brother Che, on that because he was on PEDs and they said performance enhancement drugs. So they took the W from him and they took the L away from the brother he was fighting. I forgot who it was.
They took that L away from Derek Haney. But you know what?
Devin Haney. Yeah.
Hey, but you know what? It just goes back to what Uncle Phil. I don't know why I'm calling that nigga Uncle. I'm probably
That's
like
what
2 years
I call
younger.
him, man. Yeah, we call him Uncle Phil.
But anyway, he just said that something that triggered me. It always triggers me when somebody goes and does that disclaimer. Oh, I don't think all Mexicans is racist or all Asians ain't. Just some right. Well, where the fuck is the non-racist people at?
Right.
Name them. Show me the people that have been talking about reparations and fighting hard for that. Where they at?
They don't exist.
But one thing I will say, gentlemen, one thing I will say is that I was doing some political work in Los Angeles, right? Yeah. This is about shit in the late 1980s, you know what I'm saying? And so I got to talking to this Mexican woman, okay? She says, yeah, you guys deserve the reparations, you know what I'm saying? And because you guys went through the civil rights movement, show us how to protest. Now, do keep in mind, people, and I don't mean to get off topic, but the Black Panthers had backed old boy Cesar Chavez, you know, who was getting the farm workers to right throughout California on picking the grapes. Now, the grape industry is where you get your Boone's Farm from, you know, your other wine and shit like that, right? So the wine industry, man, suffered because they refused to pick the grapes. And I remember as a little kid, Mama wasn't buying no more grapes. You know, Mama, this is 1968, 69. Mama, we want grapes. No, we ain't buying no grapes because the Panthers was out there supporting the migrant workers. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They even had that in their publications of the Black Panther newspaper, man. And I'm going to try to get some old copies of that because I told you, Brother Che, when I was little and I would see the sisters out there with them big fros and them big butts, man, and them mini skirts. Hey, young brother, you want to buy a Panther paper? Man, and I'm looking at all this lusciousness in this leather coat. You know, and the paper was only 25 cents. You know what I mean? Yeah. Well, I didn't mean to get off topic.
If all Mexicans ain't racist, well, name the Mexicans that's not racist that told you about that. So Shabaka, the stuff that you just told us about that Lilo or whatever the fuck his name is, did that come from your non-racist Mexican friend that told you, who's been calling that out? Is that how you learned about that, or did you learn that from some other black person?
Yeah, well, he learned it from a brother tonight or the other night on the 31st.
No. Where did you learn? I was saying, where did you learn the story from? How did you hear that story? Was it from a black person who was speaking out against it, or one of your non-racist Mexican people?
Okay, it came across, my feed because he had said this here publicly. You see what I'm saying? Before the fight. So the source of the information would be the YouTube.
So it was like the story was broke to you by just like a news outlet, or was it like a Black American content creator or a Hispanic content creator?
No, I first got word from a black content creator who has a platform where he specializes on the boxing, right? And that was the top of the story. And I'm like, what? This motherfucker said all of this. So I went to
so my point is, just the reason why I was at that line of questioning is because it's to reiterate that, a majority of these people are racist, because you didn't hear that from the non-racist Mexicans who got mad and said, why is he talking about black people like that? No, you heard that from an outraged black person.
Yeah. And then the motherfucker had to get up and apologize after he got his ass whooped. He says, hey, black people, I apologize, what y'all went through, slavery and discrimination and all that, you know what I'm saying? So I deeply apologize for it. Now, motherfucker, you went in there and you got your ass whooped and got your mind right is what happened. Look at the picture of him after the fight, man. Shakur put a knot upside his head the side of a baseball. Yeah. Brother Jay? Brother Jay. Yeah, you falling asleep. Joe's still with us.
Oh shit, my bad, yo. Yeah, still with us. Sorry, I hit that weed. That shit just knocked me out.
Man, don't be doing that.
So you up there twisted your one, huh?
Yeah, just down pre-rolls.
Oh man.
So where the black people at? That's the next topic, and then we're gonna go on to the jump. Cut the federal to sanctuary cities and states.
Yeah. Well, what it is, man, is that since they concentrating on these immigrants, man, it would be a time for us to build, some
family and fellow soldiers. I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth.
Why is nobody else protesting with us? We're not the only immigrants. Latinos are not the only immigrants. There's Europeans, there's from Africa, there's from Asia, there's from all over. Where are you guys at? Why are your people not standing with us? I know you don't want to focus on you guys, but why are we alone in this? Go look at the videos of the protests that are going on. We are fucking alone. It's all brown-skinned people. Where are all the other races? You guys post all these fucking videos about it, but you guys ain't doing nothing with us. Where are you guys? Why are we alone? We support everything when it comes to you guys. We are always there for you. And this is why we Latinos are just different. We're different in everything. We're different the way we work. We're different with our morals. We're just different. This is why we're so hated, because nobody will ever be like us, because we are always there when people need us. But look at right now. We're so alone, and we're still standing strong. I think I've never been so proud of being a fucking immigrant Latina in the USA. We're amazing. We're fucking amazing.
The next day.
I wasn't going to make a video of this because I'm like, okay, whatever. Everybody took what they wanted from me. But I'm like, no, it's getting out of hand. I don't understand why
all my Black community got so offended by this. I was talking about all the other immigrants. Like I clearly said, all the other immigrants. And then another thing, I do understand that you guys fought so hard for our civil rights, and these punk Latinos for Trump came up it up. Like I totally understand that. I hadn't thought about it when I posted that video, but like after seeing so many comments, I'm like, it's so true. Like I can't even argue with you guys over that, right? But also have in mind, Mexican Americans or the Latinos that voted for Trump didn't suffer the things that you guys and we immigrants have. They've always been here and had everything. So for them, it was just so selfish to go and vote for them. There's over 47 million immigrants in the United States, and we cannot vote. We cannot vote. Some of us get a work permit, so all we can do is literally work. We can't leave our country. We can't do anything. We still have to pay our taxes, but we don't have no right. We don't have no right to say anything. So immigrants are not the same as these Latinos for Trump because we don't think selfishly. Whatever the people let him get away with, like if they see like, okay,
And what happened to the video? Brother Che. Brother Che.
I think he done fell asleep on us again.
I think Che, because he puts in a lot of work. Brother Che, you with us, man? Brother Che. Earth calling Denver. Brother Che.
Hey, yo.
Brother Che. Okay, well, somebody flipped the switch on us right there.
Yeah.
Brother Che fell off. All right, well, we got to improvise a little bit. Now, on this Latino stuff right there, we can't cape for these other groups anymore, man. We did that shit for 50 years.
Yeah, we ain't doing that. We're not going to.
No, we can't cape for them no more, man. You know? Shit, look at our situation, man. We got to build up our own backyard.
So
you see what I mean?
I was just thinking, like, basically, if you're drowning, and then you can't go save somebody else who's drowning. If you're already drowning, you got to be able to save yourself. And like in airplanes, they tell you to put the mask on you. Don't try to go try to save somebody else before you make sure you can breathe.
Exactly. Because you can't do nothing for nobody else if you all fucked up. You know what I'm saying? So you got to save
and we're
yourself.
not drowning. We're not drowning. We're all the way at the bottom of the ocean already. So yeah.
You know, we crashed, but we didn't burn yet. You know what I'm saying?
They're still able to doggy paddle. They can breathe. They're on top of land. They're treading water. We're at the bottom of the ocean.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And then
making our way up.
Yeah, and then when you look at Hollywood, this is why they got so many of our people up there playing these dumbass roles and all that shit, right? And then, you know, they don't never want to show us intelligent in these movies. They don't never want to show us doing positive things. You know what I'm saying? You might get a movie like that, like 1 out of 10 productions when it comes to Black actors and actresses out there.
Yeah. I don't know. You know, the executives and stuff like that, they don't want to, they're not even interested in that.
Exactly. And what they do, man, is they pass down their wealth to their kids and what have you, just like when Bill Cosby's son got killed. Now let's look at what Bill was trying to do. He was trying to buy NBC. They wasn't happening. Because if Bill Cosby would have got control of NBC, man, that would have did a hell of a lot of good, man, for black actors, actresses, filmmakers, singers. Mm-hmm.
I mean, I like Bill Cosby and everything, but I kind of thought he used to say some slick stuff about it.
Yeah, because you remember when he was going through that case, man, with that, what do they call that? The Me Too movement and all that old shit.
Oh, yeah, that was all cap. That was all cap.
That was all bullshit. Because if Mr. Cosby wanted some other woman, the only thing he had to do was get in his limousine and drive down Ventura Boulevard, man, and that's the whole stroll for real.
If he would have did all that denigrating black people, he would have had more black support doing that. But he kind of shot himself in the foot with all that pulling up your pants and black people need to do this.
Yeah. But they did that to him, man, because he was trying to buy NBC. Just like Tyler Perry, man, wanted to try to get a part of Paramount Entertainment. And they told him, hell no. Do you know that Paramount, man, is one of the most leading studios down there in Hollywood?
Yeah.
Right there, 5555 West Melrose Avenue. Yeah.
I can't believe this lady just walked past talking about go Broncos. I ain't wearing nothing Broncos.
Yeah, that ought to wake Che up. Hey, brother Che. Yeah, he fell off. Brother Che.
Some of these people up here be rich as hell. Go Broncos. What the hell are you talking about?
Broncos is done, man.
Yeah, that was irrelevant. But yeah, I'm about to probably get on off of here and get back to it, ride around here and see what I can do. Hide around until it's time to go home.
Right. Brother Joe, you still with us?
Oh, you know, that stuff that kicked in, he's done, man. He ain't coming back.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we
what?
got Brother Joe. He's still with us. Hey, so what are your comments, man, on what I said about the fight they had there, man, you know, on the 31st with Shakir Stevenson, man, and Teofimo Lopez?
See, I like every time they make those monkey comments and then get beat.
Yep, and he got his ass whooped royally. It went the distance, man, but he had a big-ass knot upside his head. Eye was closed. Do you know what I'm saying?
Well deserved. But
yes, sir. You know, gonna call us monkeys saying we eating bananas.
You see, with them, this racism thing, man, it goes all the way back to their caste systems. It goes back to their jail politics. So
and now, and look, he said that about them bananas, and that Shakur, he came out his banana tree on his ass and got after him.
Fucked him up. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And then a couple other Latinos want to challenge.
You shouldn't have made him come out of his banana tree. You sitting up here talking yourself into a real good time.
Oh yeah. And the fight's on YouTube. They got the highlights on YouTube.
I thought it was funny. He beat that boy into talking about apologizing for slavery, man. That was hilarious. Oh, yeah. Man. I've never saw nobody get whooped that hard.
Yeah, but he got his mind right. And what I mean by that is he says, I want to apologize to the black community. You know, what you guys go through with slavery, it still affects y'all mentally, which it does. He's right. Okay.
He didn't even say it like that. He was incoherent. You gave him way too much credit. This dude was just discombobulated babbling. But that was good grace, man. You really are a good fan of him, because I wouldn't even did him. I would have roasted him a little more.
Oh
He
yeah,
sure
and
got his
so
karma.
oh yeah, then another Latino fighter come up there talking shit to him, and he said, "Fuck it, motherfucker, you can come get some of this work too." So hopefully they sign a contract, you know. Yep. You know, and I wish that brother very, very well in his career. Stay undefeated. You know what I'm saying?
What city are you in? What's the other brother's name?
Who, me?
Oh, he got out. The other
Oh,
brother.
Joe? Yeah.
Joe
But
got
I'm
out.
out here in Sin City.
I already know where you at. You out there in the Vegas.
Yeah. And if Che don't come back real soon, man, I might go hit me a casino, try to come up, man, a couple of $100.
I hope you should crack their ass.
Yeah, no, I don't hit them crap tables no more, man. They for a minimum bet on a crap table, brother, they want $20.
What's wrong with that?
Motherfucker, yep. And if you go in there with $100, you'll lose that real quick.
I just side bet. I don't really even hit the dice.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I do. You see, hit the field, hit big 6, big 8. Every now and then I might hit the hard 6, the hard 8. You know?
That field be paying bills.
Oh yeah, but you could lose big
Field
time.
be
Cause
saving lives.
Yep. Now you got to remember the most common number that comes up on them dice is 7. And when them 7s come up, man, they sweep that damn crap table, and they got to pay the motherfuckers on the don't pass line, you know. So your odds is better for you if you bet on the don't pass line.
You alternate.
Yeah, and that shit there goes fast too, man. So and then they got them broads coming up there trying to give you them drinks and all that shit. You know what I mean? Motherfuckers screaming and yelling around the crap tables. Yeah, come on, man. You know what I'm saying? Because you could bet.
Vegas has a bad reputation, man.
Huh?
When it comes to women, Vegas got a bad reputation.
Oh, hell yeah, man. I don't talk to none of these motherfucking hookers out here, man.
They ain't got some of the ugliest chicks in the game.
Yeah. And a lot of high mileage broad.
Ugly old broad in Vegas. I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's I don't know. I can't say about the locals. I don't know if it's just the locals that coming there getting more down and all that, but I see some ugly chicks up there. Nothing.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna say nothing, but we got a lot of more fine sisters out here than that. That's terrible.
Yeah.
Nobody brags about what?
Yeah, I'm just looking at here, man. A common Black Joe left. You know, he dropped off. And Black Joe says, "Let the Negro fight his own battles," declared Felix Terrenia, a Mexican-American civil rights activist in the great state of Texas, and the national president of the League of United Latino Citizens in 1957. Terrenia was responding to the suggestion by some LULAC colleagues that Mexican Americans ally with Negroes' problems are not mine, he retorted. I don't want to ally with him. 13 years later, Reverend D. Leon Everett, the lone Black member of the Houston School Board and leader of the local national NAACP, expressed pessimism over the possibility of a Black-brown unity after a Mexican-American youth told him that we don't want to go to school with Blacks because they're dirty. Ain't that a bitch? Wow. That has been them. That's why it used to be no Indians, no Mexican, and no GOG signs, no dog signs.
Well, where are they? Where are the masses of Mexicans coming out to condemn those words?
They ain't. You see, they worried about ICE fucking with them now. You know, and didn't want us to come up there Well, man, y'all ain't saying nothing for the Mexicans, you know, the blacks. How come they ain't with us, man? We can't do that shit no more.
Only thing we could do is offer them lip service. Hey, look, hey, I'm sorry that that's happening.
Yeah,
that's messed up.
That's it. You know, but what's gonna happen with Trump, man? I believe, right? When them Epstein files come out, there's gonna be a whole lot of motherfuckers falling.
You know what? That's all a farce. Because at the same time, if we know how the legal system works, the cops don't release files and then go make arrests.
Exactly.
No, you get arrested, then they do investigation, and then there's a trial and all that, and then they release files. You don't just release files and then so anything that's in them files obviously ain't nothing that you get convicted for at this point. So it's all just it's for nothing. It doesn't matter. Don't matter what's in them files.
A lot of it have been redacted, you know. You know what a redaction is,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, I seen that. I was looking. You must have probably tried to get in them, huh? Because I sure did. I tried to look at some of them, and a lot of that stuff is redacted.
Meaning that they're going through there, taking out all the you know, incriminating shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and there's like all these black marks all over people's face. Most of them are minors. You can see there's pictures on there. A lot of pictures with those minors posing in the picture. I've read through some of that stuff.
Yeah.
Some of it.
Yeah. Man,
I can't read through no millions of
stuff.
Millions of stuff. There's all kind of files, man. But I just got burnt out on it because, like I said, it don't really matter. It ain't nothing gonna happen from none of that stuff, so it don't matter.
Exactly.
It really don't.
Exactly.
It's already over with.
Yeah, because the motherfuckers is doing damage control big time.
So it don't matter. They
Trump, Clinton, let's see, a couple other people.
But I don't understand what people want. Why do they want to know about this stuff so bad? Because it's not gonna make a difference. It really ain't.
Exactly. You know? And
it's not gonna make a difference. That's not gonna get Trump arrested. If he was gonna get arrested, he would already be arrested for that stuff.
Facts. You know what I'm saying? Facts. And then with Epstein being dead, you see what I'm saying? They gonna say, well, man, you know, motherfucker's dead, there ain't shit we could do. But they just but they got a lot of high profile people that used to go to that Epstein Island, like Oprah Winfrey, the Clintons. You know what I'm saying?
They didn't prosecute him. They ain't never prosecute him. So why they even talking about it? If you ain't gonna prosecute them, then it don't matter. And if their name is in the files, that means that's a name of somebody that's not gonna get convicted for nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, y'all, I'm back.
What'd you do? Fall asleep, man?
We thought you went to sleep. We thought you went to sleep. We was having a conversation about the Epstein files.
Yeah.
I gotta finish
because I kind of took it over, Che, to keep the show going, man.
Yeah.
And I figured, man, you know, that because you put a lot of work in, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he's tired.
Community. Yeah, he's tired. I can tell he's tired.
All right, let's try this again.
Yes, sir.
Thanks for holding it down, Keys and Shabaka.
Yes, sir. Joe fell off. He said he wasn't getting no sound. Together, look at this bullshit. Together we are strong.
I had a post earlier about that, Shabaka.
Oh, that's downtown Los Angeles. They over there by the LA City Hall and the criminal courts building. Now, that building you see over there on the right behind their little flags and shit, that's LA City Hall.
Yeah.
Okay. And right across the street from there, there's the criminal courts building. That's where they tried your boy O.J. Simpson at.
That looked like
And Charles
our
Manson.
downtown. It looked like our downtown, like where the Mint
that's
building is.
downtown Los Angeles. Oh yeah, and then I've been in that criminal courts building a few times, man. You know, that's how I know it. Motherfucker bringing back bad memories to me.
All right, let me set it up, y'all. And the hospital.
Yeah.
Hospital was the hotspot died.
Oh man. Yeah, I hate that shit. But they saying out there together,
This is
we
campaign
strong.
staff were in fact Latino, and yet many of them, like the Speaker of the Florida Legislature and others, were backing DeSantis every step of the way, repeating all of his anti-black
Fuck
talking
DeSantis.
points. And when black people called out the racism, many of them were the first to say, "Why, it's not racist at all because we ourselves are quote unquote people."
The black villain has entered the building. Greeting, lady.
Hey.
Hey, Lady J.
I had a hard time getting out. I can't get my camera and all that stuff to work, so I was over here messing with that and charging up the equipment.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
I got the aux cord.
Figures.
Yeah, and what I try to do is keep all my stuff charged, you know, like this Bluetooth and a computer, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, so we're going over why we're not out there caping.
We can't do it no more, bruh. We can't do it no more. Oh, and that building behind City Hall you see right there is the federal courthouse.
Right here.
No, so that's the criminal courts building. That's where they tried Joe, OJ, Charles Manson, the Menendez brothers, you know what I'm saying? I've been in a couple of courtrooms in there, man, but we're not going to talk about that. You know what I'm saying? And right there where your arrow is on top of City Hall, that there's the federal courthouse right there.
Okay.
That motherfucker been sitting there since 1952. And you know how I learned that? I watched one of these old ass Turner Classic movies, man. Motherfuckers going through downtown LA in the 50s, man. City Hall been sitting there since 1927, but the federal courthouse been there since 1954. The criminal courts building there, the building over there to your left, that motherfucker been there, man, about 1965, because that's also where they tried your boy Charles Manson at.
Oh, yeah.
Hell yeah. Now get this, man. Now here's some weird shit. Charles Manson had his followers out there, the broads, shaving their heads with these damn marks on their head, and they sitting there saying, well, we're waiting for our father to be set free, you know. Fuck Charles Manson. Motherfucker get up there and said that the black militants need to take over, but they would have to go to him to learn how to do things. Man, fuck that motherfucker. Right. And he used to like that record by the Beatles called Helter Skelter, did and Helter Skelter. And Vincent Bugliosi, who is who's the motherfucking court chair that tries to get you the time in jail, the prosecutor, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So he had said, he wrote a book on it, man, saying that Charles Manson got all these young people strung out on that Luccy in the Sky diamond shit, right?
In the sky, diamonds.
Yeah, Luccy in the Sky, diamonds, and they went out there and that there was the Tate LaBianca case.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Drug addict music.
Oh yeah, man. Hey, my man. Motherfuckers was fucked up off that shit in the 60s, man, because they used to have these things that I remember as a kid, right? Called like these love-ins and sit-ins and motherfuckers was protesting the war in Vietnam, but everybody out there fucked up. So if everybody's out there fucked up and loaded, man, how you gonna make any goddamn progress? You ain't. That's why they put the damn drugs on them. And then what was that next experiment that they did in the black community in the 80s? Crack cocaine.
Mm-hmm. But let's see what Professor got for us.
All right.
People of color and or minorities, etc. and that they were fine with DeSantis's hate speech, so it couldn't be racist at all. And we also had similar things that were coming from the Asian community, such as people like Dinesh D'Souza and others, who were saying that they were on board with all of the anti-Black talking points from the white right, and that's because, as far as they were concerned, they were the living proof that America couldn't be racist. Why? Otherwise, how could a feckless suck-up like Dinesh D'Souza have gotten all of that right-wing money that was stuffed in his pockets? People like him are artificial successes. They're the sock puppets of white power, and white power is willing to go ahead and put a couple of pennies in his pocket until he's no longer useful to them. And the same thing goes for people like Amy and others. These people are, in a ton of cases, direct employees of these right-wing think tanks. They're the ones who buy their so-called books and publish them and such, and as a result, they act as sock puppets for them. But it's also true, though, that there have been a lot of these folk who are anti-Black and have nothing to do with the right at all. Remember those racist Latino LA City Council members? They were all Democrats. And one of the people who was caught on those racist recordings was a labor leader, no less. Nothing conservative about any of them. And yet they were plotting specifically how to shut down Black Los Angelinos out of the city positions and to make sure that city money was intentionally diverted away from Black areas and straight to them. All the while, publicly, those same people pretended as if they didn't have a problem with Black people at all. This is how deep, indeed sophisticated, the game of anti-Black racism is. White supremacy has always understood the need for buffer groups. If you're going to keep people repressed for the long haul, you're going to need a way to keep the focus off of yourself. And that means buffer groups are going to have to be used to stand between the dominant society and those who its power is based on keeping oppressed. This is a trick as old as the Romans, by the way, which is the reason why white supremacy found it expedient to allow mass migration. Since the days of ancient Rome, bringing in large groups of outsiders as a means to basically confuse the political equation with those who were directly oppressed, that has always been a tactic used by the ruling class to go ahead and insulate themselves. What you're doing is you're tampering with the internal politics of those who are oppressed, and you're also trying to create the illusion that, well, see, the society can actually be made to work by the rules that the ruling class set up, when the reality happens to be that's not true at all. Now, the reason that you're not seeing Black people who are getting out there and speaking up on this issue as far as mass deportation goes is for the same reason that you didn't see Black people speaking up and deciding to take the side of the Palestinians, except for one idiot at a Kendrick Lamar halftime show. Black folks were getting on code and deciding that we are not going to get involved in third-party disputes. Why? Because these other groups do not reciprocate. It makes no sense for us to be advocating for anyone else when you got everybody else advocating against us. Now, in the past, you had some Negroes, many of them tethers, by the way, who were only too eager to jump out of a window and onto statues and hang off the roofs of buildings, losing their minds to try to prove that they were going to stand in solidarity with everyone else. See, this was the problem with all of those Black folks in the 20th century who might have bought into certain Marxist ideologies. Individuals who were running around saying that it wasn't about race, it was about class, talking about the bourgeoisie and the proletariat and all that garbage. No. When you take a look at the world today, you see that white supremacy did not set up this satanic carnival along the lines of class. If that was the case, they wouldn't be messing with all of these rich Black people, now would they? They set it up along the lines of color. Race is the dividing line. Class struggle is what divides white people amongst themselves. But when it comes to Black people, class has nothing to do with it. And in the past, you had a whole lot of Black folks, people like Messi, Jesse Jackson, John Lewis, Al Sharpton, all wanting to be the first to jump from the cameras and advocate for everybody else and make comparisons between how other people are momentarily inconvenienced and the civil rights movement. All these boomers trying to relive their heyday back in the 60s. That's what that was. And you even have people that I do have some consideration for, like Cornel West, who inappropriately called any and everybody else brother or sister, that kind of talk. That kind of rhetoric only works when people treat us like family. Now, my question is, have you seen anyone from any of these other groups who have been talking the same way about Black people? I'll wait for that one. When people abuse you, call you names, your response is to call them brother and sister. That's not some kind of high-minded egalitarianism. That's self-deception. And this is why we had to put our foot down and call an end to these civil rights retreads doing stuff like that, because they blurred the lines and created a lane for anti-Black immigrants who would simultaneously make common cause with white supremacy. And then when the dominant society puts the screws to them, they get to pivot and claim that they're just like us. It needs to be remembered that you've had people, especially from these immigrant groups, who were only too happy to join in with the Ed Blums and others, attacking affirmative action such, and always making sure that they mention Black people when doing so.
Yeah.
They want to make it clear when they're talking about affirmative action, they're not talking about minorities or people of color. They're talking about Black people. This is who needs to be purged from the universities, from the government, from any aspect or arena of daily life. This is about attacking Black people. Now, what should have happened is whoever these individuals were who called themselves standing with the Ed Blums and others, they're the ones who should have met maximum resistance from these Asian groups because they were the ones claiming, well, we're doing this on behalf of Asian people. Where was the pushback? We didn't see any. Is the same reason why when Peter Liang found himself actually being charged for killing a Black person, there were massive protests on his behalf. Meanwhile, when you had Asians who were killed by white people, especially white police officers, there was crickets. This is what's been going on in this country for decades now. This is what's been going on for generations, truth be told. And that's the reason why Black people looked and said, you know what, we're not doing this thing anymore where we're trying to be building alliances and we're going to be speaking up for every oppressed and marginalized group out there. Because what we've seen time and again is that nobody has any problem with us being oppressed and mistreated. Nobody makes it a point that they're going to be speaking up on our behalf. Instead, we get people like Amy Chua and Juju Chang, both of whom happen to be married to white men. But in their minds, they think to themselves that their job is to be the main anti-Black propagandist in media. And that matters because the entire reason that we got folks from the Hispanic and Asian communities who are asking where are the Black folks at a time like this is they know that there is no substitute for the moral legitimacy that foundational Black Americans represent. But that's exactly what Amy Chua and Juju Chang were attempting to try to undermine. The entire purpose of getting out there and spouting racist lies saying that Black people are targeting Asians and Black people hate Asians and all the rest of that, the entire reason of doing that was specifically to manufacture the lie that Black people, they're just got it in for Asian people because Black people, there's no real morality there. Those Black people, they're not what you think. That was the entire reason of doing it. You do it so you can set Black people up to be attacked afterwards. You're not doing it simply because, well, we can't really find anything else to say, so this is the gibberish we're going to throw. No. The very foundation of the Black liberation struggle in this country for 500 years has been the undeniable fact that we occupy the moral high ground in an immoral society. And that being the case, how are you going to justify the racial pyramid scheme based on oppressing Black people? Well, what you have to do is you have to impugn Black people's morality. This is the reason why you had J. Edgar Hoover and others telling lies about Dr. King saying that he was committing adultery and such. I have had the challenge out there for 15 plus years. Anybody who can bring any actual evidence of Dr. King doing any sort of hanky-panky. And yet we get these idiots trying to push this urban legend that, Dr. King was sleeping around. There's recordings. Yeah, recordings that nobody's ever heard and that nobody can ever produce. Well, the FBI, you see, Dr. King was murdered in 1968. J. Edgar Hoover was still FBI director at that time and remained FBI director basically until his death. And that was in the 1970s. So you're telling me that J. Edgar Hoover had damning evidence about Dr. King, and apparently out of the goodness of his heart, he decided that this Black man that he couldn't stand and that he spent most of his time demonizing and hounding and harassing him, that suddenly decided, well, we don't want to besmirch the good Reverend's character. Is that what I'm supposed to believe? No. These are lies. You got a bunch of people, as far as they're concerned, they're doing the job of trying to impugn Dr. King's moral character and by extension, impugning the Black community's moral character, because that way you can justify mistreating Black people on the grounds that, well, these are not moral people. And that's where you get idiots like Diane Yap and others spouting that exact same garbage. They know exactly what they're doing. So when Juju Chang was attacking Black people under the guise of Black people are targeting Asians, they know exactly what kind of fire they're playing with. They know what the narrative is. The narrative is it's okay to murder Black people, and you really shouldn't be listening to Black people about all of this Black Lives Matter stuff because, they're no different than the police when you think about it. That's the entire point of telling those lies. That's what needs to be confronted now. You want to know why it is that there's mass deportations going on? It's because all of these people who made it a point that they were going to play footsie with white supremacy, they created the conditions for white supremacy to turn around and say, well, now all of you people got to go, and you can't call it racist because for decades, the very people who white power is targeting right now have been claiming that they were either white on census forms, on job applications, and on driver's licenses, or in the cases of Amy Chua and Juju Chang and others, they would go along with the whole idea of the model minority. And that's dangerous in and of itself because it begs the question, model? Who is one modeling themselves after then? What does model mean? It's amazing how you got these very individuals who spend a lot of time dumping on Black Americans. Juju Chang's real quiet right now. And so is Amy Chua, and so is Dinesh D'Souza. All of these folks, they're very quiet right now. Aren't they going to speak up about these immigration roundups? They're neither cheering them on nor are they denouncing them. They're just remaining silent. You can't even find them now. Yep. And this is the reason why you got people who are complaining, gee, we're the only ones out there. Where's everybody else? Well, by everybody else, what they mean are Black people. Where are Black people at? They need some Black people to go out there and say, oh, this is wrong. Remember the 60s. Remember the fire hoses, this, that, and the third. Yeah, it makes sense that they would be asking where are Black people at. It's because Black people have always been the ones who have been out front. As I pointed out yesterday, the immigrant groups who have come here have had a ton of government programs and policies geared specifically to economically empower them. And then what happened afterwards was Black people were watching this and going, well, surely these groups who we made it possible for them to come here, they are going to in turn point out, hey, Black people are not being treated correctly. We need to ally ourselves with them. After all, we owe them the fact that we're even able to be here. Instead, what happened was the opposite. So where are the Black people at? We're sitting this one out, just like we did with the Gaza-Israel conflict. I would suggest that any individuals who are wondering where is everybody else at, where are the Black people at? Well, I would suggest that they ask Juju Chang where she's at, or ask Nuri Martinez if she can go ahead and represent for them. See if you can drag Thomas Sowell's wrinkled behind out of mothballs, and he can go ahead and repeat some of his asinine talking points about how immigrants are better than Black people. They outperform Black people. Immigrants, they're more successful than Black people in America, and that's just because of a superior culture. The problem is cultural. Right now would be an excellent time for Thomas Sowell to go ahead and get some FaceTime in on Fox News. Believe it or not, that wrinkled up idiot is still alive, believe it or not. And yet he had a lot to say about DEI, but he hasn't had anything to say about this. Gee, I wonder why. It's because it goes against the BS narrative that he's been propped up and pushed out in front of the cameras in order to deliver for the last 50 plus years. Thomas Sowell's entire job was that white power credentialized him by giving him a degree in economics. And yet nobody ever goes to Thomas Sowell and asks his opinion when it comes to economics. When you had the economic crash back in the 80s, nobody gave a rip what he had to say about that. It was just like, well, why don't you go ahead and tell us how much better you are than Black people? We got this guy who has an economics degree. He doesn't do anything with it, but, you know, an economics degree, that means he must be smart. At the very least, we can go ahead and prop him up and say, oh, we give him some consideration. He's got an economics degree. Nobody asked him a doggone thing about the 1980s economic crash, the Great Recession. Nobody asked him anything about Bill Clinton's economic revolution in the 90s. Nobody asked him a question about anything when you had all of those corporations falling in the early aughts during W's administration, Tyco, Sunbeam, Adelphia, Enron. Nobody asked his opinion about that when the housing market imploded in 2008. Nobody asked his opinion about that. And nobody's asking his opinion about economic malaise today. The only reason that Thomas Sowell is a thing, the only reason that anybody is cursed to know what his name is because white power invented him. He's an invention of the white right. When you ask this guy, well, what's your area of specialty? You must be an anthropologist or something, right? Because you talk about Black people all the time. You must be an ethnographer or something, right? Nope. He has no background in sociology, no background in anthropology, no background in any of that. He's supposed to be an economist, but you sure can't tell by listening because the only thing he ever does is whine and complain about Black people. When it comes to economics, nobody cares what Thomas Sowell has to say. So obviously his economics degree is not the reason why you know who he is. That's just a phony means to credentialize a sock puppet punk. White power never had any permanent plans for any of the people that it uses. White power pretends to be their friend, and these people start thinking that they're on the team, that they're in some sort of alliance with the dominant society. But these white supremacists always have an exit strategy. And that exit strategy is always a double-edged sword. Not only does it give the dominant society a way for them to get out of any entanglements that they might have with their tools, but as we're witnessing, it also gives the dominant society a way to push the tools out too, all the way out. And speaking of out, that is where Black people are going to stay on this issue and all of these others that have nothing to do with us. Everybody else made it where we had to hear them taking pot shots at us and telling us that apparently we were the problem, we were harming them, Black people are just a bunch of failures and inferior and all the rest of it. Okay, fine then. We heard them heaping scorn on us, and now they can hear the sound of our silence. For a long time, you had a lot of these opportunists like the Amy Chuas and the Dinesh D'Souza's and others. They could not wait to have the stage, as it were, all to themselves. As far as they were concerned, like Nuri Martinez and her racist pals in LA, they were going to be marginalizing the most marginalized community in the country. They were supposed to be easing us out or just shoving us out. And after that, well, it was going to be the Nuri Martinez and her racist pals show. It was going to be the Dinesh D'Souza and the Juju Changs and their racist pals show. Well, people made it a point to say nothing when Black people were being attacked by these Latin American gangs, and people were making common causes with blatant anti-Black racists like Ed Blum. And that being the case, if folks wanted to have the stage, as it were, all to themselves with no Black people in sight, well, there's no sense complaining when you get exactly what you ask for. Good day. And be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Frederica Moore, David Williams, Wali Belial, Sakina Collins, and Wesley Monroe. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
That part.
The cape is off. It's been off for 7 years.
Yeah, man, we can't do it no more, man. Because we are in the state of emergency, Black family. Rather if we realize it or not. So we can see, because what happens is when we go out here and cape for other groups, right, we taking away from ourselves.
Yeah.
I see Joe came back.
Hey, let me put him
What's
up.
up, Joe? Oh, okay.
Studio?
We got Lady Che.
Lady Che.
We got a full house. Yeah, we got Lady Che there. I just see her.
Yeah, I'm in the bottom.
Yeah, why you got the mask on, Lady Che? Look like you getting ready to go put some work in.
Well, that's the way it was like a couple years back.
She's still doing what she told from Biden.
No, I don't think Lady Che would go out like that.
I was having a hard time getting my StreamYard up because it's not letting me change anything with the camera. The camera won't come off unless I'm off mute. It's really weird. It says I'm still on the OS Streamlabs, but I can't find it. It's asking me to close all these windows. I did that, and it's just kind of messing up. So I don't know, but I guess that was the picture I had on the computer from like when I had the computer on. So now I got the computer up, and I couldn't really change the avatar without messing it up.
Oh, okay.
So it just is like a constant back and forth with this goddamn camera. Like I can't figure out why it's not working right. Right now when I jumped out of StreamYard, everything's good, but it's just acting stupid. That's all. It's an older picture.
Okay, Lady Che, what are your thoughts on us sitting it out?
Right. Well, why get involved? I mean, there's no tangible benefit for it. Anyway, plus I'm not going to get involved because I think we're talking about the protest, right?
Yeah,
I left it. I didn't hear the whole thing, so.
Yeah, about the ICE protest.
Yeah, I don't think we should get involved because it's nothing but fucking. First of all, they're either paid agitators, but I'm not getting involved for no white lady to go and agitate the scenario.
Right.
Paping for fucking illegal aliens. They're breaking the law, and now it's okay to just break the law. And you see what they did today in one of those hearings or whatever. They did something for ICE, and I'm like, don't you realize we're on the list? Trump's sanctuary city list that he's gonna take away funding. Don't y'all care about the people?
Los Angeles.
We're here too. We're a sanctuary city. Denver's a sanctuary city. He's gonna strip our funding and shit because they're playing around with fucking ICE. Do they not care about the people? Evidently not. So
yeah,
that shit's fucking fucked up. And he's like, yeah, he's stripping funding from all sanctuary cities. And I'm like, well, that's not great.
Thank you for that. Yes, that is actually the next topic after this. So
hey, I got something to say about it.
Go ahead.
Hey, look, I say that we are gonna go to the rally. We're gonna help them, but we gotta have something happen first. They got to stop saying the N word. As soon as they stop saying the N word, we'll be there.
I ain't going. They're never going to stop. Nobody say that. This is like them saying they're going to give us this and that, and they never do.
They're not going to stop?
No, they're not going to stop. That's
Oh,
they love that
man,
word.
Well, then we can't
They love
go.
calling them crackers and fucking all the other fucking salacious white fucking slurs.
We can't go then.
No, we can't go.
Can't go. Is that you, Keezy? Wait, I heard a whole bunch of noise.
That work.
Oh yeah. Shabaka.
Yes, sir.
What are your thoughts on the? You already gave your thoughts, right?
Oh yeah, and then also too, I'm typing in the chat room that at the Grammy Awards, a lot of the Latino performers was talking about the ICE raids and how they in fear of ICE.
You
and they
ever
need
watch
to
that
check
shit?
ICE.
Shabaka.
You actually watch that shit?
No. This is what I saw on the news, Lady Che, on Cartoon News Network.
Oh hell no! Yeah, okay. I was like, we ain't watching that shit.
Shabaka and ladies.
No.
That's on the topic list. What he just mentioned.
Oh.
So, I guess I'll just move to the next topic, and that is February 1st, Donald Trump cuts funding to sanctuary cities and states.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Serious about that shit.
Yeah, he did. He sure did. And then he's also shutting down the Kennedy Center for two years for renovation, as he said.
Yeah. So
a lot of renovating.
This gonna give us an update on that.
Shalom, family. Good to see you all here. I hope you're doing well, very well. So we're going to talk about what went into effect February 1st. Things are going to dramatically change in this country. You know, I am in a blue state, and I was actually listening to news locally, and they were talking about New Jersey, New York, and Connecticut being cut off from federal funds. Now, Donald Trump
that's illegal as hell.
2 weeks ago how he was going to cut off sanctuary cities and sanctuary states. And I'm in a blue state, and within my state, there are sanctuary cities. Well, they're being defunded.
Right.
And it's already in effect. So this is going to impact so many things. It's going to impact SNAP benefits. It's going to impact jobs, hospitals, grocery stores.
Yeah,
schools.
everything.
It's going to impact everything, you know, that depend on federal funding. So one of the first things I expect to be impacted are jobs. There's going to be a lot of people in blue states losing their jobs. And if the blue states are struggling, trust me, the red are, because the blue states actually carry the red states. That's where the money is. The money is in the blue states. And so that means less funding for the red states. It's going to have a domino effect. Now, I don't know if Donald Trump realizes this, but if the blue states are not strong, the red states won't be strong. So, y'all, it is about to go down up in here for real. It is. And my heart goes out to people that lose their jobs behind this. Because if there's no funding
SNAP
for
benefits.
federal workers, they're going to get rid of them.
Yeah.
They're going to get rid of these people. You know,
Yeah, by the way, they shut down the government again, y'all.
People can hardly find work now. And all you're going to do is add to the job market, you know, where people can't find work, right? You know, they're saying there's more people than positions that are available here in America now. So, yeah, I can see this turning into a big nightmare. But Donald Trump, all I can say is expect to lose the midterms, because the midterms are coming up.
Yeah,
It's going to
in the fall.
Elections going on throughout this year. So this is going to be bad, but we'll see what happens. we shall see. So, y'all, there's a few things I'm going to show you. All right. I'm going to make an announcement. All right. So in all three of my shops, Shopify, TikTok, and Etsy, the hair growth butter is on sale from the 2nd to the 8th of February. You get 30% off. So no matter which store you go to, you will get the 30% discount. So it's over the next 6 days. So if you really need hair butter or you just want to stock up on it, this is the time to grab it. Now, I probably will be doing a sale on the weekend leading up to President's Day. I will probably that weekend do a sale on all 3 stores. All right. So I just wanted to make that quick announcement. And let's see. All right, I'm going to show you this. I'm going to look at a video from News Nation. Okay, please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Thank you. Okay.
And Los Angeles is among the sanctuary cities bracing for their federal funding to be cut off as soon as this morning. The president promising a crackdown on cities across the country that are resisting his administration's immigration enforcement policies. News Nation's Marcus Espinoza is here with the details. Marcus, good morning. What do we know about the president's plan to cut off funding for so many cities across the country?
Hey, Hannah, good morning. So as you know, the president will often announce things and then figure them out as they go. And that is seriously the case here as well. Today is the date that the president has said he would begin halting funding for sanctuary cities, but there are many unanswered questions left. The president has alluded to this several times in recent weeks, including in this Truth Social post announcing that February 1st, a deadline, and saying that if states want sanctuary cities, quote, they will have to pay for them. He also spoke about it when he was recently in Davos.
I have directed that starting immediately, there will be no more payments to sanctuary cities because they are really just sanctuaries for criminals. They're really protecting criminals, and those are the ones we have to get out of the country.
Now, the White House tells News Nation's Kelly Meyer that the Office of Management and Budget is currently coordinating with federal agencies to implement the president's plan, and that officials are, quote, gathering a complete report of funds being spent in each state that has a history of fraud. Wow. And there are still a lot of unanswered questions, though, including whether this will target specific programs.
No human being is illegal.
This is also already being fought in the courts, and judges have been reluctant to let the federal government use funding cuts as a hammer. So the president has long been critical of sanctuary cities and is calling on Congress to pass legislation to end them for good.
The question now is who could be affected by these funding cuts?
Right, because it's not just sanctuary cities, but states as well, and also counties, which is something a lot of folks don't know about. So the president has not laid out which locations will be affected specifically, but the Department of Justice is currently listing 18 sanctuary cities on its website. They include New York, LA, Chicago, and Seattle, among others. Trump's post and comments specifically, they reference cities, but do not address whether funding cuts would apply to 13 sanctuary states and 4 sanctuary counties as well. Whatever happens, local governments are preparing for that.
And our government just don't give a fuck.
Experts say the cuts could affect departments such as housing, public health, emergency management, and also education. The U.S. Community for Refugees and Immigrants says this decision to cut funding would undermine public safety in America's communities.
We will see how this plays out. Marcus Espinoza, thank you so much.
5280, here's destroying his own party.
Just to let you know.
1 second, it's a pipe dream. And the next,
On the right.
It's a dream come true. 1 second.
Yeah, Brother Che, we need to do some marketing of some ad space. Brother Che.
Yeah, I'm here, Shaboozey.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So
Yeah,
I
we need
mean,
to do
this
some
thing
marketing of
is
some ad
very
space, man.
serious, and they're right. Emergency management,
Because we got to
it's
generate us
anything
some
that's
revenue.
funded by the federal government. And they're already warning people in our area, it could cost lives. You know, people could lose their lives behind this defunding. So all I can say is try to be more self-reliant. I know it's difficult, especially if you're struggling with illness or, you know, you're on some type of medical assistant that's federally funded. Yeah. So because all of that's going to be impacted. And people are already seeing changes. And we're going to talk a little bit about all the changes that went into effect February 1st for SNAP benefits. Oh, it's a lot of people that was on it that are no longer, eligible for it. There are a lot of people that had their benefits cut. You might have been getting, let's say, like $2,000 a month in SNAP benefits. Those folks are now down to $200 and $300 a month, and they're having a meltdown. So that is another thing that went into effect February 1st, and we will talk about that a little later. So now we're going to look at some reaction from people over on TikTok about these cuts to blue states and blue sanctuary cities. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Thank you.
The funding to the blue states, but the blue states fund the red states. So the blue states will just stop funding the red states to fund themselves. And then the red states will really be the ones that get their funding cut in the long run.
The President of the United States has just announced that he's cutting off all federal funding to blue states. This would be the collapse of the United States of America if he is not prevented from doing this. This is an illegal seizure of spending power. This is a collapse of federalism, and it is a constitutional coup. Infrastructure in states will come to a screeching halt. So construction workers will lose their jobs in mass. Road projects will end. Transit projects will end. Medicaid care will be shut off. Hospitals will close. Nurses and doctors won't get paid, and nursing care facilities will shutter. School lunches, food assistance, public workers, and state budgets will completely collapse. This will cause the loss of life and irreparable harm to children, to the elderly, to veterans, to working families all across this country. And we will officially be an authoritarian government. Our Constitution will be null and void. This is serious, and we should take it serious. Congress needs to act now. Democrats and Republicans. He is destroying the United States of America as we know it.
Starting February 1st, we're not making any payments to sanctuary cities or states having sanctuary cities because they do everything possible to protect criminals at the expense of American citizens.
Despite highly publicized killings of United States citizens by federal immigration agents in Minneapolis and sharp criticism of their tactics, the Trump administration's immigration enforcement continues in Maryland. Last week, Montgomery County Executive Mark Elridge told residents to prepare for the next operation, a massive increase of federal agents within the county, similar to what we've seen in Minneapolis, Portland, Los Angeles, and Chicago.
we do not consent to the use of any of our parking lots, garages, or vacant lots for immigration enforcement activity. But additionally, we are going to take steps to prohibit it as best as possible.
Council members Will Jawando and Kristen Mink said Montgomery County is already a target of the Trump administration, so they're not backing down.
And our police chief has said this directly. If there's if someone feels like they've been kidnapped and a kidnapping is reported, they're going to investigate that and try to find out what happened.
And I'll just say that in reference to the previous question about them doing their jobs, they're not doing real jobs right now. There's no jobs happening. They're out creating terror, spreading fear, kidnapping people, disappearing people.
Listen to this bullshit.
Deporting them sometimes before they are able to even make contact with their families, much less a lawyer. So if that's the job we're stopping them from doing, I'm all in on stopping them from doing that job.
The Department of Homeland Security recently closed a $100 million deal on a Hagerstown warehouse that is widely assumed to hold more ICE detainees. So we'll keep you updated on what's next for Maryland right here and on thebanner.com. This is Rondez Green for The Banner.
Additionally, starting February 1st, we're not making any payments to sanctuary cities or states having sanctuary cities because they do everything possible to protect criminals at the expense of American citizens, and it breeds fraud and crime and all of the other problems that come. So we're not making any payments to anybody that supports sanctuary cities.
Man, this what them folks wasn't telling y'all when they were making them deals behind them closed doors to keep the budget going, man. Them folks also agreed that while y'all was talking about defund ICE and they wasn't gonna get no funding, them folks made sure that y'all motherfucking sanctuary cities ain't gonna get no funding this year. Them folks said that any state or city that breaks federal law will not be receiving any federal funding. That means that the money that go to public housing, you folks won't be getting it. That means that food stamps, you won't be getting it. That means any federal assistance, you won't be getting that motherfucking money come 2026 starting this year, man. Them folks ain't gonna make you folks, let y'all folks take over. What they gonna do is they gonna starve you out. If you can't make no money, you can't start no living. And them folks gonna starve you motherfuckers out.
Off streets, which are extremely dangerous and put them at risk for additional things like being mugged, being assaulted, etc. Area number 4, transportation and infrastructure workers. These are also going.
This is a newer iteration of that, but it still raises the questions of, to what extent can the federal government say that what a state or a local town is doing is punishable or should result in funding getting stripped?
See, that's really interesting because that was going to be my next question, is if legally the federal government can block these cities from receiving this money just because they are sanctuary cities. Of course, you just said, there's still questions from that. This is a very new territory that we are charting at this moment. But I'm wondering, though, if we do have an answer as to how sanctuary cities could push back on this and what kind of, preemptive measures they have taken just to make sure that they can still remain a sanctuary city even without that federal funding.
I think we have seen lawsuits related to this already crop up, even starting really on in the second Trump administration. We did see funding get impacted if they deemed a program to be related to DEI, for example, so diversity, equity, and inclusion. And that also had a very broad and non-legal definition. And so we saw states see their funding being impacted by that policy that you wouldn't think was funding that would be impacted. And so, I think it really depends on what dollars are exactly that are going to be lost. And I think, to kind of answer two questions in one is we can definitely expect many lawsuits to come from this, and it'll be in the hands of the court, whether or not money continues flowing while those legal battles play out or whether it doesn't.
All right, is this the on? Okay, checking. Yep, checking. So this man right here, Donald J. Trump, he is freezing federal funding, where he's planning to cut federal funding. He planned to cut federal funding on February 1st, and it's coming to effect now. But something about federal funding and what they're cutting is
Federal funding cuts, particularly prominent in 2025 under the Trump administration, involve significant reductions and freezes to grants for science, NIH, NSF, education, housing, Section 8, Medicaid, and criminal justice, leading to disrupted research, halted programs, job losses, and substantial shortfalls in state and local budgets, forcing agencies to cut services, suspend wait lists, and seek alternative funding sources. So not only that the federal funding is being cut to certain areas, but also the government is getting affected too. The Democrats are getting affected because the Democrats run the blue states, and the blue states are like Massachusetts and all that. I live in Massachusetts, so I'm part of the blue states. But the blue states right here, if you go to 2026, I think it's going to show in 2026. This is pretty much the blue states right here. The dark.
I didn't know Nevada was a blue state.
All Republican states. The one
that Democratic majorities in Nevada.
Dark blue is Republican states. So we might end up going into an apocalypse soon if this lasts more than if this lasts the whole 2026 or so on, you know. So, you know, people are gonna be hungry, they're gonna start fighting for food, they're gonna start fighting for shelter, they're gonna start fighting for all sorts of things. And
gas.
The thing about that is, like, nobody wants to do that. Nobody wants to go out there and hurt people, kill people, steal from people, rob, loot. You know, everybody wants to take care of themselves. Everybody wants to take care of others. Everybody wants to make money and live. But this man, Donald Trump, is cutting federal funding.
Jesse.
From February 1st, it was yesterday. And right now it's the start of federal funding cuts. So we just have to see what happens.
All right, okay, I'm calling it a night, man, because, you know, I'm tired as fuck. But thanks for having me, man. Great show tonight.
Thank you, Shaboozey.
Yeah, and appreciate everybody, you know, coming in, Cool Keezy, what have you, Joe. You know, we do know you guys are in a different time zone. All right, so, you know, I'm writing up some shit for another show. Y'all gonna love it, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Particularly with these current times going on with this motherfucker in office, you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
All right, so, you know, I'm out, and wish everybody a good night. Thanks for having me.
Okay, good night, Shaboozey.
Yeah, Sandman scoring heavily in this round, man. I think the referee just waved me off. Damn. Yeah. Great show. Share this motherfucker. And also, too, Brother Ch, I'm going to give you a call tomorrow. I got an idea of where we can get a brand going on this right here for real.
Okay.
All right, brother. Okay. All right, y'all. Thank you for having me. Y'all have a nice night, you know, wherever you are, because I'm in Vegas. I think our brother over there in the East, you know, I think he's in New York.
No, he's in Virginia.
Okay. All right. He's still on the East Coast. So we got the West Coast, we got the Mountain States, and we got the East Coast.
Yeah,
and of course, you know, our brother Joe, he's in the East. You know what I'm saying? So that's good. That's real good.
Yeah, we can
Yeah. And then of course we got a few people down south, you know, like Brother Jermaine, and he's working on another illegal eviction down there. But I think he's starting to get some juice down there behind it.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Which this here in Nevada is Republican. Yes, it is. Yeah, that's what I don't understand, Cool Keezy, why they're going to put up there and talk that bullshit, you know? Yeah, Nevada is Republican. Yes, sir, that is a fact.
Yeah.
You know, because all the people you got running the state are all fucking Republicans.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, say, but down here in Sin City, it's its own planet, you know, because like when the Democrats run for office and when they get their Democratic votes, they mainly are coming out of Southern Nevada and Las Vegas, right? But Reno, Carson City, Winnemucca, all them cities over there off of I-80 that you know about, brother, all them motherfuckers go Republican.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see, you know, and what have you. So we'll see. So I keep you all informed and definitely thank you for having me here on season 6, episode 11, part 3 of the Frontline Black News. This is your Bacc Sankor for Shabaka's Black Experience in conjunction with Frontline Black News. You know what I'm saying? And we thank it. And then people, Brother Che, put up the PayPal so that people could donate to us, man. We need donations bad the motherfucker.
Yeah, I put it up earlier, Shabaka. Let me pull it up again.
Okay. Somebody coming in hit us. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, if we can get 10 people to donate $10 to that, to the PayPal right there, you know, that's $100, you know, and the money is to keep us up, and we will show you law of how your money was spent, you see. And then, of course, you donate, you're more than welcome to come up here on the platform and talk about what you're marketing, you know?
Right.
Yeah. Okay, y'all. So I'm out, y'all. Have a nice night. Okay.
Good night, Shabaka.
Yes, sir. This is Shabaka
Good night,
saying.
Shabaka.
All right, Lady Che. Okay, I'm just signing off from Las Vegas, Nevada. Come on, 7-Eleven. I was gonna go to the casino, go to Circus, right? But fuck it now. I'm going to bed.
Yeah.
That's what happens when when you get old. You know what I'm saying? Shit's gonna hurt. You're gonna slow down. Natural degeneration process. You know. All right, y'all. Okay, y'all have a nice night, and thank you for having me.
You too, Shabaka. Good night.
All right. Yes, sir. Okay.
I don't know what's going to happen, but I picture it as there's going to be an apocalypse. Like, you know, people, like what I said earlier, a lot of people is going to be angry and they're going to start rioting and protest and looting, you know, this and that. And I'm not trying to say, oh, I want this to happen, right? I'm just informing you that it's going to happen, and we don't know how it's going to end and how it's going to stop and how it's going to affect others' lives and people who are living in America right now. So that's it for now. If you like these videos, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe, or like follow me on TikTok, because I'm posting this on TikTok. And you can just heart it and comment down below of what you guys think about the federal funding cuts. So yeah, peace out.
All right, we ready to go? Everybody? All right. Good morning. My name is Brad Miller. I'm the Pinal County Attorney. Today, I'm here to announce a strategic partnership with the Immigration and Customs Enforcement Authorities through their 287G enforcement program. Members of my office have gone through the certification requirements, and we are now acting in direct partnership to protect Pinal County. Evil exists in this world, and it manifests itself through human trafficking, drug trafficking, domestic violence, and crimes against children. This office will do everything in its power to protect this community from these predators. Recently, my office indicted an illegal immigrant named Ishmael Ortega Hernandez for the murder of his girlfriend in front of her 2 children. He sought refuge in a sanctuary city because politicians like Representatives Grijalva and Ansari have made people believe that they are safe in those cities. I'm here to let you know that they are not. There are no sanctuary cities in Arizona. With this partnership, if you commit a crime in Pinal County, we will hunt you down no matter where you go and prosecute you to the fullest extent of the law. Human smuggling is an evil, and we will not only prosecute those who participate in such activities, but my office is also planning to pursue legislation to call it what it is. It's modern-day slavery. Working with ICE to end these crimes is the goal. But there are those out there, including those in power, who seek to stop the good work that our law enforcement officers are doing. There are some Arizona politicians willing to lie to you in order to get additional social media attention, as we saw this past week with Representative Grijalva. Now, she was caught in a lie. She had her own Jussie Smollett moment. She had to manufacture outrage where none exists because they know, and she knows, that Arizonans are not on her side. It is unfortunate that these politicians have chosen to create dangerous situations for our law enforcement officers, to boost their own profiles, and unfortunately, mainly to raise campaign dollars.
All right, y'all. So, yeah, so this is going to be rough. And yes, it's going to impact states, because I think there's like 4 locations here in New Jersey that are considered sanctuary. So even if you say it's just the cities, it's still going to impact the whole state, because the people in those cities are not going to be funded, which will ultimately just trickle down to the state. But, you know, like I said, when I was listening to the news earlier this morning, they were saying New Jersey, New York, and Connecticut are anticipating their whole states being impacted. So this is going to be interesting to see, y'all. It's going to have a bad impact, and Donald Trump intend on keeping this funding cut from blue state sanctuary cities for the rest of this year. So this is not just an in the moment thing. This is for all of 2026. That's what this is for. So it's definitely going to just create some really bad situations for some people, you know, especially if you're on Medicaid or you depend on food assistance, you're definitely going to be impacted by this. No doubt about it. So we will see what happens. I'll definitely will be doing updates on this. And of course, we know the lawsuits are coming. We already know the lawsuits are going to be coming from these blue states. So y'all, I tell you what, I see somebody, I think Daniel Meyer, you're talking about Karen. I
think that Colorado just fucked us,
orders,
or Denver just fucked us at the state level too.
I was looking at
And
a recent ICE video out of Minnesota. I tell you what,
the white folks don't know
they
what
are
to do, or not
really
gonna know what to do with
laying
themselves.
hands on Karen
got no
out in
benefits
these
or funding.
streets. An
It's gonna
ICE
affect everything.
agent
Might as well
snatched
just put everybody out.
a cell phone out of an elderly Karen. And when she went to reach for it back, he grabbed her. I mean, he roughed her butt up bad. I mean, he roughed up this elderly woman bad. Anyway, they don't care how they handle these white folks. You know, you got to realize, and I know I've said this before, you got those Proud Boy types, you know, and these Klan members and neo-Nazis. Those are the ones that are in ICE. And they see these people protesting for immigration out in the streets, and they see these white people as traitors. So they don't care how bad they rough them up. And y'all, you know, in the month of January, they actually killed ICE. ICE actually killed 9 people. But the only ones they're talking about are the 2 white people, you know, Renee Good and Alex Preddy. You know, everybody else is invisible. I said, see, that right there is enough reason for people not to go out. Let white people handle it. Since you only want to recognize white people that got killed, then y'all take to the streets and do all the way. Y'all should do the work anyway. You set up this system this way. So y'all really should be out there more than anyone else. This is the way you were satisfied with the system running this way until it started impacting you. That is not a reason for my people to be out there, but it's all the reason for your people to be out there.
Right.
So, you know what, y'all? They can have at it. You know, with these federal cuts to those of us that live in blue states, we got to attend to our own business and get through this year the best that we can. Being out in the streets, that is not a priority. It's not. It's going to be feeding, people feeding themselves and getting medical attention when funding may not be there for that medical attention, and jobs that may be lost behind this whole thing. People got their business to attend to. We don't have time to be out in the streets dealing with immigration. That's not our problem anyway. So y'all, I will see you at 1:45, and we're going to talk about all the changes to the SNAP benefits and why many people are no longer going to be eligible as of today. They're not going to be eligible to even be on SNAP. So I will see you then. Shalom, family.
Well,
and so that would make her part of the African diaspora. Okay. Now she's in America. She's making music, and I have no problem with her making music. Please make your music and enjoy yourself. You know, I'm proud that you got an award that makes you happy. Okay. It's not about her award or her talent.
Remember all them cuts and shit that Trump was supposed to be doing. You know, we're supposed to be seeing some of this economic return, and we ain't seen none of that. So I wouldn't count on seeing anything from him at all anyway. At least in regards to this, you know what I mean? And really, you know, they're the ones that wanted to have that bleedy heart motherfucking commit crime fucking syndrome. So, you know, let them do it.
And then where's the opposition? Why are they just talking about what could happen if they keep fighting for illegals? Why aren't they talking about, oh well, coming to a compromise and say, well, we can't have that happen, so we gotta didn't Nevada just cave in? Isn't that what they said? Wasn't that Nevada?
Yeah. I think it was one of them crib did.
How many more people is gonna follow suit with Nevada? Because that's probably what Trump's goal is, to get everybody to do that. You just shut up and say, you know what, we're in partnership with Homeland Security, and we're going to protect America. We're not going to protect illegals. And if you are here illegal, then yeah, you going home. And we're going to be funded. We're not going to let Americans suffer to protect illegals. That's not what the opposition is saying. They're saying we're going to protect illegals, and you're going to have to suffer because we would rather be a sanctuary city to protect these illegals and let you guys suffer on their behalf.
Like you know, with that SNAP thing, I mean, they didn't even have the city council. You know, I was going off about it. They didn't even have a backup plan. There's no backup plan with the House or the Senate. They're in our state. There's no backup plan, not on the local level or the state level. They're just like, well, we just need to, you know, get these ICE agents unmasked, and you know, give these legal aliens, but that's not what they call them. Give them privilege, and I don't know.
And where's Clyburn?
We already got all that, right? But so we
how come Clyburn isn't saying nothing?
Yeah, where Jimbo Jangles at?
Yeah, because isn't this hurting their campaign? And they're hurting America for them to do all this sloganeering? They're doing this defund police, defund ICE, abolish ICE. That's sloganeering. That's hurting America, right?
No, I'm just talking about us because we're in Denver. I'm talking about us. You know what I mean? That we watched this shit happen today, like earlier in the afternoon, or yesterday. I'm sorry, yesterday afternoon. You know what I mean? And we were sitting there like this. They gonna pass that shit, and they did for the fucking migrants. So it's like we're just like Jesse said, you know, We're founded on thieves and motherfucking, you know what and what, right? So this is just another fucking example of fucking, white supremacy, committing crimes and getting away with it. You know what I mean? And these motherfuckers, these illegal immigrants benefiting and leapfrogging over Black Americans, foundational Black Americans in Denver.
I just can't just put this on the Trump guy because you got to know that we can't miss that these Democrats are saying, look,
the Democrats ain't fighting at all.
I don't care. And these immigrants or migrants, whatever you want to call them, they are more important than your funding to your city. We don't need funding. We need these illegals. And that's what it is. Yep. And Trump is bad and illegals are good. So that's what it is.
Yeah, you're right. And we watched it, like I said, none of the Democrats, because they act like this is a Democratic-led city. None of them are really fighting back, and they're fighting this. They're like, we just can't have you, you all mistreating and misnaming and to these migrants and making accusatory statements like, paid agitators and whatever this and that and whatever, right? Illegal aliens breaking laws and I don't know what else, right? So they can't have that. But I'm like, but you're gonna cut funding to all these programs that are gonna affect elderly. I mean, they already don't give a fuck about housing Black people, let alone feeding them, keeping them educated. So I mean, we just add on extra shit. It's gonna affect once it starts affecting them. You'd have thought it would affect them when the SNAP thing happened. They were losing their fucking mind. White people were losing their mind. You know what I mean? They didn't have no plans. You can't vote Democrat this year. This right here is an example.
But he's not saying he's cutting funding I'm cutting funding just to cut it. He's saying he's cutting it. If y'all keep doing, if y'all don't cooperate with ICE, then I'm gonna cut funding. And their response is no. Defund ICE. We gotta defund. We gotta abolish ICE. All that slogan there.
Yeah, slogan. I think we should cooperate. Slogan kills. Yeah, I think we should cooperate. I mean, for the betterment of the fucking state. What are you doing? Like, this falls on Polis. This falls on Johnston. This falls on the city council. This falls on everybody in Denver's the only sanctuary part, and it's just an idea.
That's exactly what I want to hear. I want to hear people holding those people in charge accountable, because Trump ain't in charge of this. He ain't in charge of that, so you can't hold him accountable for trying to get these people out of here.
What happened to taking Johnston to jail? Like, you know what I mean? He said he was willing to go. I was willing to help him. Let's go. You know what I mean?
And as far as folks being brutalized, I don't think that's cool. It's not very nice. But the best thing to do is just comply.
Right, just comply. I mean, why do all this? And like, why do all this? Where's all this vigor coming from? This is not going to be the only thing that everybody's going to be up in arms. This is the beginning of 2026, and we're at Black History Month. They don't seem to remember Black History Month. This is the immigrant month again, but like the 5th month.
They better tell all them hostile Karens and Kens to stand back and stand down.
Right, I'm like, why are you getting involved, bitch? Like, don't you realize what you're doing? That's okay. Like, this is what you do anyway, Karen. You get involved, and as soon as it gets hot and too hot in the kitchen, you bounce out of it anyway, and leave motherfuckers holding the bags. It's like, but I'm not gonna help them. I'm like, fuck it. White people want to act stupid and agitate the situation and stand up for migrants. Keep in mind, they never stood up for Black people. So, we just got to remember that. We got to remember that we're at war.
Yeah, you guys have all said it all night.
Yeah, don't jump off the bridge, Black people. Trying to kumbaya and shit. It ain't worth it.
We not.
No, hell no, we're not. We're probably the only 3 on code in the city.
There's a few. There's a handful of us.
Here, so
there's a handful of us, but I'd say we'd probably be some of the most active and most vocal.
Mm-hmm.
But
And Sister Vicky Dillard, so that's 4. That's sad. Hey, but TVA said it didn't take a lot of people. He said it just take a small few. Mm-hmm.
well, it has been only just it hasn't been 51 million FBAs doing what we do. It's just been only a small portion of us doing this. And we look at the progress we've made now.
In each state, there's like 2 or 3 FBAs doing the work, trying to get through legislation or whatever. In each state, there's maybe 2 or 3 doing it, and everybody's sitting back.
Yeah, I don't know really how to get. I don't know what to do next with that bill, man. I don't know.
I got it. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put it with mine. I'm gonna put yours separate, but I'm gonna put it with mine and submit it at the same time.
Well, no, it's not really something you could submit at this point. It's something that needs to have some oversight and some I need to get with some attorneys because now we need a figure. There's not a dollar amount on there. There's still more research and stuff that needs to happen. But the gist of the bill, the main stuff, the main bread and meat that I put in there is about specifically for us type of stuff.
Right.
That's the language that can't change. We can't change none of that. We ain't budging on that.
Mm-mm.
It's not an immigrant. It's not a all lives matter bill.
Right. Specifically,
it's a lineage based bill.
Yeah.
And that's the only thing. We don't have anything on the books like that. So that's why I wanted to get
And they
this
can't even
going.
say what is it? The Crown Act. Crown Act turned into for everybody. We watch motherfuckers bill stripped to pieces, and the 2 black women watching the bill get stripped to bare bones, and the look on their face was funny as hell. They were devastated. But I was like, what do you expect? You try to work with these white folk, and they ain't having none of that. So, what do you expect? But this is different.
What happened at the meeting today?
Here, the senator.
What'd you just say? What was you saying that happened at the
Oh man, they went to fight for their bill, and the bill got stripped. They kept going back and forth to fix their bill. Their bill got stripped to the bare bones, so it was like off for everybody. And the way they looked was devastating. I thought that shit was funny as hell.
Were they?
Yeah, I don't know.
Were they having some effect? Are they feeling the effects from these cuts already? They talking about any of this funding cuts down there at the?
The motherfuckers make buku dollars. They're gonna eat good, live good, be warm and shit.
No, I'm talking about today at the meeting.
Oh no, we didn't see none of that. We saw the immigration
earlier.
Shit. Yeah,
That's all they was talking.
Yeah, during Black History Month. Yep.
And they ain't talking. So that funding stuff ain't hit over here yet.
They shouldn't be playing around with the orange man, because when he says something, he usually come correct. And he's been serious about punishing Denver, and seriously been punishing Denver because they won't let out Tina Peterson.
Yeah, free Tina Peters.
Yeah, Tina Peters. Yeah, that bitch was over there getting it in the fucking jail.
I predict by next Monday, they'll be talking about them funding cuts. Watch.
Oh yeah,
Yep.
big
Oh yeah,
they gonna feel it.
They're gonna feel it come the weekend when the news is all over the place and they're reading in the news break like, oh my god, yeah, bitch, yeah, bitches. Now y'all want to go fucking wave the flag for them, but keep in mind your household is gonna suffer, not them. They living good.
Be all under the guide to protect non-citizens.
Non-citizens, yeah. They want to give them everything. They want to give them like you already know that the DMV was giving out IDs and shit, and taking bribes. Every DMV in the United States was doing it. Every DMV. So other motherfuckers riding around with CDLs and driver's license and renting apartments and doing the most and shit, while we sit here and everything's paperwork. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They didn't have to do all that paperwork. Even today at city council, somebody brought their kid to fucking beg for fucking, assistance. Brought their kid there at city council. I was like, this is bullshit.
Sometimes people don't have nowhere to put them kids. No, where they gonna go? If they homeless, where they gonna just say, hey, tell some bum at the bus stop, hey, watch these kids while I go over here and beg for money at the city hall.
I feel like they didn't have them in there before. They only started bringing them recently. And what they're asking for is ridiculous. They're asking for other people's help and shit. I was like, I have no feelings for that type of shit right now. Because that's tokenism. That's tokenism. They tokenizing them motherfuckers right there like that.
Lady T been writing down. She been bringing a notebook and writing down like, oh, okay, he was here by himself Thursday, 3:00.
Yeah. No, he came with an adult, and the brother was like, we're here to speak on other people's behalf. Fuck all that, man. You just wasted 6 minutes of my time.
That
I
baby
don't have no
is,
feelings good.
that baby is not no baby.
Watch them take
That
everything.
baby is 17.
Yeah, that motherfucker's like, I go to school. Oh, so you don't got no problem being in school and shit. When they had
What's
all
up,
the
bro?
kids walk out, I was like, you know how illiterate these motherfuckers are? In the state of in the city of Denver, they can't read, they can't do math and shit. Like, are you serious? And they're taking a day off to go protest for migrants? Like, fuck that, man. And the reason is because their teachers are out there fucking waving banners and shit. Take your motherfucking ass to school. Stop playing around. This shit ain't no game. You're not gonna be able to read when you're 20. Reading's fundamental. Jesus Christ. You can't read a smartphone forever.
That's crazy you said that, because on Sharice's post about them kids in Montbello on their protest, somebody came on there and commented that, like, those kids are just trying to get school.
Yeah. Yeah, there was like, this is our civic duty. What the fuck you know about civic duty? Get your motherfucking ass to
The
school,
white
read a book.
supremacists is in that comment, because that post went viral. So they in there like, yeah, those kids, what's the test scores over there at Montbello High School?
They
in
don't
there.
know, they're illiterate. I think we got a high illiteracy rate, and they can't do math. I'm like,
I'm not gonna join in and start denigrating them, but there is some truth to what they say. They do need to be in school. They don't need to be out there.
I'd rather my kid learn how to read versus standing up and fighting for motherfuckers that don't need to be here. They could go home. I mean, we got their president. I mean, why can't they go home? And you get three rats.
Wasn't they over here celebrating and cheering that their president was kidnapped? All these people were celebrating about that. I'm like, what?
I was like, shit, celebrate your motherfucking ass with all back in countries. Shit, go back. You got all that oil that we don't want. You go back. What you talking about? Rebuild your country. Yeah. I mean,
we don't want it, but Whitey would love that oil. They trying to get it.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I was like, take it back. We got your president. Why we got your president? I don't fucking know why we didn't take Putin or fucking Netanyahu or whatever. But all right, whatever. We got your motherfucking president.
Hey, Che, who do you think is gonna be the next state to fold? The next blue state to turn to the fold and say, you know what? We're cooperating. I know somebody about to come out tomorrow and say
California.
Or New York. I think it might be New York. Because there's a lot of banter going on in New
California
York.
would be the most. That would be smart of them to do that, but I don't know if that's gonna happen.
I mean, it's not gonna help.
I think they might hold out.
Black people, so it's not really gonna help us anyway. But New York though might do it because old boy Madani said, like, there's a lot of chatter going on about Madani. But he's kind of like, they say he's broke. Ooh, the country's broke. There's all this trash everywhere. Motherfuckers outside in the street. So I think he'd be the first one to fold. because he can't afford those.
New York and California.
Yeah, really, I think they should come and get our mayor. He said he was willing to go to jail. Make me a believer.
Yeah, put him in jail.
Yeah, make me a believer. He said it. I'm willing to go to jail. Well, make me a believer. Shit, take your motherfucking ass to the county. Shit. Make me a believer. The first white boy go in there. Tell him you're gay and they'll give you special privileges.
All right, look, New York, Russ, keep an eye out on this, man. It's gonna be New York or Cali, huh?
My guess is gonna be New York because old boy said he's broke. Really, I would like to see Chicago do it, and I would really like to see our city do it because it's not really a law. It's like a fucking suggestion. You hear me? Like we're saying it, but it's not really like a law. You know, just like that. I think it was Arizona or whatever that took they reneged and said we're no longer a sanctuary city.
And about these lawsuits, what kind of lawsuit are you gonna? How are you gonna sue somebody for upholding the law and protecting America? Even if I mean, that's what that's what they're gonna say they're doing, even if that's not what ICE does or whatever. That's subjective. You might say they is or they ain't, but what's the angle that you could use to sue? Because Lisa talked about all of these lawsuits coming. Now him cutting off funding to
the lawsuits will come from the mistreatment of them folk, the peoples, the immigrant peoples, and then the mistreatment of the whites when they get tossed around and shit. But technically they have every right to ask the whites where they're from because we had all kind of white Europeans sneak in too.
Everybody should be getting checked.
Just get away with everything, but they had all kind of white Europeans sneak in like thousands. So I'm waiting for that when they start asking the whites where they're from and their status and shit.
I don't have no problem showing my ID.
Me neither. I got like 2 of them just here. Shit. I'm on camera anyway. Everywhere we go, like what the fuck, man? You run my fingerprints. I'm in the system. You know what I mean? Once you figure it out, you're gonna have to let me go. You know what I mean? Just print me. I'm right there. I'm in the system. Oh God, all kind of felonies is right there.
Now I could see some lawsuits coming from that. Now, if you detain the wrong Black American,
right.
you probably is getting sued because you shouldn't. Once they gave you their ID, that's it for you, brother. You better leave them alone.
Especially since they're using their phone for facial recognition. I mean, that's all it takes. We'll just do that. But I mean, I'm willing to take the Pepsi challenge and go all the way to the motherfucking to the facility and let them fingerprint me.
And then they're not just making random stops, just looking at people like, oh, you look Nigerian. Come here.
Yeah, no,
they're looking for specific people. They know who they're looking for.
Well, now
they go to these places looking for certain people.
Holman's on the case, so everything's now specific. Because before then, they were just pulling motherfuckers off of every corner. You know what I mean? They didn't give no fucks, knocking on doors, going in people's houses. But with Holman on the case, it's more like a strategic, like we're specifically looking for so-and-so, so-and-so, and so-and-so. You know what I mean? So the numbers are going to drop a little low. But it doesn't matter, dude. They're still paying agitators. You know, they're still paying fucking agitators money and to go out and fucking create this madness. You know, I don't see why.
Because these people that's following them, how do they know that that's them?
First of all, I don't think you should follow anybody that close to where they got to park their car and walk right up to you and be like, get the fuck up out the whip. You know what I mean? You're too close and you can't even lie about what you're doing. You know what I mean? Because you're recording it the whole time. Whole time you're following them. You know, and that's not going to stand up in court. But like, look, check it out. That Alex Pretty dude.
If you see a car, oh, boy.
Let me tell you about that Alex Pretty dude, right? They had 2 white women in the car, right, where the shit's happening. So she watches old boy get bucked on like 9 times, right? Then the white girl that he helped up was filming. They're both filming dude get bucked on, and neither of them helped him. And then went and sold their fucking shit to somewhere they could do interviews. I forgot where they did the interviews at, so they could talk about it. And they were doing like every third word hard pause. You know, like literally every third word hard pause. You know how white people talk, like it was such a
dramatic.
I was so upset. I mean, the way they did him.
Fake dramatic.
I'm like, bitch, speed this shit up, cuz. Why don't you help him? Why don't you honk the horn? You're right there. The bitch is in the car. She's in the car filming right in front. He's getting fucking tossed around and shot at.
Yeah.
I was like, these broads, white bitches, dude, white bitches, they let that shit happen. They could have honked the horn, scared dude, or scared them or whatever, because he's right in the car, in the front of he's getting manhandled and shot right in front of a car. There's a white bitch in the car filming it, and another white girl that he helped off the street filming him get shot. And they have it from both angles. The white girl in the car is filming the shit happen, and she catches the other white girl filming the same shit. You see what I'm saying? White bitches. Why? That's the main reason why you shouldn't go outside.
Yeah, and who drives down the street and looks to and sees a normal car, but then notices that's a cop, it's an undercover in there. Hey, look, follow them. Who does that?
No, man. These next door people be snitching like a motherfucker. The next door app is nothing but white people. And they go around in my neighborhood snitching on motherfuckers. I think 3 times somebody talked about me fucking riding around the street with the dog. That's all they do is snitch. Like, I'm like, you ain't got no lives. That's the whole reason why, like all these laws in Aurora are changing. Because motherfucking the white people on next door app. So yeah, they were saying it on the interviews. They're like, we got this Signal app. We're using Signal, and we're getting these notifications of where ICE is, so we just go out and peruse and see where they're at and get, I'm like, why would you leave your motherfucking comfort at your house to go follow them around in the winter? That don't sound smart. Getting your cold ass motherfucking whip to follow them around and watch them fucking drive around looking for fucking illegal aliens. Like, come on, cuz this is stupid. I would never. Who would never? It's warm in here. Why would I leave?
All right. So
you gotta defeat Trump.
Yeah, anybody with the orange man.
Orange man bad.
You just can't have more years of Trump. Oh my God. What are we gonna do?
And everybody's like, well, aren't you guys affected? Well, shit, man. We've had nothing before, and we've made it out of there. We're gonna be all right. We're gonna be all right.
Right. So I'm feeling give us an update on why we will be all right. And talk about these damn illegals.
This back screen behind Uncle Phil look like we're going into the Matrix.
Yeah. Why Olivia Dean thanked immigrants and Shaboozey falsely claimed that the immigrants built this country.
That's the narrative, and they're lying.
That's that biting narrative. Fuck all sleepy Dominicans.
That's that motherfucking colonizing line as a narrative, dude.
And Pro Biden said, "It's a immigrants with my old scene."
Quite pretending narrative.
So I'm gonna give us an update on that.
Anything like that. I'm not taking nothing away from Olivia. But here's the thing. With the delineation movement, Black Americans have been told that we're anti-immigrant because we just kind of centering our community, want to fix our issues and problems. What is wrong with Pan-Africanism? Why are we against other people in the diaspora? It's been many conversations. That's not even what it is, right? Now they say, well, some people may speak in a extremist view, and I'm telling you personally, that's a minority. That's not a majority. Okay, that is a minority. Most Black people are cool with everybody. They're gonna not go let you disrespect them. Period. But this immigrant thing, why do you feel the need to separate yourself, right? When the Black Americans say, okay, we delineate, that's what we're being asked. Why are you separating yourself away from we all Black? So the question is, why couldn't she say, hey, you know, this is a win for Black America, or all Black people in the diaspora. And hey, this is Black excellence here. Like, nobody talks about Black excellence or unification or anything when people receive awards. They're talking immigration. Now, in separating yourself from the community, wouldn't that be divisive, right? You throwing a thing about immigration, and you know, when you use the term immigration, you're literally going to separate yourself, because Black Americans cannot relate, and that's not even our story of immigration. We didn't immigrate here. There's nothing we could relate to with immigration. We were forced into slavery. We didn't come on our own accord. We didn't sign up a visa slip. We didn't pay any visa fees. We didn't get on a plane and voluntarily come over here. That didn't happen to us. So immediately when you start having an immigrant story, that immediately separates you from the greater Black community at that point. And you feel a need to other yourself. And I will say othering yourself don't really help you, because as you clearly see with the ICE situation, it don't help you. Othering yourself right now is kind of getting you in a jam. But they keep up with this immigrant story. Immigrant. Now people do immigrate here. Some people do. And there's nothing wrong with that. Are you defining yourself by immigration? Are you defining yourself by who you are as a person? Are you defining yourself by what you do as a person? Like, if I immigrate to another country, I'm not going to say, oh, I come from immigrants, man. I don't care about that. If you're going to honor me, are you honoring me or are you honoring immigration? Clearly, you will be honoring me with an award, right? I'm not going to be talking about no immigrants. I'm not going to talk about them. For what? I mean, hey, y'all honoring me at the time, right? But it's like this identity with immigrants. And when I hear people talk like that, I'm like, okay, clearly you're not trying to be unified with Black America. Clearly. And she doesn't have to. But her family immigrated, or they truly immigrated because they was asked to come to the UK. So why is it an immigration story here? I just don't, I would never relate to it. I just can't relate to it. Because I guess since I'm a descendant of slaves, and I never had a choice in it, I can't relate to choice. We don't have no other homeland that we can get on the plane and go to. That's a reality. Sure, you can go get a citizenship. Sure, you can go get a residency. Yes, but you don't naturally have another place that you can go if things get bad. That matter of fact, we've had some be disrespectful to Black Americans and say, hey, if it get bad here, at least I got somewhere to go. You don't. Remember that dude that said that in the video that I covered not too long ago? He said, I can go back. You can't go nowhere. So they know that. Making that statement means you are an immigrant. And it's okay if you immigrate to the United States. Just be respectful. I've always said that. Look, work hard, make your life, enjoy your life. Just be respectful. That's it. You don't have to be disrespectful in the process. Now, I'm not saying she said something disrespectful, but I'm going on pattern recognition here. It's not about her being disrespectful. And I don't want y'all to say, oh, yeah, she's did. It's not about what she said. It's about pattern recognition. Why we keep hearing the same speech from a bunch of different people at the same time? Why we keep hearing that? Why over and over and over and over and over this immigrant narrative from different people? You would lessen what we're focusing on if you make it about Olivia Dean. That is totally what it's not about for me. It's about pattern recognition and understand that messaging is coming from the top of the Democrat Party, because it's surely not coming from the Republican Party. It's coming from the Democrat Party that's pushing something that's very sinister on us in this country, because they don't want to pay reparations either. Them Democrats do not want to pay cash payment reparations. Okay. Now let's get to Mr. Shaboozey, what everybody else is talking about. Oh, they're really talking about him. Okay. And it's not even about him either, right? Once again, it's about pattern recognition and what we keep hearing. So let's go on and click him up.
4 jobs just to provide for me and my four siblings as an immigrant in this country. And again, the last thing I want to say.
Okay, so his mom was a nurse, a registered nurse. Well, you hit it. I cut that part out. His mom's a registered nurse, and she worked 3 jobs, according to him, to take care of his 4, him and his other siblings, so his 4 kids. And shout out to her. Listen, taking care of 4 kids, he didn't say nothing about the daddy, so if she did it by herself, shout out to her. That's not easy. Working 3 jobs, that's not easy either. So shout out to her. If he left it right there, I wouldn't say much about it, right? But this is what people got a problem with. And me too.
Immigrants built this country, literally. So this is for them, for all children of immigrants. This is also for those who came to this country in search of better opportunity, to be a part of a nation that promised freedom for all and equal opportunity to everyone willing to work for it. Thank you for bringing your culture, your music, your stories, and your traditions here. You give America color. I love y'all so much. Thank you.
Okay, so he thanked people on top of the false claim that immigrants built this country. That's a false claim. He said that you brought your culture here and all that. Okay, we focusing on him. His culture isn't country music. His culture is maybe Afro beats or other things like that, right? But so what are he talking about? I'm not saying he can't do country music, but when you make a bold statement about bringing your culture here and all of that, but sir, you're not honoring yourself in your own culture. You're not even dressed in your own culture. Nigerians have their own way of dressing.
Right.
Nigerians have a rich history. And nothing wrong with Nigerian history. So I just don't understand that coming from him. You understand what I'm saying? I mean, like, it just, I don't know. I don't know.
Open-toe sandals?
That's that. But let's get to the immigrants built America thing. Why are they constantly pushing that false claim, false historical claim? No one immigrated here to go on a plantation with us. And if they did, can you please show me the immigrants who voluntarily went on the plantation with us? Because every time we see any pictures or anything from slavery, it doesn't have Latinos and other African immigrants who chose to come here. Now, Africans definitely are here on the slave plantation, but we talking about any other groups, any Asian groups that volunteered to come on the plantation with us, any Italians and all these other people that immigrated here, right? Because it's not just the other groups, it's the whites too. The whites fled to this country.
Where did the plantation?
Island. It was nothing but white folks showing up in mass. They were blocking other groups of people from coming here. They were fleeing Europe, fleeing that place to come over here because they failed in Europe and they could not make it. And they had to come here because they had a lot of opportunity here because we built the place. This place was not nothing until we got it to where it was at. That is history. That is factual history. Okay. But this immigrants built America, immigrant. Once again, that is separation. And he's not stupid. He's heard many Black people say, hey man, don't be saying that. That's not even the truth. We are in Black History Month and you're going to give some old fake lying revisionist history trying to erase Black America from the history of this country. And erasure is one of the steps before physical elimination. Okay. That's why that particular narrative is a dangerous one if we don't address it. Just as much as we address that fake Black Panther up there, Paul Bird song, and we got him right to the point that he had to remove that Black Panther name. Hey, Birdsong can do what he want now. He as long as he don't walk around that Black Panther name, we good with him, right? Well, at least what I say we good with him. He can go do whatever organization he want, but don't do it underneath our revolutionary organizations. So we got to address this immigrants built America deal. Now, I'm a person of truth. Do immigrants do a lot of jobs in America today? Sure they do. Yes, they do. Do they do things on farms? Yes, they do. Do they do some things in medical? Yes, they do. Construction? Yes, they do. I'm not saying they don't do anything in America. I would never say that. Do they get education? Sure they do. I'm a person of truth. But you talking about the beginning. You saying the foundation of America, the beginning. You said they built America. We built America. They try to say, oh, the Chinese built the railroads. The railroads was already built going west, and the Chinese started helping on the add-on. They didn't lay everything down. Black people was doing that. Even after slavery, we were doing it on a convict leasing program. That's the second iteration of slavery, was convict leasing. You getting put in prison if you didn't even have a job. Oh, you ain't got a job? Oh, you going to prison. And convict leasing, historically, was worse than even plantation slavery. So if you built America, show me them pictures of all of you other groups with black men during the convict leasing black code era. Show me the pictures. All you gotta do is show me pictures and video of what y'all were doing. Show me the mass graves. Like that mass grave they found over here in the Houston area with 93 bodies in there, and they were all black. They didn't say, oh, they were Latino and Asian. And that's why I got a problem with that. If you are a student of history, ladies and gentlemen, if you are a student of history, you cannot sit here and allow people to lie like that and think that's going to fly and that be okay. No, you did not build anything. Because if you listen, and I've said this before and I'm going to say it again. If you some of them say, oh, we do things that you won't do, we build this, we build it. Okay, why you didn't build it in your homeland? Because no matter where you come from, your skills travel with you. So why didn't you do it there? I would never go to another nation wagging my finger at the people there saying what I can do better than them. That's the last thing I'm going to do. I'm not trying to offend nobody. That's number one. I'm just happy you let me in. And I'm going to keep my mouth shut, my tongue tamed and everything else. I don't care if I'm better than them at certain things. Who cares? That's only a benefit to me. That I'm not trying to rock the boat, ruffle feathers. Why am I going to do that and create enemies when I don't need an enemy? Like I'm happy just to be here. But that's the difference when somebody is coming in with a humble spirit versus those coming in arrogant, thinking they can be better than the home country people. And then now a lot of people find out the hard way about maybe you should have just chilled your nerves a little bit and stop talking so much, because all that we work hard stuff. Tell that to ICE when they show up. You work hard and see how far that's gonna get you. That don't get you very far. Because black folks been told them we work hard and didn't get us very far, right? Okay, cool. So we've been hearing this for a while. The Democrat Party lost the 2024 election because of that same narrative. They lost the 2024 election. Kamala Harris had raised $1 billion. They put a big gamble on immigrants. And the immigrants let the Democrat Party down. Democrats, have you learned your lesson yet? They let you down. You had the exit polls. You invested all that money into these different immigrant groups. And when it's time to show up to vote, they don't come out and vote for you. They voted for white conservatives. Nobody has supported immigrants more than the Democrat Party. You have given them tangibles in their hands. You have given them free food in New York. You give them free furniture in Chicago with rental assistance. You had secret job fairs for them that you could not even, you wouldn't even do secret job fairs for Black America. Democrats have done a lot for immigrants, and immigrants have not showed up to vote or anything for the Democrats, and you still pushing that. Because you know why you pushing that? Because you want us erased out of history too. That's what you and the Republicans both agree on. Because you know why you want us erased out of history? Because you owe reparations. And the more and more and more the world find out what you have truly done to Black America, the more and more the world find out that movies like The Hills Have Eyes, that stuff y'all really do. All these movies about cannibals and all that mess, and they really read the history, how you was literally eating Black Americans, literally. You were eating them for dinner. When you read books like The Delectable Negro, you think other people throughout the world don't get books on Amazon? You can get that on Amazon Audible and listen to books if you don't want to read them and learn about the things these folks have done. That's why you want us. We are your greatest Achilles heel. Us. Not any other immigrant. Us. We are the one that is your greatest shame, even our names make you guilty. Hey, listen to me. Even our names make them guilty. Because if you walking around with the last names that we have is an identifier of what they done. Your names are attached to plantations, and you can easily find out the plantation your people come from. If you know where your family is at, because I did it, and it's going to floor you. If you know where your family mostly grew up at, and for the generations your family been in, all you got to do is type in, I think, Louis, your last name and Louisiana at least for me, Louisiana plantations, and you will literally be shocked what you find out if you know exactly where your family from by your last name. How many plantations they had in, let's say for my family, in the state of Louisiana with my last name. I literally found it. And I was literally shocked. Type y'all last name in, you're not going to find nothing about no plantation because you immigrated here. So how you going to sit up here and try to erase us out of history with this? And let's call it what it is. In that time period too, the ones because I'm a history person. The ones who pushed the Klan and all of that was considered Democrat at that time. Now these Republicans today are not the Republicans of the past. So I hate when the current Republicans talk about, yeah, you see, it was the Republican part. You are not them. You are not them. Don't dare even speak on that Republican Party. Because if you were that Republican Party, all of us would be Republicans, which a lot of us were Republicans at that time period. Just to let you know. But y'all are the Democrats of the past. Y'all are them. So do not with a Republican name. So don't even run around here talking about how, it was Republicans did this. It wasn't y'all. It wasn't you. But when you're a student of history, you talk about history. But let me tell y'all something about what's so dangerous. Let me get to what's dangerous, y'all. Well, let me get to you what's dangerous. Well, what do you say? We are provided the land of the Black Americans built. Yeah, we built the railroad. Yeah, anybody that can just read a book or even listen to a book will know how much we built in this country. What? So you mean to tell me the Chinese gonna come over here and build all the railroad? Man, the Chinese weren't even allowed in here for a time. They had the Chinese Exclusion Act. They didn't let them come here. What are you talking about? You know what I'm saying? Like people just want to say things because what that is, that's tactics to erase Black America. And I'm going to tell you why. Why they want to erase Black America. Now, I know that's one of the steps before mass unaliving physically. You know, the G word. I'm trying not to say that word too much because you know how the censors here. And I say, you know what? I know that, but I wanted to confirm it, right? I always confirm it. So one thing I like about AI, it helps me confirm certain information. I always used to double check it, but I confirm it, right? So it gave me some interesting things that I already kind of was having in my head, but it kind of put it together. And I wanted to share that. So when I got into this conversation, it said I'm going to say the G word, but it's mass unaliving. Scholars, it said, do not start with violence, talking about physical violence, but they start with erasure. They say one of the most cited models, Gregory Stanton's stages of, the G word, identifies symbolic and cultural destruction before physical destruction. Now look at that. It says symbolic and cultural destruction before physical destruction. And listen to what it includes. Denial of distinct identity, rewriting history to remove specificity, absorbing a group's contributions into a vague everyone narrative, moral inversion where the harm group, which is us, is reframed as merely one of many or as beneficiaries rather than victims. It said this is not rhetoric, it's documented in cases involving indigenous peoples, Armenians, the Jewish community, the Tutsis in Rwanda, and others. And we know what happened to the Tutsis, if you know about that. If you've seen the movie Hotel Rwanda and all of that, that started off with propaganda against them on the radio. Okay, hold on. Let me see something for a second. Give me a second, y'all. Give me a second. I need to check something out. Okay, cool. Now, continuing, what erasure looks like in practice. Erasure does not say you never existed. It says something more subtle and more dangerous. Your story is not unique. How many times have we heard that? Well, white people were slaves too. Well, this person was a slave. How many times have we heard that? That our story isn't unique. And we're like, yes, it is. It's unique to this country. I don't care what happened. And that's why I love when y'all say, I don't care what happened over there. They had nothing to do with what we talking about here in America. And now we was over there. That's a different story. Yes, they had some white people that are slaves. When I went to Turkey and I was going to their historical places, and they were showing how the white folks was enslaved in the Ottoman Empire. Okay, that was messed up, but they ain't nothing to do with us over here. But hey, I like to learn history, right? Another thing they say, this is part of erasure. Everyone went through that. Another thing, others built this too, maybe more. So immigrants built America is erasure. Why focus on you? Another thing that's being said. All this is about erasure, and understand erasure is prior to physical elimination. Okay, these people know what they're doing by doing that. When you keep hearing it over and over and over and over and over, that's propaganda at that point from different people, but you're hearing the same message over and over and over and over and over. Pattern recognition, you understand the pattern, you understand the goal. So I always want y'all to listen for patterns. Listen to what people keep saying over and over and over and over and over. And if you hear a bunch of people, 30, 40 people, 50 people saying the exact same thing, word for word, line for line, bar for bar, it is propaganda weaponized against a said group of people. Now, let's continue. They say, why this erasure strategic? They say, applying this to Black Americans carefully accurately, they say what distinguishes Black Americans are descendants of slaves is not simply presence in America, it's forced, hereditary, racialized chattel slavery followed by state-enforced exclusion for centuries. That didn't happen to these other groups. Now, of course, key facts is not disputable. Black Americans, of course, we did not immigrate here. We did not retain land, language, or legal identity after arrival. No, we didn't. It said Black Americans are legally property before they were citizens. None of these other groups were property here. All these people that talking about immigrants built America, that means your people were property. None of them were property. Some of them even told us, I wasn't a slave. Ha, 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 ha. Some of us say, y'all seen them say that. I'm not on the kata like you. I'm not a slave. How many times you see that on Twitter? Nobody talking that a kata talk now, right? Now they say non-Black groups arrived after slavery and say entered a society already economically shaped by Black slave labor, which is true. None of these people came here and built anything. The infrastructure was built. They got jobs and assisted in some things, but they were not the foundation of this country. It's like a house. If you cannot have a house without the proper foundation. If the foundation isn't built, you try to build on it, it's just going to crumble to the ground. The foundation has to be built on the rock, like Jesus said. It cannot be built on sand. So it say when narratives flatten history into immigrants built America, so several things happen simultaneously. Listen to this. Slavery is reframed as just another hardship, not a foundational economic system. Notice people how they try to minimize slavery constantly. They try to say, oh, we aren't the only one that's been through something. How many times have we heard that? Say other groups have been slaves too. They always try to minimize slavery in this country and the atrocity of it. The next thing, when they say immigrants built America, Black American lineage is blurred, which weakens reparations logic. If you try to frame, and they have an active thing of trying to make us comparable to immigrants. And if they make us comparable to immigrants, people who chose to come here, went, got a visa, came here through refugee programs, asylum status, etc., then you're no different than an immigrant. So you don't deserve anything because you're an immigrant like them. And you chose to come here. So you don't need anything, Black people. So that's why that Immigrants Built America stuff is really dangerous. Another thing it says here is moral debt is redistributed, even though it was never shared. But it never could be redistributed, because if moral debt really could be distributed, people would have sympathy for their protests right now. And nobody has sympathy for any of their protests. They in large numbers. Yes, ICE is doing things I totally don't agree with. But we told everybody about how the police get down in general. And nobody wanted to listen. And also, which we have seen, political leverage shifts away from the harmed group. Having the Democrat Party did that. They shift political leverage from Black America, who has been their biggest base, and shifted away from Black America to an immigrant thing. Everything is immigrant, immigrant, immigrant. And they'll say nothing about Black America. If Black America sit down again, they're going to lose again. But the Democrats, what I can tell you about them, they're not going to learn until you make them learn. Now, there's multiple ways you can make them learn. You can shake the table on them and just get the ones that's been in there for a long time, get them out, get some new ones in the primary. Because I think if you want to shake it up, you shake it up in the primary. That's really where you want to shake it up at. It lets them know, wait a minute, they coming out in the primary? Man, hold on. She lost, he lost in the primary? Oh, shoot, what happened? Because there's two types of voting. And I believe in both of them. There's the protest vote, and that protest vote is to punish. Then there's a vote, I'm voting for this particular person out of strategy because we're going to get something out of it. And the third vote is couch. So there's multiple ways we could vote if we so choose to, but it's on us to not allow them to erase us politically out this country. And no, us sitting down and not in a protest is strategic. That is a strategic move and a wise move. When these midterms coming up, we still got to tell them, you want my vote? What am I getting? What are we getting? Because I want the same zeal that you have for immigrants, for Black America. What are we getting? Because you gave them tangibles. You didn't tell them to go to see they congressperson or go to a meeting or you got to go petition this one, petition that one. No, you came with tangibles. Brandon Johnson made Chicago in debt, giving all that money to immigrants. And how's the city of Chicago benefiting from that, Brandon Johnson? How are they benefiting? What did the city of Chicago get out of that? What did Black Americans who put you in office, what did they get out of that? They didn't get anything. But we don't supposed to say nothing about it in our own country for people who pay taxes in the city of Chicago or the state of Illinois. You don't supposed to say anything about it. Correcting wrong behavior is wrong, okay? Now let's continue. Now, erasure alone, okay, is not mass unaliving, but erasure is a prerequisite for justifying neglect, exploitation, or disposability later. So listen to that again. Erasure is a prerequisite for justifying neglect, exploitation, or disposability later. And once again, it's not about Shaboozey. It's not about Olivia Dean. It's about the messaging that comes from the Democrat Party. We know where that comes from. They get in their think tanks and they push this mess against Black Americans. They want to erase us out of our nation that we built, and they want to use Democrat shields to try to reinforce that message and talk crap and do all kind of other things. So we getting hit on twofold, but that's okay. We Black Americans. We have fought against white supremacy. This is light work. The Paul Bird songs, that's light work. Man, please. We got staying power. We the greatest fighters on the planet Earth. And we have a good win streak. You say you stay in Chicago and you got nothing? Yeah, there you go. You ain't got nothing. You got nothing. New York, what did you get when Eric Adams was giving them cards with all kind of money on it? What did you get out of that? Nothing. You didn't get nothing out the deal. Not a thing. Now, they say, why is this happening right now? Listen to this. Say, from a power analysis perspective, not emotional one, say, U.S. is trying to manage declining legitimacy, which is true. The U.S. is declining, and Trump is helping with that to accelerate that. It say, reparations conversations threaten elite consensus. The elites, of course, the elites and the average other folks don't like this conversation. Immigration narratives are politically useful buffers. So immigration is a good conversation, especially for the Democrats, because they know that they have more pressure on them to do reparations than the Republicans do. They know that because the Republicans didn't get 60 plus years of votes from the Black community. So Democrats know we owe something and we don't want to give anything to them. So let's play this buffer class group. Let's invest into these immigrants and all of that. And let's see what we're going to do with that situation, because we want to use them to replace the Black vote. Because, see, they thought they was going to replace the Black vote in 2024. And they found out the hard way about what happens when you go to these immigrant groups. And listen, they have market research. They got money for all kind of research. And you mean to tell me you didn't see that coming? You didn't see it coming? Another thing, cultural guilt is being redistributed away from the state when they focus on the immigrant story. So erasing distinction lowers the cost of doing nothing. So if they can make us equivalent to immigrants, put immigrants above us and what we went through and make it comparable to us, then when we talk about reparations, it's really not much to talk about, because we are comparable to immigrants and their stories, right? And once again, these are people who chose to come here by choice. Nobody grabbed them out of their homeland, put them in chains, and forced them to come to the United States. They came by choice. While I was fleeing war, it's still a choice. There had many nations by your homeland that you could have went to, even in the continent of Africa too, or Europe, or Asia, or any other place. It's a choice. If nobody put you in chains, it's a choice. Now, when they deport people, they deport them in chains. They don't have a choice at that point. Now, calling this out doesn't make you anti-immigrant. It just makes you anti-erasure. Always remember that. You don't have to be anti-immigrant. You can be anti-erasure, because not all immigrants talk that way. Not all immigrants say stupidity like that. Not all of them do. That would be thoroughly not true. All immigrants don't feel that way. Some immigrants are calling out immigrants every day and say, man, what are y'all doing? Y'all messing things up. Y'all out here saying things that isn't true. Y'all making things harder on us as immigrants because y'all just stirring things up that shouldn't be stirred up. For what? There are immigrants that talk that way. There's a lot of immigrants that thank Black Americans for our sacrifice in this country. They appreciate it because they said that they wouldn't have had the opportunity, they wouldn't have came here. And that's the immigrants I rock with right there. Those immigrants. No matter what community they come from, as long as you guys are respect, man, I'm with you. I'm for you. Listen, I don't want you deported. If you're an immigrant that rock with us, you just working hard, you're not harming nobody, you're not harming us politically, you're not doing nothing bad, man, I want you to stay. I genuinely want you to stay. But if you're that kind of immigrant that's out here lying about history, thinking you better, it don't matter where you come from, thinking you better, if you're anti-Black, I want you gone. Oh yeah, y'all, yeah, I used to take y'all. I don't feel bad about it. But if it's the immigrants that's good people and have always rock with us, that's the immigrants I want to stay. And I think most Black Americans feel that way. Some may not feel that way, but I feel that way. I want all the Black immigrants who rock with us to stay. That's what I want. I want you to stay because you're doing good. But the ones that just shucking and jiving, selling out, people that think like Candace Owens and them and all them, you look, I can take you tomorrow. We don't need that here. We got enough problems. And I don't care what community you come from. They got white immigrants here too. They got white people that are immigrants. If you anti-Black, you can go too. Yeah, we got to call this stuff out, man. Look, listen, if we stay silent, then it's on us at that point. Sometimes you cannot stay silent about everything. You got to push back on a lot of things. And notice when we push back today, we push back on the narrative. We didn't push back on Shaboozey. We didn't clown him. We didn't call him names. That's childish and that's very beneath us. We didn't call Olivia Dean names. For sure, we talked about her background, but we didn't have to call people names. That's how we have these conversations. We don't have to be talking bad about nobody and lowering ourselves in our intelligence. We talk about the narratives and what's more important. And what's more important is the narrative, the erasure, the pattern recognition of the erasure. And we know the source of this mess comes from Democrat think tanks. And that's who we're going to battle. We're going to battle the Democrat think tanks that's putting out erasure narratives on Black Americans, and we're not going to stand for it. And we're going to come at the head of anybody that's pushing that crowd. And notice he up here talking about the immigrants. Why he ain't out there in Minnesota? Why she not out there in Minnesota? The immigrants need you, buddy. Why aren't you out there? All these people that's so pro-immigrant, why you aren't out there protesting with the immigrants? That's the only thing I'm saying. Yeah, see, McQueen is right. We correct people by rightly dividing the word of truth. We don't have to cuss you out. We don't have to act like Deontay Kyle and say cuss words and N words every 5 minutes to talk to Black people. Even if you disagree with Black people on something, you can talk to Black people with common sense. You can talk to Black people with clear English. You don't have to disrespect Black people. They're not hard of understanding. If you feel that you have to talk to Black people with expletives and the N word all day, then clearly you don't think much of Black people. You think they're stupid. So you're thinking I have to talk to them that way to get a message to them because they clearly just not intelligent. So let me do that. Because when individuals like that I just mentioned go talk to them white folks in the Democrat Party, because he's tied in with the Democrat shields. I never forget that picture. I saw him and Conscious Lee at an event. I said, okay, all right. So you the new shield, huh? Okay. But you know what? I'm gonna leave him alone because LaSherica gonna get him. I'm not saying I'm gonna leave it alone, but LaSherica gonna get him. I kind of heard some of it say, ooh, you know. So yeah, the video's being edited. Yeah, LaSherica gonna get on him. I'm gonna let her handle it. But what you saying about Kaylani? Well, what Kaylani do this time? You mentioning her name. He said that's why they want to tear down the slavery information boards in Philadelphia. Yeah. It's erasure. That's right. They want to tear down any reference to slavery. Oh, take this down. Take that down. You could take down whatever. As long as we can speak the truth, and as long as the internet exists and books exist, they will never get rid of the history of slavery. You will never get away from the stain of what you have done. Just like you won't get away from the stain of the Epstein files. Ooh, a lot of y'all is some, God. I got to really get into those Epstein files myself. I really got to get them and I got to just do my thing with them because I've already kind of heard some things about the Epstein files. I'm talking about something in relation to Black people in percent from, I seen it, but I need to confirm it, you know, and maybe y'all seen this where they said that somebody wanted, you know, to bring some Black girls and they were like, no, don't bring no N-words. You know, I don't have them over here or whatever. So, hey, thank you, Jeffrey. Thank you. Hey, Black racism. Hey, let me tell y'all something. That's the truth. Them being racist toward us protects us a lot of times too. That's actually pretty good. You know what I'm saying? I don't know why any Black person would even go anywhere near Epstein Island or anything dealing with that dude. I never heard that dude talk before till maybe recently because now some interviews have dropped that was in the Epstein files. I'm like, okay, I need to go through those interviews too and just kind of listen to what this guy is talking about. Because this guy here, he was on one. You know, he was a Bill Gates asking him for medication because he ended up catching some STD from some Russian 304s. And he wanted some medicine for him and his wife. Now, when I heard that, his wife divorced him after all that mess, but I'm like, I mean, everybody you could think of was over there at Epstein. Your boy Elon Musk lied, talking about he was offered to go, but he didn't go. Then in the Epstein files, he was up there asking Epstein, "Hey, man, I've been working. I want a party, and I don't not no regular party either. I want a party." I say, "Oh, okay." But everybody talk about Diddy, right? Oh, Diddy, and I said a long time ago, Diddy is nothing compared to these folks. Diddy is playland compared to what they do and the depravity things they do. Everybody, they all want to demonize Diddy. And I'm not saying that Diddy shouldn't be held accountable for what he did. In that case, I'm sorry, Diddy shouldn't have went to jail for that case. He shouldn't. Once I heard the full trial. Now, Diddy has done other things he should have went to jail for. But that case, Diddy shouldn't have went to jail for that. No.
I agree.
She's the one who was doing all the mess. He was watching. But he didn't do any. He didn't force anybody. She didn't go to jail.
He had like a basic trick charge.
I can't even stand him, but I agree. He shouldn't be in jail.
He shouldn't have been in there. He should still be in there. He should have got out.
Why Steve Bannon and Bill Clinton and Bill Gates not in jail?
He got out.
Why Elon Musk not? Because anybody went to Epstein Island, I'm thinking you already did something. That's my thoughts.
And look, Trump is charging $10 million for a pardon. Surely Diddy could have came up with that.
Said Diddy did his dirt with the dope.
You know what I mean?
Nobody came out and said Diddy did anything with no kids.
That's not what he was on trial.
Diddy got about 3 or 4 outfits for 10,000.
What
10
I'm
million.
saying is, and you ain't hear, and so far you ain't heard nothing about Diddy being over there with him.
His house, he
ain't heard nothing about that either. Because trust me, you think they wouldn't have mentioned that already? Oh, Diddy was over there with Epstein.
Run that bread up to old Trumpy and let him out.
No, Diddy got out of line. That's what happened.
It's like
Diddy did 2 things wrong. Diddy was talking about starting a black party, and Diddy sued Diageo, that big liquor brand that with like he realized how you getting screwed. He said, "Man, forget y'all. I'm suing y'all." And they settled with Diddy. But understand them big entities like that, they tied in with the government. They can get you hemmed up real quick.
How can you settle? You take the money
and that's what Diddy was really dealing with. Because if Diddy, all the antics Diddy was doing for years, why is it he never got really arrested or ran up on? But all of a sudden, Diddy started talking about a black political party and going after Diageo and actually making them settle with him, and he got broke off a bag. All of a sudden, right after that, Diddy gets raided.
Mm-hmm. So he took the money. He could sue him for that. For like basically, I mean, why can't he sue him for that? That's my question. Why
Diddy? They showing him, hey, Negro. I don't care how much money you think you got. You got pennies compared to us. We're gonna show you better. We can tell you.
Right.
We're gonna show you. And that's really what happened with Diddy. Because if Diddy, all the menace Diddy was, they could have been put Diddy in jail. You think they didn't know what Diddy was doing? Please. They watch anybody got money like that, you are being watched.
Dave Chappelle said
they knew everything Diddy was doing and never said nothing. All the drugs, they knew what Diddy was doing. The Diddy parties, they knew all about that. The informants was all in them Diddy parties. Please, they knew.
I can't wait till the Cuban Junior trial comes out.
All kind of people are informants in that life. Some of the females he was fooling with was informants.
Yep. I'm
they knew.
50 Cent's old lady who wrote a book.
Come on now. Diddy wasn't no mastermind they didn't know nothing about. Come on. Ain't nothing Diddy was doing they did not know about. Come on, it's time to go get Diddy. How is it they knew exactly where to go get the little white dude that was his drug mule? Boy, they knew exactly where to go even stop dude at before he got on the plane.
Right.
They swapped out on Diddy so quick. Man, right. Diddy was not no mastermind.
Dude was carrying all kind of shit. That's fucked up.
So if they did all that with Diddy, think about it. With Epstein, they won't even talk about his bank accounts because your bank account will tell you where the money coming from, where the wire is coming from. They have to keep record of that by federal law.
Right. Who sent their money?
In your bank account, they don't know where it comes from.
Mm-hmm.
So all that money he was getting and sending out, why they don't put that out, do they? They don't put none of that out because you know the old statement, follow the money. The money gonna tell you everything. They put all them files out, but it sure didn't put out his bank account.
Nope.
But they want to throw it all on Diddy while they sitting on these Epstein files. I told y'all, boy, they are some wicked people. They sitting on all this incriminating evidence on everybody. And speaking about that, did y'all hear all of a sudden Bill and Hillary Clinton now want to go testify about the Epstein situation after the files got dropped? Interesting.
Yeah, Trump over there gonna put Obama under investigation.
We say Diddy is the same compared to Epstein and his cronies. Yeah. You want to put it in that comparison. Yeah.
At least Diddy's entertaining.
Once again, Diddy did a lot of things that he shouldn't have.
Boring ass white people.
But hey, Epstein, they got him in jail, but they're like, all this mess coming out about Epstein is like, you make it worse by taking him out of here, actually. You thought you go cover up the dirt and it's all starting to come out? And you remember what Trump said? Before I wrap this up. Oh, why y'all keep talking about that? He's not here anymore. He said if that come out, it's gonna hurt a lot of people. You remember Trump said that? That if all them files come out, it's gonna hurt a lot of people. And you know what I think Trump did? Trump was like, you know what?
With all the young ass brides.
I ain't gonna be the only one gonna be talked about around here. You know what? Let's put them files out. Everybody getting talked about, not just me. Everybody mad. Did y'all know how petty Trump is? Y'all know how he is. I don't know why people act like they don't know who he is.
Right.
He's petty. He went from
key point
fighting against the Epstein files.
Nobody's going to jail.
Millions of files.
Right.
And now people scrambling now. I love it. I love every minute.
Like you just releasing all
keep causing chaos, Trump. I love
files and videos and shit.
I'm happy when you cause
Why
chaos.
we only seen some of it?
Because it helps my people get in line. All right, y'all. Thank y'all for coming on the stream tonight. We greatly appreciate it. Make sure you click the subscribe button. Make sure you click the like button. It's very, very important. But thank y'all for listening. And we'll put the pinned comment where you can get the tickets for the event in Toronto in July 25th in Toronto, Canada. But thank y'all and also make sure you sign up for the Brazil trip.
Yeah.
Sorry.
He's the most softest fighter in the division.
All right. I thought you fell asleep on us.
No, I'm still here. But this is probably the last topic. So Big Andrew spokesman gonna give us an update on damn immigrant talking smack about black people, and he got smacked up.
Vision.
The judges' scorecards. Good left-handed blow nearly touched the canvas for a knockdown.
One dimensional.
Be a humbling experience for any fighter. Certainly for someone with the braggadocious style of Teofimo Lopez.
I fought two white boys. Beat both of them. I need a black boy now. Whichever monkey wants to get the banana.
And again, Shakur beats him with a punch.
I seen it. I seen it.
Yep. Lopez just has no answers. Zero.
And that was a good one. Whichever monkey wants the banana.
Going for the kills. Oh, snapping right hand comes Shakur and now lands a couple more.
It's the fact that this guy came to America to give me what name is in watermelon with a note on it. It's unprofessional, and I feel like it's racist.
And again, Shakur beats him to the punch. Lopez just has no answers. Zero.
This is you get in school. Teofimo Lopez is getting school.
A demoralizing performance for Stevenson against Lopez.
here tonight by the better fighter. Time, gotta put respect to it. To all my brothers and sisters, I love you guys. Always salute to the power that it be above. I thank you guys. I never wanted anything to harm you guys at all. So for that, my condolences to all you guys and to the slavery and everything that's ever happened mentally.
Yo, it's Big Ant, the spokesman.
Did that dig too.
Politicians TV,
didn't mean that shit.
TV. Make sure you stay on your pivot and all. Yo, it's Big Ant, the spokesman. Made me back. Another edition of Urban Politicians TV, UPTV. Make sure you stay on your pivot at all times, man. Had to come tap in on old Teofimo Lopez and what he said last time, because we done covered this before, but we for sure got to cover it some more. What he said last time we spoke on him, where that nigga at when he was talking to Terrence Crawford.
I seen his legs last. I seen his legs last fight.
Well, where this nigga is at right in your face, giving your eye, your jaw, and your chin checks.
He knotted up like a mother.
We seen Teofimo Lopez say all these racist remarks.
And knots right in front of his face.
Banana throwing it out there, Bud throwing it out there, take this person, that person. Then he'll try to redirect it when he get pulled up on Najee from Cigar Talk. Pulled up on him. Oh man, I was just talking about them specifically, bro.
You sat up here, no, but how you gonna cope with the monkeys and bananas and all that shit? Tio, you just did it at the press conference the other day. You just said it to Africa at the press conference the other day. You know what you said? Oh, here go banana. Here go banana. What does that mean? You might as well, bro.
You offended all of us, and you know exactly what you're doing. You tried to play that game, making them racist remarks, and I said I'm not feeling it. I don't like what Ron Garcia did it. I'm not understanding that type of stuff at all. I stand firm on that. Well, Terrence Crawford seen this after this last match when he got dominated. Shakur Stevenson put down the complete demonstration. He didn't get but one round. Terrence Crawford went up. You know, they had the little situation where they was about to get into it and stuff and said, hey, they mad. It's cool when they do it. It's a problem when I do it. F them. FTO, F his daddy, F his sister.
Cut up his face, knotted it all up.
Now we see very disrespectful as well. Makes these type of remarks, co-signs these type of remarks. Teofimo Lopez even decided to stand on it. Wanted to act like he was being boxed out in boxing because he wasn't black and it ain't this. Well, I'm not black. It's not this. I'm like, bro, you ain't see what Oscar De La Hoya did? You don't see the Mexican support for or Latin support for fighters from their countries and things. You trying to just do anything to get your name out there. When you took your L, hey, bro, take it like you take your W. You start covering all these, man, I'm not getting paid. The black guys. I said, hey, bro, this dude is real live racist. But Shakur put down that demonstration and had him apologizing for slavery. That's how bad he got whooped out and punched down. Bro. Humiliated, couldn't get nothing off.
Them knots are like crazy.
We already knew he had the great skill set, the footwork. We know he know how to cut off the ring. He know how to move around. He know how to work that jab. Most definitely a counter puncher, can lead and attack with the jab as well. He did it all, man. He put everything on display. And I most definitely got to say congratulations to Shakur Stevenson. I'm glad you whooped him into saying, hey, bro, man, my bad, y'all. I apologize about slavery. Man, I apologize for all the racist stuff I was saying. Bro, made that boy have a real live, I don't even know what you call that, like just epiphany in real time on TV. Got whooped out so bad because he was like, bro, he really thought he had a chance. He came out here dancing, showboating, talking noise. I was like, oh, no, he finna get whooped out. Shakur came out there regular. Wife and Luccy bring him out. He was like, hey, I'm coming to show up and show out. That's what it is right now. And I ain't gonna lie, he talking about he going up to 147. Devin Haney, they probably going to want to do that fight because he took this L so bad it won't sell. I wish he'd go up to 147 and let Devin Haney go and whoop him out. I wasn't praying for you to lose in life because I'm not that type of person.
I'm 147. I'll whoop him.
But I'm not gonna lie. I celebrated when you lost.
I had a lot of small
I couldn't get no bets on you because I would have bet it all against you keeping it 100. I'm just being 1,000 about it. Ain't no point in me sugarcoating him. Ryan Garcia, all these racists talking down on black people, putting this stuff in our face, and we sit up there and accept it, and then people still want to go get their money on the boxing matches and things. It's a part of the sport. It come with it. We know it got racism and everything like that. But when do we make people respect it? Like, hey, bro, nah, that's why I respect Terrence Crawford for jumping out there, bro. You calling this man, you calling him and Tank monkeys and stuff like that. What are we really doing? Like, why do we have to accept that? And hey, just keeping it 100 to loss.
His daddy, fuck his sister.
You couldn't beat
like,
Tank.
Woo,
you couldn't beat Shakur. You couldn't beat Devin Haney. And
right.
The show would have probably went to bed if you fought Tank, or if Crawford wouldn't have went up to the other weight to fight Canelo or go up the other 2 weight classes or whatever. He would have put you down and put you to sleep. Let's keep it 100. If you would have ever been able to get up to his weight and match him at something, you would have went to sleep, keeping it all the way 100. Tank would have put you to bed. You would have went night-night. Shakur Stevenson don't come with that type of style of fighting, but dog put on an absolute clinic, showed y'all he one of them, not one of those. On that type of line time, really dominated you, bro. You got to look at his face, and I'm glad that he had a wake-up call.
Yeah, that eye cut is.
You can stay over there on that side because that's how you really feel. Maybe he did beat you good. Maybe he did beat you good enough for you to get a full understanding on it. But hey, tell me what y'all think. Y'all boys getting exposed this year. Y'all getting your chins checked, getting put in check. You getting yourself a whole lot of straightening happening this year. A lot of boys getting punched. A lot of boys we've been seeing it. 2026 been for real. We ain't up but what but dying. But y'all tap into the Patreon, Urban Politics TV. We got some exclusive content for the drop on there. I got a stream cover because I got a lot of stuff to address.
You get smacked up, beat up, all kind of
everything.
shit.
We got some more coming. Urban Politics TV, Patreon. Y'all stay on y'all people.
I didn't believe that apology.
To it. February, new butt, more coming.
There's a cop who decided to hide key evidence. Man gets convicted of murder. He's caught. Nothing happens to the detective. Put up the picture for man. The story is going to make your blood boil. Keith Sylvester on the left from Atlanta, Georgia, spent more than a year incarcerated for the murder of his mother and his father, specifically stepfather, despite video and cell phone evidence proving he never did it. He was an innocent man. That information, that evidence, was intentionally withheld by the detective investigating the murders. Now, Sylvester is poised to receive a $1.5 million settlement following a decision by an appellate court to reverse the conviction. That's according to WSB TV local news. However, it does not appear as if the cop investigating the case, Atlanta Police Detective James Barnett on the right, was ever disciplined for withholding evidence that would have proved Mr. Sylvester never murdered his parents nor set fire to their home after strangling them. None of it happened. He didn't do it. Nor does it appear that the detective will be charged with perjury, which would be the appropriate charge in a case like this, since he lied in an official oath affidavit. Quote, the argument goes, a jury could find that Detective Barnett either intentionally lied to the state judge or was so reckless with the truth that he misled the state judge into thinking there was probable cause, according to the appellate court ruling that reversed his conviction. The Atlanta police ended up arresting another Black man, Cornelius Muckle, for the murder of Deborah and Harry Hubbard after cell phone records determined his phone was inside their home before they were murdered at their house and their house set on fire. There's more. Mr. Muckle, who had no connection to the Hubbards, also tried to sell items stolen from the home to a local pawn shop 2 days after the murders. But Barnett claimed Sylvester murdered his parents to collect insurance money. However, Mr. Sylvester's attorney at the time said he was not even listed as a beneficiary. That's according to the AJC, the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. Quote, the insurance policy doesn't name him anywhere, said the attorney at the time. That was Zach Greenemeyer. Quote, and he would be one of 6 children and stepchildren that would be beneficiaries of the policy, end quote. Sylvester, who had spent almost 6 months helping detectives in the case in the hopes of finding the murderer, says he was shocked when he ended up being arrested. Now, before I get into the details of his own commentary about this, I want to remind you, he operated in good faith. He provided information. He provided conversation. He did not go into the police precinct with an attorney on standby. He didn't know he was a suspect. He should not have been.
With millions watching and many people benefiting from this program called Indisputable, we just need 1% of the viewers to become a paid member so we can continue to bring this content to you. Now back to the show.
Shut it down.
For 6 months, he worked with the detectives to solve the murder, the heinous murder of 2 people he loved, his mother and his stepfather. 6 months into the investigation, the individuals he worked with, provided information to, they decided to turn on him, arrest him, and withhold information that would have exonerated him, period. Would not have even made it through the magistrate court. There's more. Quote, when the detective presented me with a citation and told me that I was under arrest for the murder of my parents, he says, I thought it was a trick for him to try to get more information. Sylvester told the Atlanta Journal-Constitution in a May 2024 article, quote, I was thinking that this was a mistake. They were going to realize something, and I was going to be out of there pretty soon. I was thinking I was going to get out within a couple of days. Instead, he ended up spending 14 months, over a year, behind bars on murder, arson, and insurance fraud charges, even after being presented with arrest, even after incarceration. This man still believed in the good faith of the police. He said, surely, at some point, they're going to figure out they did something wrong because they care about justice. Here's his miscalculation, unfortunately. His miscalculation was that they gave a damn about actually solving the murder. See, he believed they, in good faith, believed it was him. But they did not, in good faith, believe it was him. The lead detective withheld information, knowing good and damn well he was innocent. It was June 2nd, 2018. Mr. Sylvester was visiting his mother and his stepfather at their home in Atlanta, Georgia, which is something he did almost daily. But he left the home before 9 p.m., according to evidence from his dash camera video, cell phone carrier, and security cameras that recorded him at a gambling establishment, according to the court. Telephone records also determined that Harry Hubbard called his niece, Miss Walton, at 9:30 p.m. She told detectives that her uncle revealed no signs of distress during the call. Timeline says what? The suspect leaves the house before 9 p.m. The victims, or at least one of the victims, is on the phone with a family member at 9:30 p.m., well after the alleged suspect had left. No signs of distress. You don't have to be a star detective to follow the timeline. There's more. 3:56 a.m. At 3:56 a.m., the Atlanta Fire Department received a call. The house was on fire. When they arrived at the scene, they discovered the bodies inside with signs of strangulation. Firefighters also determined the fire was deliberately set shortly before the call came in. What time did the call come in? 3:56 a.m. The alleged suspect left before 9 p.m. There's more. Which would have made it impossible for Sylvester to set it, according to the above mentioned evidence that was never introduced at the trial. An autopsy also determined that the couple was still alive when the fire started because there was ash and soot in the tracheas. They breathed it in, indicating they were still breathing when the fire started. However, it appears as if Barnett was not having much luck finding the real killer. We're back to the detective. So he decided, instead of doing the job that the good people of the city of Atlanta pay him to do, he decided to focus his efforts on Sylvester because Sylvester was nice enough and decent enough to work with them during the entire investigation, hoping to get justice for two people he loved. According to the appellate ruling, quote, the majority of Detective Barnett's investigatory work occurred in the first few weeks after the fire. Over the next 4 months, the flow of information slowed. Eventually, Detective Barnett, one person, determined that he gathered as much evidence as he possibly could and decided to seek an arrest warrant charging his sole suspect, Mr. Keith Sylvester, the son of Deborah and the stepson of Harry. It was almost 6 months after the murders that Barnett arrested Sylvester, December 2018, to his shock, since he had been working tirelessly with the police to help solve the crime. Here is how Sylvester described the arrest of WGRZ in February 2019 after he was incarcerated for 2 months. Quote, I had been working with the Atlanta police lead investigator, James Barnett. I had been giving him as much information as possible to help him find out exactly what happened or to have possible leads. All I know is he called me on the 28th of December. I was at work and he was telling me he wanted me to come in the next day for a final interview. He said it was the end of the year and he just wanted to recap or see if I had additional information. I said, well, if it's that important, I can come in tonight. This man is saying I can come there tonight if it's important enough. He said, no, just come in tomorrow. So on that Saturday, I went into police headquarters about 5 o'clock when he asked if I had any more information for him. And I told him I didn't know anything else. And he said, quote, that's unfortunate for you. And then he charged me with their 2 murders, end quote. Detective Barnett spent the next year trying to prove his innocence by writing letters to judges, prosecutors, and civil rights organizations in the hopes that he would review his case. The Fulton County DA's office opened the investigation, determined the real murder was Muckle, M-U-C-K-L-E. However, prosecutors tried to lay blame on Google. This was in the report, on Google for jailing the wrong man, accused the tech company of taking 9 months to respond to a request for a geofence search warrant, which would have allowed investigators to cast a wide net by collecting information about all devices that were within the specific area. That's according to the National Association for Criminal Defense Attorneys. That is how they determined that it was actually Mr. Muckle's phone that was inside of the Hubbard home shortly before the fire broke out. And they were murdered according to 11 Alive News. That is how they determined it was Muckle who tried to sell the stolen items from the home 2 days later at a pawn shop. Quote, the result of this investigation shows that the individual was unnamed in the original police investigation, was in fact in the house. of Deborah and Harry Hubbard 20 minutes before the 911 call was placed regarding the fire that caused their deaths. That's what the DA Paul Howard said in a statement to 11 Alive News at the time. Paul Howard is no longer the district attorney of Fulton County. He lost the re-election bid to Fonnie Willis, as many of you know, for the Trump prosecutorial proceedings. Who figured this out? Who did the most investigation here? The Atlanta Journal-Constitution, 11 Alive News, a few local radio stations. They're the ones who put it together. It wasn't difficult to put together, especially when you have this kind of timeline presented. And then when the police realize, well, they arrested the wrong human being, they then blame Google for their error. David, you do a lot of these cases where you highlight constitutional rights, you highlight investigative prowess, what cops are able to do and not. But when you look at this really was the effort of one lead detective. And because of how the system operates, nobody checked him when he decided to turn his efforts against one person, the one person providing information to him to help solve the crime.
Yeah, there was no accountability for the department in terms of that detective. And it almost sounds like, I mean, I don't understand. I mean, maybe the detective felt some sort of pressure to come up with some sort of arrest by the end of the year because it was a number to him. But that gets to the point. He regarded this as people different from him, African Americans, and it's just a number. So it doesn't matter whether he charges somebody who's innocent or whether he knows that person is innocent. He's simply trying to please his bosses or please the department to be able to say, oh yeah, we've closed this. No worries. I did my job for the last 6 months, as opposed to saying, you know what? We're not able to crack this case and we don't have any new leads. But I still can't understand. How is it possible that there's been no ramification, there's been no punishment for this detective? I mean, what is going on in that police department, in that detective unit, that this guy can essentially throw away somebody's life for 14 months that he's never going to get back, and there's no consequences for the detective for deliberately hiding evidence that he knew would exonerate this man? That's insanity.
Yeah. And that's the part, right? That's the part that adds the extra what the to this whole story. Because naturally, if you're looking out for the culture of policing and you care about community, I'm talking to the chief of police now, I'm talking to Mayor Andre Dickens. If you care about these elements, surely one among the ranks who has violated the public trust, is an embarrassment to the force, has operated in a way that's either a criminal or at very least criminally negligent, that person has to be held accountable in order to uphold the public trust you speak of. And so we're going to stay on top of this until there's full remedy. Obviously, there's a settlement, so everybody involved pretty much knows this cop did wrong. All right, and I hope there's an investigation into his previous cases as well.
Thanks for joining us tonight.
Yes. I'm Alexandra Lewis. Denver is getting a new scooter provider, getting rid of Bird and Lime.
So tonight we're looking into the city's decision to eliminate the competition between those two companies and just pick a third. 9 News Sports Spencer Frazier now joins us with that. Spencer?
Yeah, Kyle and Alex, competition usually brings out the best in a lot of people.
All right, shut it down.
In business, it often brings out better outcomes for consumers.
Thank you for tuning in to Season 11, Episode 6. Wait.
Season 6, Episode 11.
Episode 11, Part 3 of Frontline Black News. Join us, I guess, tomorrow, later on, for a continuation show. In the meantime, make sure you hit that like and subscribe button for Frontline Black News. The revolutionary agenda. And
we'll be out today, later this afternoon.
So make sure you check out the
early evening.
Okay. All right, so for everybody that tapped in, we'll see y'all later. Peace.
Peace.